Can anyone hear me now? That's it, good. Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of the Foreign Ministry. Bienvenidos. I can't quite remember how to say that in Portuguese or any other languages, but it's a real pleasure to see so many people here. My name's Jude Webber. I'm the Financial Times correspondent here in Ireland, but I spent the 21 years before coming to Ireland 2 years ago, in Latin America, in various different places. First of all in Peru, then in Argentina, covering Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, and also then for the last 8 years in Mexico, covering Mexico and all the way down through Central America, and occasionally little bits of the Caribbean as well. So that's sort of my qualification for being here. And I thought, as I got dressed this morning, I thought I'd put on my favorite Mexican skirts here. However, this being Ireland, I also had to put on a big, thick, woolly jumper as well. Anyway, this is the first Latin American and Caribbean Business and Economic Forum. It's part of the Global Ireland Programme, which is a strategic focus of the Foreign Ministry. What we're going to do today, you'll know already from the programme, is we have a very full day of interesting panels with experts, business figures from the region, just to tease out some of the opportunities, to talk about some of the trends. I think innovation, sustainable growth, these will be very, very strong themes, and connectivity. Obviously, there's an awful lot to talk about. There's never really, in my experience, never really a dull moment in Latin America. When I moved to Mexico, for example, from Argentina, after being in Peru, and in Peru, I moved to Peru in 2000 when Alberto Fujimori was briefly still president, and then very speedily wasn't, and there were earthquakes and all sorts of things happening. And then I moved to Argentina, which was a wild roller coaster time economically. And then I moved to Mexico, and Mexico had a president who'd just been on the cover of Time, saving Mexico. The PRI were back. They were supposed to be a new, improved political force. Everything was going to go really well. And I was slightly terrified that I wouldn't really know what to write about because it was good news. However, since moving here, it seems like the region's going from strength to strength. So obviously I was holding it back personally. But there's a lot of good news, I feel like. Certainly, I was back in Mexico this summer just on holiday, and it really feels somehow much richer, much more stable, many more opportunities. And I think all the business people on the panels that we have today, and all of the people talking about business promotion as well, will have a lot to say about that. So we have very strong representation here. We have foreign ministers from 3 Caribbean countries. We have also the foreign ministers of Chile, Argentina and Peru joining us via video link. We have representatives from the state level, from Baja California in Mexico and Sergipe, if I've pronounced that correctly, in Brazil. And we have public sector representatives and obviously a very strong private sector attendance for the conference, whose theme is expanding opportunity. So we'll talk about the links between Ireland and the broad Latin American and Caribbean region over time, how they're evolving, where they're going, about the strategic importance to do more things together, the geopolitical landscape, which, as we saw in the Argentine elections at the weekend, is changing fast in some places, instability in the world, and the shared culture that Ireland and Latin America have. So the idea is that this will be the first of very many forums, so I think congratulations for being here where it all began. And with that, I'll hand over to Ruairí Búrca to deliver some welcome remarks. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Jude. You're all very welcome here to Dublin Castle. Bienvenidos a todos, que sejam bem-vindos. Or as we say in Ireland, Kate Mila Fáilte. We don't do understatement. That means 100,000 welcomes. And I hope by the end of today we'll have 100,000 new connections that are made. Very conscious that there are people who travelled a long way to be with us today, and starting this early in the morning when the time difference is working against you means that your presence here today is doubly welcome. And we owe it to you to make this the best day that we can. It's important for us because, as Jude said, this is our very first business and economic forum where we're building these links or enhancing the links that are already there between Ireland, Latin America, the Caribbean, with an emphasis on trade and investment in both directions. We have a real sense in the Department of Foreign Affairs and across government that it's beyond time to weave the tapestry of our relationships with Latin America and the Caribbean into a much stronger and more beautiful piece of fabric than it has been. But if we haven't been there already, today is the best day to start. There is so much that we share culturally, politically and economically going back centuries. Sometimes we fail, I think, to maybe capitalise on that as much as we can in both directions. But those connections means that there is much potential. And as Jude mentioned, you know, she has seen over her long engagement with Latin America, you know, countries' economies going from strength to strength. We've seen over my lifetime the Irish economy going from strength to strength. And that means that we have a particular opportunity to, as the slogan, the lema for today's event, we have a particular moment now when it's time, I think, to expand our opportunities, to build on those existing trade and investment relationships, and to use that as a springboard to broader enhancement of our relationships. Today is just one component, I think, of that expanding broader economic relationship between Ireland, Latin America and the Caribbean. You know, we have, in order to really enhance those relationships, invested in new embassies in Colombia and Chile in recent years, opened up regional offices for Central America and the Caribbean, and I think we have more to do. We've seen the establishment of new business chambers and networks, and I think that's really important, that private sector infrastructure which drives connections, which drives ideas, which drives business decisions, deals, and the next generation of relationships. And we've seen ministerial visits and trade-focused events in both directions, and it's great to have so many ministers from the Caribbean here today. I think to underpin that too, we've decided to invest in our cooperation on education, because well-educated workforces, good research, drive the kinds of investment that we all want, but also enable the kind of new generation ideas that will push the next generation of entrepreneurs forward. We've also introduced and expanded people-to-people programs such as working holiday agreements, scholarships, which we call fellowships, and a young leaders exchange, which is taking place this week. And I think there's so much more we can do, both as Ireland and Ireland as an EU member state, to drive these relationships forward. And I want to acknowledge in that it's not just a foreign ministry effort in Ireland, but something that involves a whole of government approach. All of the Irish government departments, our state agencies, are at your disposal, as well as our embassies. And really critical to this are businesses. It's the people who go out there, who hustle, who work hard to make the connections, to get the deals, to make the investments, who take risks. And I think we all know, as civil servants, as politicians, that those who hustle, who take the risks, generate the income that pays the wages that the rest of us depend on. So we owe it to you as businesses to do our best to make the next set of risks the best and most beneficial for you as ever. That's why we want to help you with the business networks, with chambers of commerce, of backing up with good studies, good academia, and all of that, and to really enhance those relationships and to build on those connections. So in advance, thank you very much. Let's work on those connections today. We have full details of the forum on the official programme, which is on the forum webpage, which is on ireland.ie. And we have a number of exciting panel discussions ahead and some VIP speakers, as Jude mentioned, and keynote addresses from our Tánaiste and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Micheál Martin, Minister Calleary, Minister Hackett, and as well as Minister Symmonds from Barbados and Minister Green of Antigua. And at the end of the day, we'd like to invite you up to the historical part of Dublin Castle. This isn't the historical part, you may have noticed. For some Irish hospitality with traditional music at a reception in the Portrait Gallery, just across the courtyard up there. And that'll be, I think, the final opportunity to work on those relationships and connections. So before we start our discussion, if you don't mind, I'd like to take just a couple of minutes for a few words from our Taoiseach, our Prime Minister, Leo Varadkar, who's going to join us by video now.
Buenos dias. Bom dia. I'm very pleased to welcome you to the inaugural Ireland, Latin America and Caribbean Business and Economic Forum. The links between our countries are built on solid foundations, spanning centuries of connections. I know that Irish names such as Brown, O'Higgins, Lynch and O'Leary are part of the foundation stories of many of your countries, and that's something we're very proud of. We want to build on those strong foundations to deepen and broaden our connections and bring our countries even closer together. To achieve this, last year the government published our first ever strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean. We've already strengthened Ireland's diplomatic footprint with new embassies in Chile and Colombia, an office in Central America, and most recently, an office for the Caribbean. And we want to go further. Today's forum will provide you with the opportunity to exchange perspectives on the huge potential for even greater trade and investment between Ireland and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Crucially, it's also a chance to build our people-to-people connections, to tap into new networks, to explore fresh opportunities, and foster our dynamic relationship, which I experienced firsthand when I visited Colombia and Chile last year. I've also made official visits to Mexico and Peru as a minister, and I'm really keen to visit the region again as Taoiseach. Of course, as a committed EU member state, Ireland is not just a vibrant market with a highly educated workforce, but also a gateway into the market of 450 million people, the European single market. Your discussions today will be of immense value to businesses on both sides of the Atlantic and is another important step towards a deeper and mutually beneficial relationship between our countries. Thank you very much. Gracias. Obrigado.
Thank you, Taoiseach. Taoiseach mentioned lots of Irish names. I'm very conscious that we are about to have the Honourable Kerrie Symmonds, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade from Barbados. Barbados is one of those places that has a lot of Irish names as well. Indeed, the Minister's first name, Kerrie, is very definitely an Irish name. But surnames such as, McCarthy, Dixon, Downey, O'Brien, and Fenty. You might have heard of a Barbadian or Bayesian lady called Fenty, Rihanna, who's quite famous, but has Irish origin as well. I think that they think her name came from Fenton. But anyway, we're very glad you have her, and we're very glad that you share her with us. But I think it's an example of those connections that we have, but also connections that we need to build upon and enhance. And really looking forward to your remarks, Minister Symmonds. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a great day. And to get us going, Minister Symmonds from Barbados. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Let me try that again. Let's try this in the Barbadian way, a warm Barbadian sunshine way. Good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be able to be here in Ireland. I want to begin Ruairí, by thanking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ireland for the excellent arrangements which they made, certainly for my delegation, and the hospitality that has been extended. I also want to thank Enterprise Ireland for the efforts that were put in yesterday. And even though I was not able to attend, I've gotten some excellent feedback about the opportunities which exist for business development across border. And I think it is a very useful initiative, and I want to begin by signaling my heartfelt appreciation for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I would want to pick up where Ruairí left off, because Barbados is largely privileged and I think thrilled to be party to this effort. It is an effort, it is an initiative which really aligns with the national development policy of Barbados. I want to make bold to suggest that it aligns with the developmental policy of the Caribbean community, that community of micro-states which we call CARICOM. There are 14 of us. And certainly it aligns with that which took place in Argentina in January of this year, when the 33 states of Latin America and the Caribbean came together in an important CELAC meeting. That is what that grouping is called. And the output of that meeting was really all about trying to generate growth and build relationships across borders in a way that perhaps we had not been paying close enough and sufficiently careful attention to in the past. I should say to you that it would be remiss of me while I'm here and in the presence of Mr. Ed Malloy not to recognize that Barbados has been, perhaps too timidly, but has been trying to do exactly what is being done now, which is to try to build the relationship with Ireland. And we have so much in common with Ireland. Ed, if you stand so everyone could recognize you, please. I hate to put you on the spot, but he has been, Ed has been our honorary consul here, our consul general, for in excess of 30 years, and has given a lifetime of service to this effort of building the bridge between Barbados and Ireland. And as I say that, I am mindful that his wife, Doriel, has been equally by his side as he has been doing that task. I don't just say these things because I'm standing here, but it is a determined effort that my country is making to build this bridge. Seated not too far away from Ed is our ambassador designate to Ireland, a former governor of the Central Bank of Barbados, Mr. Cleviston Haynes, and Clevie, if you'd be also good enough to stand. And Mr. Haynes, ladies and gentlemen, will be the first resident ambassador from any English-speaking CARICOM country, to the best of my knowledge, in Ireland. And that is a testimony to Barbados's determination to advance the work of building the relationship between us. 375 years ago, roughly 50,000 Irishmen and women would have been taken from this place against their will to the Caribbean, in many cases to Barbados. That history has been airbrushed, as the British are wont to do, on both sides of the pond. But the fact of the matter is that there is a deep-rooted relationship between Barbados and Ireland. and in this particular regard, that the purposes for which those people were moved were not necessarily the best. This gives us an opportunity to build a relationship afresh for the ideal purposes. Business-to-business contact, business-to-customer relationships, and business-to-customer contact is really what trade is about. Governments don't trade, but people do. And the fact of the matter is that, as I said before, it aligns extremely well with the ambitions that we have in the English-speaking Caribbean because we are very clear that we have to diversify our economies. We have, and Barbados is an example of that, we've all done pretty well with tourism. In Barbados' case, permit me to say, we may have done remarkably well. 40% of our economy, our gross domestic product, taken directly or indirectly, is as a result of tourism. I have been a former tourism minister myself, and I must tell you, it is not the hardest sell. I woke up this morning at about 5 or so, and I was freezing cold. And I looked at the app on my phone, and it told me it was 5 degrees outside. I arrived here yesterday in what would be a comparably warm 8-degree weather, and my app on my phone tells me that this time next week is going to be 1 degree in Ireland. It is not the most difficult proposition to try to convince somebody that 30 degrees next to the seaside in Barbados with some rum punch in your hand, and if you throw in a bikini or two, that this is, this is not something that you may prefer to be experiencing. But COVID taught us all in the Caribbean. It taught us all that we were perhaps becoming a little bit too complacent about our reliance on tourism, and that we had to seriously think about how we are going to diversify our economic base and how we are going to broaden the productivity, not only of Barbados, not only of St. Kitts, not only of Jamaica, but the entirety of the region. And that lesson was learned because of the fact that those small island states, microstates as I describe them, without exception, experienced double-digit decline when there was an international cessation of travel. Without exception, all of us experienced double-digit decline. In fact, we are among the 20 worst impacted states in the world as a result of COVID. And so therefore, it has forced us to go back to the drawing boards and to take a long, hard look at ourselves and to try to reposition our economies. I don't want to say that that which I am going to suggest to you now is as a direct result only of the COVID experience, but today it is said that 2 of the fastest growing economies in the world are to be found in the English-speaking Caribbean. First of all is Guyana, and clearly that is very closely related to their massive discovery of oil and gas reserves. And then in the case of Barbados, we are now growing at just under 5%, and that is a substantial and significant recovery from where we would have been, let us say, 10 years or so ago. But in terms of us all, we're looking at reforms. And there are reforms which, quite frankly, Rory, fit into the relationship that we're going to try to build with Ireland. So that there are some fundamentals, for example, the building out of a digitalized and digital economy, the delivery of our government's services across all of the countries digitally. And that really is a rollout that is taking place in every one of the countries of the English-speaking Caribbean. It is equally true to say that in the cases of Mexico, in the cases of several others in Latin America, there is also a need to digitize those economies. And when we spoke at CELAC in Argentina, one of the things we looked at was making sure that we could do waitlist trade, e-commerce between ourselves. Because again, as a community of states in Latin America, the Caribbean, we were characterized by the powers that colonized all of us as separate individual little entities. And we find it hard even today to be able to reach each other by sea because we just don't have that infrastructure as yet. So waitlist trade becomes a very important thing. But it is equally an area where Ireland has demonstrated success. It is an area where Ireland has started to lead the world in terms of digital economy and things that go with it, telecommunications, et cetera, et cetera. So that is an area where we are going, and it is an area where we believe we can find tremendous partnership. But to get to that stage of partnership, we've got to also develop the skills in our domestic spaces. That is a challenge certainly for the government of Barbados, and we are placing tremendous emphasis on the skills development related to the digitization of our economy. And again, we believe that we can look to Ireland in partnership there because that is a route that you have traveled well. In fact, even as I say that, I remember that after many, many years of difficulty with a company called Cable and Wireless, which was very English, along came an Irish company in the form of Digicel to lend us tremendous assistance to the recalibration of our sector. And that is still a company that is not only doing a lot of business in Barbados, but across the Caribbean and Latin America as well. International financial services is another area where we believe that we're going to be able to build significant partnerships. And indeed, one of the reasons why we have determined that we will use Ireland as a location for having a resident ambassador is because of the fact that alongside of perhaps Malta and Cyprus, Ireland really is the only other English-speaking member of the European Union. And therefore, it is a natural bridge for us to the European Union, to the OECD, to the economic regulatory powers of the North Atlantic, with which we want to be a close partner, and with whom we want to be a very responsive partner. And I say, just for the benefit of noting it, that as recently as last week, Tuesday, our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance went to our Parliament in order to align and realign our domestic tax policy with the internationally projected and accepted 15% standard. And we do that in order to make sure that we can continue to forge a way forward, which is completely in accordance with what is perceived now to be international best practices. Even as we do that, however, we maintain that there has to be a role played by multilateral institutions, such as the United Nations, on this difficult matter of international tax. And we would have voted in favor of that process a couple of days ago at the United Nations. So that while we want to be principal players, and we have really had to shift our goalposts domestically repeatedly as a result of the changes coming out of the OECD and the economic regulatory powers and what they require of us, the grey listing and the negative listing, etc. But we also feel that there must be a multilateral approach to taxation and to tax policy. And we feel that in doing so, in taking that road, we have to find relationships with countries who are similarly inclined and who have a similar multilateral perspective on development. I would say as well that part of where we are going, ladies and gentlemen, in the region is to recognize the importance of the use of our geographical location for logistics. In the case of Barbados specifically, Barbados sees itself as a logistical hub and a gateway to the world. We do not believe that being, and again, let me just be informed by history. 350 years ago, there was cargo, human cargo, coming from Africa, and the first stop would have been Barbados. The second stop would have been St. Lucia. The third stop would have been St. Vincent, and you continue to go up the island chain. But that was for the wrong purposes. We also believe that now it is quite possible to build relationships and have that logistical, because the geography hasn't changed. It is just the way in which we use the geography. And what we must now do is to be a logistical hub and a logistical gateway for the rest of the world. Just looking at Barbados, every day during this time of the year, we will have 6 or 7 flights leaving our island in order to come to the United Kingdom. Every day during this season, we're going to have 8 or so flights leaving our island going to the United States. Every day, we're going to have 2 or 3 going to Canada. The planes should not only be moving for the purposes of tourism. As I said, we've done that business and done it very well. But we also want to fill the belly of the aircraft with cargo. And so that we have repositioned our relationships now, and to say to Guyana next door, and we've already started to have the conversations with Brazil and Roraima in the north of Brazil. And just so that you understand the geography, Roraima is an hour's flight away from Bridgetown, Barbados, but 4 hours flight away from Sao Paulo. It is easier to get from the north of Brazil to Barbados than it is to get to Sao Paulo in Brazil. But the fact of the matter is that Roraima is where there is the agricultural production. So we are in the process of building out a food terminal in Barbados so that we can, for the first time, do the value added, taking the agricultural produce out of Guyana, the agricultural produce out of Roraima, the agricultural produce out of Suriname, all of those places in the south which are producing, and then we do the value added and the packaging, etc., in Barbados, and then we put them into the belly of the aircraft, and you get fresh Caribbean fruit in the European Union almost within the blink of an eye. On a daily basis, flights arriving. It is something that we perhaps could and should have done a long time ago, but as I said, we became victims of our own success with tourism, and we're becoming a wee bit too complacent. Partnership with an Ireland means a lot in that regard. And I want to say to you that we welcome and we relish the opportunities in terms of the diversification of the economic space. Again, it would be remiss of me not to point to the real revenue earner in the southern part of the Caribbean now, which is the oil and gas sector. And even though we, as a global community, we must move in the direction of energy, renewable energy, and reconsidering the way in which we are producing greenhouse gases and the emissions, etc., we cannot escape the fact that Guyana is projected to grow at 115% during the course of the next 5 years. And that related to that is a whole new range of industrial opportunity which will come out of the southern part of the Caribbean. Right next to Guyana, obviously, there is a Barbados, and we confidently expect that our relationship will continue to be such that Barbados will, as I said, become the logistical support instrument for Guyana as it emerges, because 5-10 years ago, Guyana was seen as a highly indebted poor country. But the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, that the renewable energy effort is part of what this is going to be about. In Ireland, I believe it is true to say that you are projecting to have, at a rate of 7% per year by the year 2030, a reduction in your greenhouse gas emissions. In Barbados, our ambitions are very similar to yours, but they exceed yours. We intend to be entirely fossil fuel free by the year 2030 as an economy. They are both very, very ambitious targets. But our region is open to investment, and that is the message I want to send to you. The Foreign Minister of St. Kitts is at the table, and he has been a 4-term Prime Minister in St. Kitts. And he will tell you as well that St. Kitts is also doing remarkable things in the energy sector. It is there that their geothermal energy efforts are reaping success, and very shortly St. Kitts will be an exporter of geothermal energy, I believe, to neighboring islands like Puerto Rico, etc. These are things that were unprecedented and unheard of, not even thought about 5 or 10 years ago. But we are now on the cusp of the delivery of these things. It means, therefore, that as a region, we are open to investment opportunities in a plurality of sectors, and the energy sector is one such opportunity. In Barbados's case, we have the most dense implementation of solar photovoltaics to be found anywhere in the hemisphere outside of the United States itself. But our ambitions are to take the technology to wind, to take the technology to hydrogen and to biomass, so that we are able to have a lot of resilience across the plurality of technologies which will be servicing the island. Again, we're open to investment in that regard. We feel also very strongly that there was a lesson to be learned in the region from the COVID experience with respect to our own ability to protect our people. While others produced vaccines, we were told to wait indefinitely. while others produced vaccines and treated to their domestic space as a first priority. In some cases, it was the only priority, and we were told, hold on and wait indefinitely. And we have said to others in the southern part of the world that this should never happen to us again. And so therefore, we've built a relationship now with the support of the European Investment Bank and with Rwanda, which is doing its own manufacturing process, to work with Guyana and Barbados so that for the first time we will be entering the space of pharmaceutical production. All of the regulatory work is now virtually completed, and we want to carve out a space not only for production purposes of pharmaceuticals at a significantly commercial level, but also for research, because there's much room for study to be done in areas which impact the Caribbean and impact Latin America. In both Latin America and the Caribbean, there are certain specifics of an ethnic and racial nature which create patterns that we have identified in terms of cancers, in terms of different pathologies which are affecting the people of the South, but which are not necessarily prioritized by the industrial powers of the North. And again, there's an abundance of room for that type of partnership in terms of investment. So you're speaking, Ireland, to a region that is not any longer inclined to come to the North Atlantic and simply say, what can you do to help us? You're speaking to a region that is prepared to come to the North Atlantic and sit at the table and try to approximate in terms of opportunities for investment across borders, investment both ways, opportunities for development in terms of scientific advancement and knowledge advancement, and opportunities for the human-to-human contact to take on a fresh dimension and a broad new image. I think that that is really what the world is requiring of us today. And I think that that is what the people of the North Atlantic, quite frankly, and the people of the South want to see today. And therefore, it is a useful thing to hear a voice in Europe and a government like yours in Europe speaking the language of development opportunity, speaking the language of opening its doors to market access for our businesses, speaking the language of a flow of investment both ways, speaking the language really of building a future for our peoples on both sides of the Atlantic in a way that was never conceived of before and hardly ever related to. And for our part, we are more than happy and more than willing to come to the table as equal partners and to shape a destiny which mankind can feel comfortable with. On that note, I will close by saying that I've remained silent on the issue of climate change. None of that which we speak about today will take place if we do not continue to keep our planet at the forefront of our thought and considerations. And again, in Ireland, we have found a very useful potential partner on this question of making the necessary steps and taking the necessary positions to protect the common heritage of mankind. And so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, this initiative aligns remarkably well with what we in Barbados see as the way forward, and certainly is part of the course of policy development that we want to have for ourselves. And I want to urge you to believe that this can only be improved upon if we do one thing, and that is simply make sure that we can institutionalize this new initiative so that if not every year, then at least every other year, whether it be in the Latin American part of the world, the Caribbean part of the world, or right here in Ireland, we are able to bring our business people and our policy leaders together to make sure that this does not fall off track and that it can stand out like a beacon in the night as a way forward for all countries. I want to thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Minister Symmonds. That was a really, I think, very interesting presentation. And I think it draws on some of the points that certainly appealed to me when I moved to Ireland, how it's part of the European Union, but a bridge to the Americas. And this position of being a small, open economy, which has done very well, which is growing very fast. I think there's a lot of synergies and a lot of lessons for other countries to share. And it sounds like, Barbados and other countries in the Caribbean are also enjoying fast growth, similar opportunities. There's a lot of alignment I can see, and I think it's very interesting that traditionally, I suppose the most outward-facing towards Latin America country in the European would be Spain or Portugal, the two countries. But Ireland is in a very unique position, and so that's why I think this is such an interesting initiative that's starting today. So to take that a little bit further forwards, now we're going to start with our first panel of the day. And I'm pleased to introduce our panelists. The title of this one is The Future of Our Economic Relations. And it's going to look at key trends and opportunities for trade, investment in Ireland and in the Latin America and the Caribbean. So, if I can introduce our speakers, the chair of our panel is Maeve van Heinitz. She's Ireland's ambassador to Mexico, but also, and I'll have to read this because it's a very, very long list, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Belize. So a very long list, a very broad understanding there of the region. So Maeve is going to chair the panel. We also have Ken Bowles, who is the finance director, the CFO of Smurfit Kappa packaging company, which has a very big footprint in Latin America. We have Ignacio Fernandez Ruiz, who is the Director General of ProChile, the investment promotion agency in Chile. Felipe Campos, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Avalon, the aircraft leasing company. Juliana Villega, who is the Vice President for Exports of ProColombia, which is the Colombian investment promotion agency. And finally, Siobhan O'Dwyer, who's the global head of marketing and public affairs at Irish building materials building company Kingspan. So welcome to everyone, and thank you very much. Have a great panel.
So many thanks, Jude, and good morning, everybody. It's great to see the room so full. As Jude mentioned, my name is Maeve van Heinitz. I'm the Irish ambassador to Mexico, Cuba, and the countries of Central America. And within the Department of Foreign Affairs, I also act as our regional coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's a great honour for me to chair this and moderate this opening panel of this morning's conference. I want to thank, in particular, Minister Symmonds for providing such an ambitious programme for the development of relations between Ireland and Barbados to start us off this morning. And it's really appropriate to be ambitious because the relationship between Ireland and Latin America in the economic sense is currently really productive. Our trade statistics have been trending very significantly upwards. In 2002, our merchandise trade, two-way merchandise trade between Ireland and Latin America reached €5 billion, which is a 40% increase in just 2018. So taking the pandemic out of it, still a 40% increase. In 2021, services trade in both directions had reached 5.6 billion, so bringing us to total trade of going up towards 11 billion euros a year. And there's still huge more potential to explore. At the same time, an increasing number of Irish companies across a whole range of sectors are choosing to invest and locate in Latin America, while Latin American and Caribbean companies and their institutions are looking to set up in Ireland. So for the next hour, we're going to explore some of the trends and opportunities in that relationship as it's going to develop in the next years. And I'm really pleased, as Jude said, to be joined by 5 people who are exceptionally well positioned to shed some insight on where that relationship is going. Just to mention at the beginning that I'll ask some questions first, but we then want to really have an open discussion with the audience. We want to hear your questions. You will see on your tables a QR code for the Slido question system. So if you scan that code in, or scan the QR code, then put in the the numerical code you have, you'll be able to put your questions up, and we'll take lots of them in the second half of the panel. But I have sitting here beside me, first of all, Ken Bowles, who is the Group Chief Financial Officer for Smurfit Kappa, one of Ireland's first investors in the Latin American region. Ken, I've heard you describe yourself before as a Smurfit Kappa lifer. You joined in 1994 and have had a number of different roles before taking on the position of Chief Financial Officer. I know you've worked all around the world with Smurfit Kappa, including in Latin America. So you're a great person maybe to ask at the beginning. We hear a lot right now about the trends of nearshoring and regionalisation. How do you think they're going to impact Latin America? And I suppose in that context, and in view also of the recent Smurfit Kappa deal with WestRock, where do you see Smurfit Kappa in Latin America in 10 years' time?
Sure. Morning, Maeve, and morning, everybody. I suppose for context, you know, our Latin American journey started in 1986 with 3 countries. We now operate in 13 countries with 16,000 people, and ever wishing to expand, as we have done recently into Peru. It's a region that's always been high growth, lots of excitement, the odd issue here and there, but that doesn't stop the journey. I think to your question, though, we've already seen nearshoring happening, right? I think when Tesla opens a plant in Monterrey, I think you know that nearshore is here. I think when you look at what's happened over the last couple of years, particularly around the FDI, you know, about 17 to 20% is coming from Europe back into, particularly Mexico, I think, and North America equally coming back in. And then but you have to ask why, and I think why is part of your, back to your stats about the pandemic, which is, you know, people got, okay, low wages, low costs in China worked well when supply chains operated well. When supply chains don't operate well, then you got to figure a different solution. And actually, places like Mexico, particularly along that Maquiladora border, offer real opportunity for high growth, high experience, engaged employees, talented workforce, to do that job and shorten the supply chain. Because I think what we've learned over the last number of years is supply chains will never be as long as they used to be because they can't afford to be. But nearshoring, particularly, I think you're seeing it come through Mexico, but there's no reason why that can't expand throughout the region. Will continue to be. But I think it's real and it's here, and we see it even in our own customer base. You know, we're picking up customers that would have been, you know, producing in China and exporting are now part of our kind of northern Mexico, particularly operations. So that's going to continue. In the context of WestRock, you know, quite simply, Smurfit WestRock will, and it's, to be honest with you, part of the proposition of the combination was the fact that alongside the North American business, which is quite large, we get 2 beautiful businesses in Brazil and Mexico. So this time next year, we will have doubled our size in both those countries. And again, they are countries that offer a ton of opportunity, ton of growth, with again, young, talented, educated workforces.
No, thanks, Ken, and it is fascinating. It's been fascinating for me sitting in Mexico City to see the expansion of Smurfit Kappa in the north of Mexico, and to see, even as you mentioned, Tesla, companies like Mergon from Castle Pollard in the car industry also coming into the country. But Ken, I know you also have responsibility within Smurfit for sustainability. What role do you see this playing in your operations in Latin America? And I guess I think it would be interesting for us to hear from you from both an environmental perspective, but also from a social perspective.
I suppose the reality is that we've been sustainable since 1934. Like our business model is to take post-consumer waste and make fresh product from it. I think when culturally there's a lot of conversation today about cultural relations and cultural connections. That the reality is that there's a deep connection to the land in Ireland, and there's a deep connection to the land all through Latin America. I don't think culturally we think differently about how we treat the environment. I think that's quite, Europe and Latin America quite similar in terms of their intent and views on how we should go about decarbonisation and fixing that problem. Clearly North America, Asia taking a different view on that, slightly behind, I'd argue, where we are. But our view is that, you know, we operate a circular economy business that should leave little or no impact on the environment. And that's what our product does. The reality is that our product will return to nature in the way it came. You know, we plant more trees than we take up. We recycle everything. We invest heavily to decarbonise the operations we're in. And sometimes people take a view that, you know, you might treat Latin America differently because of regulation and standard. And we don't do that. So we push the group to the highest standard possible. And I suppose the simplest example of that maybe is that in Cali, we will start up a multi-fuel boiler, a biomass boiler next year at an investment of about 100 million, but that will reduce carbon in that country alone by 250,000 tonnes. It's 6% of our total emissions. So our intent is quite clear, which is that we take a responsibility around the environment very seriously, but it's a group-wide approach. So it's not about predominantly Europe, because that's where regulation is. It's actually, there's a view around, the reality is that ecology, the land, double materiality, how you treat the environment fundamentally is important to our business model, because that's important. And that feeds into the social aspect. So we've equally, throughout our time in Latin America, we've operated through foundations, particularly I think our two biggest ones in Colombia and in Mexico. For example, our Colombian foundation, and particularly our school, El Caracole, probably has about 9,000 beneficiaries annually in terms of what it does. And I think we don't see our role as an organisation any different from the product than the people. I don't see how you can disconnect them in countries like in Latin America, where there is a real need to kind of connect the community back to what you do, because they're fundamentally intertwined. And that's why we see intergenerational families in our organisation. The grandfathers have been through, then sons of daughters and sons and daughters. And that's very powerful as an organisation. And kind of struck by Minister Symmonds' comments around COVID and how we treat people, we took that very seriously, because clearly our product was essential. So for our product to be essential meant we had to run. So that meant we had to help the community run, in the sense that we went back into the community in terms of care package, in terms of support and help. In Mexico, we set up our own kind of mini hospitals. We sent oxygen to people's homes so that the community was protected, not just our employees, because clearly there's an intertwining there. So we don't divorce our kind of social responsibility from our economic responsibility in that sense. We have a very simple maxim, which is, when we get to the end of our careers in Smurfit Kappa, you need to be able to look back at the factory gates and say, I've done some good. And that's not about the top line or the bottom line. That's a total view of how you've impacted the community, the environment, and indeed the health and safety of your workers.
No, thanks, Ken, and thanks for sharing that. And it's good also to hear both from the social side, but also the environmental side, some of those messages which chime very much, as you say, with what we heard from Minister Symmonds a little earlier. Ignacio Fernandez-Ruiz, I will go to you. You're the Director General of ProChile, the Chile Investment Agency, and we're really grateful for you for travelling all the way to Dublin for our conference this morning. Maybe I can start by asking you to tell us a little bit about what the objectives of ProChile are.
Yes, and thank you so much for inviting me. It's such an honor being here in this event, which is very important for the relationship between Ireland and Latin America. Yes, ProChile is a governmental institution in charge of promoting goods and services abroad. In doing so, essentially what we do is trying to match the national offer with international demand. We have an office in every region of Chile. Chile has 16 regions, so we have an office in every region in Chile. And those offices, what we do is scouting the best of our offer. And we also have 54 offices around the world. We have here, we have Nicolas Poblete. He's somewhere about here, there. He's the person in charge of Dublin. And we also have 54 offices around the world, and those offices tell us which is the international demand. So what we try to do is put together those two aspects. And regarding nearshoring, Chile is quite far away from the world, if you want. So to get into the nearshoring, what we do is we have an international framework. Probably Chile is the country which has more free trade agreements with the world. We have more than 30 free trade agreements with 65 economies around the world. We reach 5 billion people with preferential treatment from Chile, and maybe 88% of the GDP in the world. So with this network of free trade agreements, Chile is a good platform for countries to come to Chile, and from Chile to do business in Latin America, in Asia Pacific. We are part of APEC, we are part of CPTPP. That is the largest trade agreement in the Asia Pacific region. So what we do is try to utilize our framework, international framework, in order to put our services and our products abroad.
Great, thanks, Ignacio. So with that number of trade agreements and with the work that your colleagues throughout ProChile are doing, what have you decided are the main opportunities for trade and investment between Ireland and Chile?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers, just as the number, then we have to go to the details and double-click in some of the areas. If you look at the numbers and you see what Chile exports to the world and what Ireland imports from the world, you have interesting cases. I mean, let me take wine, the wine industry as an example. And before that, actually, we have a wine testing outside. I mean, we brought 5 vineyards from the south of Chile, the Itata Valley. They are led by women, so we're very proud of that. And please try that after this conference. It's going to be very good wine from the south of Chile. It's a unique wine because it's just a little advice. This wine comes from back in the history. This is the grape that the Spanish conquerors brought to Chile during the conquering back in the 16th century. So please go there and taste that wines. But this is the end of the advice. Then. But going to the wine industry, Ireland imports a lot of wine from the world. Chile exports a lot of wine from to the world, like more than $2,000 million. And we are the best provider of wine, not the best, yeah, I think the best, but also the largest provider of wine in the island, you know? So that sector is a good match. We export a lot, you import a lot, we're matching. But there are many sectors that, even though we export a lot of those products and you import a lot of those products, we're not doing the match. For example, in seafood, salmon, we export more than maybe $6,000 million annually of salmon to the world, to Europe, but you're not importing salmon from Chile. You know, for some reason, you have to do those matches. In services area, I was talking to, I don't know, in the morning we were talking about the services. You're importing a lot of services from the world. We are exporting a lot of service, animation, financial services, IT, to the world, to Latin America, to Europe, but you're not importing from Chile. You're importing maybe $3 million or $5 million. So there are a lot to do there. In forestry, for example, you're an expert in forestry. We are exporting a lot of forest product, let's say, of course, wood, but also small pieces of wood to do constructions, also industrial pellets. You're importing industrial pellets from Russia, from America, but not from Chile. So we have to do those matching, and probably this kind of event are very important to find those ways.
Great, thanks, Ignacio. And the key information for everybody is that the first break is going to be at about 10 to 11. So that's when you can plan to start the wine tasting.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to pass now to Felipe Campos, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the aircraft leasing giant Avolon. Felipe, I love your biography because you're a naval engineer by training. You told me you then got bitten by a travel bug and decided to go into aviation. You first looked after all the Latin American operations for Avolon in your hometown of Sao Paulo. But 2 years ago, you packed up and brought your wife and kids here to Dublin to take on the role as Chief Technical Officer before last year becoming Chief Operating Officer. Felipe, Avolon, I mean, it's incredible given the size of the company now, but it was founded in just 2010, and Latin America was at the center of its business model from the beginning. Can you maybe start by telling us a little bit about that history and about the focus of Latin America in the business?
Yeah, thank you. So it's great to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So I joined Avolon in 2016. Avolon was founded in 2010. So we basically lease aircraft to all the airlines that we can in the world. So we have 13% of our aircraft in Latin America. Leasing, I'm not sure everyone understands what that is, but basically it's the company that is in between the banks and the airlines when a bank doesn't want to give money to an airline because the risk of the airline is probably too high for them, then the leasing company step in and arbitrage that risk, basically. So leasing was created in Ireland. This is back on the 80s. The original company was called Guinness Peat Aviation. So that's why there's this strong connection of leasing with Ireland. And Latin America, for us in Avolon, was always key because one of the founders, the original founders of the company, Donald Slattery, his first dealings in GPA were in Latin America. So he was in Brazil in the beginning. So I think that created a bond between him and Brazil, and then fast forward that to when he created his second leasing company, which was Avalon, after RBS, which then became SMBC today. We created a huge connection to Latin America, so I was then hired and expanded the relationships there. So even though Avalon only has like 15% of the fleet in Latin America today, in the early days it was 60 to 70%, and then Latin America was crucial for our development. So it's different, the trade is different here because we basically have aircraft with the airlines. We don't have huge offices there, but we have a lot of presence there. 46% of the aircraft that are flying in Latin America today are leased, not by us, of course, by all the lessors, but the market has increased drastically over the last years, and the main airlines in Latin America are pretty much leasing everything that they can lately after the COVID situation. So we are supplying aircraft to them, and hopefully you have flown in a couple of our aircraft lately. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Philippe. I also wanted to ask you about innovation in Avalon and how your operations in Latin America and your business and operation contribute to this. So I think you're well placed as a former Chief Technical Officer, maybe to tell us a little bit about the fascinating eVTOL project that you have in Brazil and what you think it means for both the future of Avalon and the future of aviation.
And the connections of Latin America, I'd say. So, look, there's this need to go to a sustainable future in aviation. Even though the carbon that is produced by aviation is a really small percentage of the world consumption, so less than 3%, it's something that the aviation is always looking at. And we in Avalon, not being the operators, tried to understand where we could actually play a role in it. So over the years, we invested in different studies. So we're currently investing in sustainable aviation SAF fuel, and we're working with that with Irish companies, with other companies. But one thing that we decided a couple of years ago was to actually go to the electric aircraft. So a number of electric aircraft are being developed in the world, and we have invested heavily in one that is called Vertical. So these aircraft, this company produces what we call eVTOLs. eVTOLs are electrical, vertical, takeoff and landing aircraft. So if you remember the Jetsons in the past, I think those are more or less the aircraft that we used to see in that cartoon. So it's really interesting. So a pilot plus 4 passengers, fully electric, rotors that actually fly the aircraft vertically, and then they turn and they fly to wherever they need to go. So it doesn't, at this stage, it doesn't really replaces big size aircraft like the ones that you fly here, but it replaces their helicopters. So it's, for now, they are 100 times more silent. They are 100 times more safe due to the amount of rotors that you find. So, and the operational costs are going to be between 50 and 80% cheaper than the typical helicopter. So, and then this is all very exciting, and how do we do that? So we decided to actually commit to buy 500 aircraft, not produced yet. The aircraft are hopefully going to be flying in 2026. And Gol, and the Brazilian airline, was the first airline to actually partner with us, agreeing to invest on 150 plus 100. So we bought 500, and a couple of weeks after we bought 500, we had committed 250 with Go. So, and then we had American Airlines, Virgin, AirAsia, JAL in Japan. So a number of airlines committed. We actually oversold 500 aircraft in, I think, less than 6 months. We sold 550, so we now have options to buy more. This is not yet fully fledged and fully developed, but what we're doing now with Go and other airlines is not to actually get to the same place where we were with other aircraft, where we just lease the aircraft, get the money, and they do whatever they want. We are actually working with them to develop different type of relationships, partnerships, joint ventures, because the countries are not well developed for none of the countries, not only in Latin America, to actually take these aircraft So they need to be charged, they need airports, they need landing points, and this is something that we are developing not only with Go, but with other airlines in the world, but this is being really led by Go in Brazil. So I think this is a good example of partnership that we have with one of the Latin American countries, and this is hopefully going to be reality in the near term. So other suppliers are there. I know that Embraer, for instance, in Brazil, they have EV, and there are many others competitors in the space. So I'm not really sure that Vertical, the one that we're backing, is going to be the one that we're going to be seeing in the future, but I am sure that it's going to be part of what we're going to be seeing in the ecosystem of these aircraft in the future. And it looks futuristic, but I'm sure that before 2030, we will all have flown in one of these aircraft, which is very amazing to see. So,
no, thanks, Philippe. It definitely sounds amazing and very Jetson-like.
Yeah.
Just a reminder that while you're waiting for the Jetsons to become reality, that Slido, the electronic question answering system, does exist, so you can put any questions you want in there. Juliana, I'm going to move to you. You're the Vice President for Exports in ProColombia, where you've been for nearly 2 decades. You've served in both China and in Peru, as well as headquarters, so you've very much a global perspective on it. As you're well aware, Ireland and Colombia have long-standing economic links, and in fact, when we were preparing for this panel, I learned from Ken that the IFSC was used as a model for free trade zones in Colombia when they were being developed. As you know, in recent years with Colombia as well as with Chile, we've been intensifying our government-to-government relations, and Colombia has opened an embassy in Dublin. In 2019, we opened in both Santiago and in Bogota. So against this background of intensified relations, what is ProColombia hoping to achieve in Ireland?
Well, good morning, everybody. Buenos dias, bon dia. Thank you for having ProColombia here. Well, I think for ProColombia is, very, very good news to see how we have built this very strong, I think, extraordinary collaboration between the two countries in both sides of the Atlantic. And after these maybe 20 years of strong collaboration, we've seen in the last 4 years how everything has been, accelerated by different actions and all these values we share, experiences related to peace, for example. We have common things and common values that we have, to take advantage of. We have been, observing all these things happening, all these high-level visits that we've had, especially last year. We had, after 20 years, for the first time, our foreign relations minister visiting Ireland in 2022. We had also the Prime Minister of Ireland visiting Colombia in my wedding anniversary, St. Patrick's Day. That's a great date to go to Colombia last year. Also, our Vice President and Foreign Relations Minister, Ms. Ramirez, was also here. So opening our embassies, Colombia's in Ireland in 2018 and Irish Embassy in Bogota in 2019, would be a great message for the public sector, of course, but also for the private sector. Our associations, companies, seeing that there's a path that they could, go through, and helping us strengthening this relationship is only positive. So we found common places which we should go together, messages from both governments that are, direct and clear, and a private sector that is coming with us, the Irish private sector, amazing companies such as Smurfit Kappa, of course, that have believed in Colombia, and Colombian companies also believing in this market. So ProColombia is there for these companies, these associations, and of course having this amazing link with the government of Ireland and of Colombia too.
No, thanks, Juliana. And as you said, Smurfit Kappa is, I think, the largest Irish investor in Colombia. But for other Irish companies who want to follow in their footsteps, what do you see as the main opportunities for them in Colombia? And are there opportunities in investment or in procurement?
Yes, of course. I think, first of all, we've seen a great behavior last year in non-mining exports. That's what ProColombia actively promotes as ProChile. So last year we grew around 70% our non-mining exports to Ireland. We still have a very big percentage of mining exports there. We have around $242 million of Colombian exports to Ireland. And a very, very small percentage is non-mining and added value exports. So we have to really work on that. That means also that we have great opportunities. Of course, Colombian coffee, the best of the world. Then we have also a great chance in chocolate. We are part of the 5% of the world producers of fine cocoa in the world. So I think we could be the best suppliers of cocoa, of chocolate, of course, for Ireland. We also have amazing opportunities in the fashion industry. We have great designers. And we also have opportunities in the decoration sectors. You have great hotels, great buildings, offices everywhere, and Colombia would like to be part of this amazing decoration you have in Ireland. When you talk about investment, I think Smurfit Kappa is a great example of nearshoring, friendshoring, powershoring. We've used so many words and terms for that, but the truth is that Colombia is an amazing exports platform. So, sorry for taking this amazing example here, but after this investment, Colombia has been able to export, last year, more than $32 million only of your product from Smurfit Kappa to Ecuador, to El Salvador, Puerto Rico, Chile, the United States, Venezuela. So we are that bridge, when you talk about the relationship between Colombia and Ireland, we are, part of the Atlantic, amazing. But then when you talk about the Americas, we have amazing advantages. We don't have to pay tariffs in around 90% of the countries of the Americas. So that's an amazing exports platform, and that's a big opportunity. And now the government has a bet on energy transition. So we also have Irish companies investing in clean energies. That's a great opportunity we have to strengthen, and we have to talk about that much more than we're doing now. Sustainability has to be part of what we're doing, and that includes, of course, tourism. So we don't have a direct flight with Latin America and Ireland still, but we are growing more than 40% a year Irish visitors to Colombia. So last year we had more than 4,000 Irish going to Colombia, and we hope that growing rate is the common thing to happen year by year. So the opportunities are there in goods and services. We have also great chances of investors in technology. That's also happening. Colombia is a powerhouse when you talk about outsourcing services. So you're all very welcome to Colombia. It's a country of beauty, and I really invite you all to see it with your own eyes. And we really would like to complement this amazing economy with Colombian goods and services And I'm sure that working together in places like this, events like this kind of conversations, everybody will be benefited from this strong relationship. So thank you very much, and I hope we can keep seeing these amazing figures and growing data for both countries.
No, great. Thanks, Juliana. It's really fascinating to hear the number of different sectors that are there. Though I have to say, between Chilean wine and Colombian chocolate, it's like somebody knew me when they were putting this panel together.
And coffee too.
And the coffee too.
And don't forget the flower sector.
Yeah.
And olive oil from
And
Chile.
you're part of the flower exports, of course.
We can do a large list. I mean,
All bases covered.
All bases covered. Flowers, design, chocolate, chili, or Chilean wine, and coffee, and clean energy. Siobhan, you are the Global Marketing and Public Affairs Manager for Kingspan, which is, of course, the Irish construction industry company, which was famously founded in the backyard of a pub in Kingscourt, County Cavan in 1965. Kingscourt is where I had my first ever job, so I feel a particular connection. But you've now grown to a company of more than 22,000 employees in 70 countries around the world. You yourself have been with Kingspan for more than 8 years, having previously worked with both Nualite and 360. But of the three companies on the panel, Kingspan is the latest entrant to the Latin American market. Can you tell us a little bit about the company's decision to enter the market and what strategies you've been trying to adopt to be successful there?
Absolutely. And first of all, just to say it's an absolute honour and a privilege to be here, so thank you for the invitation. I'm just going to give you 30 seconds on Kingspan, because that'll just give you a little bit of context on the construction industry, and then I'll explain what has been a very, very successful partnership, and it is more of a partnership than anything else in Latin America. So to give you a brief overview of Kingspan, as Maeve said, founded in 1965 by the father of the current CEO. So Eugene Murta founded. Gene Murta is the current CEO. He took over 15 years ago at the age of 35 and has grown the business phenomenally since then. We today, as Maeve said, 22,000 people, about 8 billion euro revenue this year, and we are organised around 5 different operating divisions. So the backbone of the business is insulation products of different types. So fundamentally, the business is all about energy efficiency in buildings. Sustainability is literally in the DNA of the business. In more recent years, we've expanded into other parts of the building envelope. So we have natural daylighting and ventilation products. We have sustainable water management, which we see as a huge opportunity, obviously, in Latin America. And we have integrated PV solutions, among many, many others. We also have a business that is very focused on the data centre sector. So the business has expanded quite a bit. And it's worth just mentioning, before I again explain the Latin America piece for us, it's worth explaining that the construction industry is very, very localised. So it's driven very much by local building regulations, local ways of building. So you'll know yourselves as you move around the world, buildings look different from country to country. They're built with different materials, built in different ways. And the skill set in countries will be quite different. So for us, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We don't have a model that we drop into different markets or geographies. It's just not the way we work at all. We're the opposite of that. So instead of, acquiring businesses and, squeezing them and driving them, we acquire businesses or invest in businesses and we back them. It's a very different type of model. So in Latin America, we started actually in Mexico. It's all been through either acquisition or joint venture in Latin America. We entered Brazil, which is the biggest market there for us, in 2017 through a joint venture with a company called Isoeste, an absolutely fabulous company. And since then, we've grown in I suppose, 2 key ways. So one is by adding capacity into Brazil. So we've built new greenfield sites. I was chatting about this over dinner last night. We have a fabulous new facility in Cambuí. And we also acquired into Colombia, Uruguay, I should say, and we're currently looking at Paraguay and Chile. So we're very actively hunting in those 2 countries at the moment. And the Brazilian business is now the largest business in terms of our core product, which is insulated panels. It's also the fastest growing business we have in the whole world. in that product category. And, you know, that's kind of the mechanics of how we've done it. But I think the real story actually is, it's a cultural connection. It's a story of entrepreneurship. So we were lucky enough through our joint venture in Isa Oeste to find a very like-minded business. Irish people are entrepreneurs by nature. You know, it's a small country. We've had to be very agile. We have to be very entrepreneurial. We're all over the world looking to grow our businesses. And we found that same spirit actually in Brazil, in the Isa Oeste business. Highly entrepreneurial, very ambitious, very hungry business. And that's really been the secret to the success there. And what they have done is they have reached into the Kingspan universe and they have looked all around and they have used it like an a la carte menu, and they've chosen the solutions that they think will work well in the Latin American markets and have brought them in. And I would say their approach is a fail-fast approach. They just take in, you know, different products and solutions, try them, you know, they'll either work or they don't work, and then that's how they've grown the business. So it's been a real story of entrepreneurship. And I would say, just final point on that, we actually bring the CEO of that business, Micheál, who was the original CEO of the Isa Oeste business. He's now the director of the LATAM business, and we bring him in regularly actually to talk to our Kingspan people around the world on that exact topic, because it's been tough. It's not an easy place to do business. It's very volatile. There are ups and downs. There are huge political changes, as we all know. But through all of that, they have just kept growing and growing and growing and growing. And they've done it because of their mindset. And their motto there is, the lion is the symbol of the Kingspan brand. And their motto is, lions don't have refrigerators, i.e. we have to hunt for our meat. So that's the motto of the business. So that's how we've done it.
Thanks, Siobhan. That's quite a motto that you have there. You talked a little bit in the beginning about sustainability being in the DNA of Kingspan, and I know it's something that you've worked on for many years. How do you see that growing in your Latin American businesses into the future?
Yeah, well, I'm personally passionate about sustainability. That's why I'm with Kingspan. That's why I love, one of the many reasons why I love being in Kingspan so much. It is literally what we do every day of the week. Every day we get up and we make products for sustainable buildings. So I don't know how many people know this, but Philippe, you referred to aviation being only 3% of, or less than 3% of global carbon emissions, which a lot of people don't understand. There's a lot of focus on air travel. Actually, the built environment is almost 40% of all energy-related carbon emissions. It's a huge, huge emitter of carbon. And not only is it an emitter of carbon, it's also a huge consumer of the Earth's resources. So about 30% of everything that comes out of the ground every year is used in buildings and construction. And between 30 and 60%, hard to know exactly, but they're the figures that get thrown around, of all waste that goes to landfill is coming from the construction industry. So it's an industry that has a huge, unfortunately, negative environmental impact at the moment. And if we get it right, it can have an enormous benefit. So for us, we see sustainability in Kingspan in two ways. We look at it in terms of the impact of our business operations, and then we look at it in terms of the products that go into more sustainable buildings, and we're approaching it in those two ways. We have a Planet Passionate 10-year sustainability programme with a number of targets, two of which are particularly notable. One is to take 90% of absolute carbon out of our manufacturing operations by 2030. That's an absolute carbon emission reduction, only 10% offsets, because we think we can't get rid of the rest. And we are targeting a 50% reduction in carbon intensity in our supply chain. So those are two enormous targets that we're all kind of driving towards, including our businesses in Latin America. So in terms of the way we run our business, you know, we take that same approach in Latin America. We do it with all our businesses. I would say on the product side and the building side, it's a bit different. So what we see is, in terms of the construction industry, there are a small number of big drivers at the minute. So there's the drive for more energy efficient buildings, and we're kind of there in Europe actually for new builds. There's not that much more runway really left. So in Europe, the policy focus would be on reducing the carbon footprint of products in buildings and also dealing with the end-of-life waste issue. That's what's being focused on in Europe. With Latin America, the market is at an earlier stage in terms of its building regulations. So we're not seeing those kind of big sustainability drivers just yet in Latin America. It is coming. So what we see around the world basically is it moves in a wave, with Europe typically pioneering and leading the way in terms of sustainability in buildings, and then other markets are following through. So we would expect to see energy efficiency will probably be the first focus in Latin America, and then we'll move on to broader decarbonisation, but it's not really there quite yet. And it is worth mentioning that building, in the construction industry anyway, building regulations drives behaviour more than anything else, really. It's absolutely essential. People won't do it on their own in the building industry. That's really where it's at.
Oh, thanks, Siobhan. It's really very interesting how it's going to develop in both of our regions. Juliana, I might come back to you. But just a quick reminder to everybody, you can put any questions you want into the Slido system. But Juliana, as you know, Ireland is a proud member of the European Union. We're in fact this year celebrating 50 years of EU membership. For you as pro-Colombia, when you look at Ireland, is our European Union membership important? And maybe on the flip side of that, when you think about your home region, how do you see regional economic development going in Latin America?
Well, for us, it's really important. We have an agreement with the European Union. We've had it for 10 years. This November is our 10th anniversary. And it's one of the most important regions for our non-mining exports. When you take a look at the top 10 destinations of our non-mining exports, you have there countries like the Netherlands, Belgium, because there are hubs for coffee, flowers, and this kind of exports. But we see also Ireland as a very important gate to this part of the world, especially for small, medium enterprises, which is part of the main, issue we have in Ireland and Colombia when you talk about production and when you talk about the economy. So having this region with trade preferences for us is very important, because that's how you get more competitive, is a very attractive market. Population here has, you pay for these stories when you add value to your products. This is a market that, is more educated and is willing to experience and know more when it comes to consumption and, when you talk about certification, sustainability. So for Colombia, getting here in a very strong way is very important. So this 10 years of the agreement we have, I think, is a very important foundation, but we can't stop there. We have to keep working in the opportunities we have. And Colombia in the region, I think, would be that bridge we were talking about before, in the Americas, of course, and also between Europe and the Americas, because we're growing, we're a stable country. Our GDP grew more than 7% last year. The forecast for this year would be also positive, not like Guyana, but we hope to grow at around 2%, our GDP this year. We have more than 50 million people in Colombia. Our consumption is also very attractive for any foreign direct investor. So I think the message there is also very clear and positive. We think about the long term. We know that Colombia is a powerhouse. We are one of the biggest economies of the region. When it comes to population, we're also one of the biggest countries in the Americas. So we have a very important part to play, Ireland and Colombia. And especially when we talk about SMEs, I think we're doing a great job. It's not enough. We have to keep working for the SMEs. Actually, we have a very important event in December this year. We're going to host the Ibero-American Forum for SMEs. That's this number 6th forum, and you're all very welcome to Medellin. We're going to be there the 11th and 12th of December, and you're going to have there more than 600 SMEs talking about these kind of topics. So I'm sure Ireland has a lot to talk about there.
Wow, thanks, Juliana. That's a great invitation.
Yeah.
Ken, I might come back to you for a minute. I was struck that Siobhan spoke about the experience of working with their manager in Brazil and what he's been able to bring into the company as a whole. For Smurfit Kappa, how does Latin America fit into the so-called global talent search that's going on at the moment? What's been your experience?
It's always featured. I mean, the reality is that the war for talent is real, but the war for talent has always been there. It's probably more acutely felt now. But we've always kind of had a cultural relationship that says that the best blend you get is when you put two cultures together, not when one takes over another. So if you go back, the previous CEO of our European operations was Colombian. The head office at the moment has some colleagues from our Mexican office in there, actually a married couple who came over together. Over time, we've kind of cycled people through the office, gone kind of 2-year stints to kind of get them a view of the operations here in Europe. And equally, we've sent colleagues over there to kind of learn and bring back. And so, but what you're seeing is that some of these relationships started 20 years ago. So the colleagues that I would have started with 30 years ago are now becoming senior parts of the organization. So they not only understand the Latin American environment which they grew up in fundamentally, but they also have a kind of a group view, which is important because you're also trying to shrink kind of 6,000 kilometers of control and command here, which is people in, whether it's Colombia, Argentina, Chile, Brazil, need to understand what the people in Dublin mean, even if we speak too fast and they can't understand the accent sometimes. They need to kind of get the message. And sometimes it's that kind of, if you've seen the rest of the world, and Smurfit Kappa, you do get a chance to see a lot of the world, you kind of bridge that gap down to something very, very small. And so it comes back to that concept of the small family of 48,000 people, which we sort of are. But no, we've always had that idea, and I think I was talking to Ignacio earlier, when Venezuela kind of had to leave our portfolio of families because of the actions of the government there, we managed to get about 1,500 of our people out of Venezuela. So we created a program to kind of get them to a safe place, and most of those people have kind of stayed within our business. So that talent pipeline you can see all through Latin America and through Europe. So it sort of goes back to the social context, but equally, the war for talent is there. You'd be silly to ignore it on a regional basis. And I think the one thing you will find, though, different than Europe, completely different than Europe, it's a very mobile population. But the reality is that Latin America has a young mobile population that will travel for opportunity, where Europeans tend not to. I mean, if you're in northern France, you're unlikely to want to move to the next town for a job. It's just not in your DNA. Whereas it's in the DNA of Latin America to move and be mobile.
Well, I think that brings us nicely to a Latin American man who has moved and been mobile and also speaks English with a lovely Irish twang. Philippe, I have a number of questions from the audience, either specifically for you or I think you're the appropriate person to answer. The first is, there is somebody asking you what you see as the main difference between innovating in Brazil and in Ireland. And there was a question which has disappeared now but was there earlier, but maybe I'll put to you about what you see as the prospects for air links between Ireland and Latin America.
So the second one?
For an direct air flight.
Oh, yeah. I'll start with that because that's the most difficult one. So I am one of the clearly persons that are most interested in that because I go back to São Paulo all the time and I would love a direct flight. So yesterday this was the topic of the dinner. So I think what we're doing here has to be an incentive for a flight. The number of Brazilians that are around, you hear Portuguese in Dublin all the time. So I think, that has to come at a certain point, hopefully in the near term. I've been dealing with all the airlines in Latin America in general for the last 8 years, and I always pose that question. But look, it's an economic decision. They have other destinations that they feel are more profitable, and they keep flying there. So the situation now is that the world needs aircraft now after COVID. So we had an absence of approximately 3,000 aircraft that were not produced during the period of the COVID. So now we are going back up. I mean, there's a lot of demand, but there's not enough aircraft. And that's why the tickets are so expensive wherever you go. And that basically actually puts this on hold for a while. So when it comes to me, I'll keep trying, and I think we all should, because I genuinely believe that if there were a flight direct, this flight would make a fortune. So I think that's the best response that I can give for that. And the first one was
on innovation, differences in innovation between Ireland and Brazil.
Oh yeah, not only Brazil, I think, so between Ireland and I think other countries where I lived or where I dealt in Latin America. So I think it seems to me that it's easier here to actually get something over the line or get something approved or get an agreement to do something or to innovate or get support from the government. So when you go to the countries of Latin America in general, so when you want to innovate or you want participation or support, it just takes more time and it's a little bit more cumbersome than I see happening here. So like talking about SAF projects, so you start a project and then you present, and then fast forward like 6 months, the minister is in the office talking about the program and how we should push the government towards execution of that. So I never saw that in Brazil or Chile or in Colombia or in Mexico, countries that I had more proximity and trying to develop these things with the airlines. So I think those are, I would say, the main differences. I'm not an expert in all the countries, but from working with the airlines over the years, I think speed, basically, and proximity are the things that actually come to mind. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Philippe. I might come back to you, Ignacio, on the same topic of innovation. How do you see innovation in Chile, and what opportunities are there for Ireland and Irish companies to benefit from it?
Yeah, if I may, I would take something that he said before regarding the flights and stuff. I mean, in terms of international trade, I think logistics is maybe 90% of the stuff, you know. So not only with the flights, but also we have to do an effort in order to make all the logistics easier for our companies, you know, in terms of port, in terms of paperless trade. Now, because of Brexit, you have a very innovative system with the UK. Maybe we can apply some of those systems into Latin America. If we can make especially for our small and medium enterprises, easier the logistic in terms of all the paperwork, I mean, the trade, believe me, is gonna grow strongly. So we have to do that effort if we want to see in 10 more years a strong relationship between Ireland and Latin America. But going to innovation, I have a lot of things to say. I'm not sure that my English now let me say it properly. But yes, I mean, in Chile we have a lot of things happening in innovation. We are, as you probably know, we are an export-oriented country. We are a very small country in the end of the world, so we need international trade in order to survive as a country. You know, we need that revenues that the international trade give us, and we've developed some industries like mining, like forestry, like fishing, like that kind of industries that we are very, very strong internationally. The wine industry, and we have a lot of suppliers. Companies that provide services or goods to that industry that are doing a lot of innovation. Let's say in fishing farming, for example, all the stuff related to lighting for those farming is developed by Chilean companies, small companies. All the stuff related to veterinary and medical stuff for the fishing is made by Chilean companies. In terms of agriculture, I mean, all the logistics, I mean, we put cherries in China, fresh cherries in China in this season, like $2,000 million every year, and all the frozen logistic and all the packaging is made by Chilean companies. So there is a lot of innovation related to exports that I urge you guys to look at and to see what's going on in Chile in that area. We also have a scheme called Startup Chile. It's been working for the last 10 years. We've been working with more than 1,600 companies from 85 countries. And the idea of that scheme is to bring into Chile innovative entrepreneurs in order to develop their ideas in Chile and to introduce them the Chilean ecosystem. You can apply to those programs in the website and Nicolas is going to give you all the details, and that's very important. And also, we are doing a program or scheme called Go Global. We support Chilean companies to go outside and do some landscape in different countries, in Colombia, in Peru, in the United States, and also in Europe. I'm not sure Ireland is there, but I think Ireland should be there. What we do is put our companies, our entrepreneurs and innovative companies in contact with the ecosystem of those countries. We put them for 1 or 2 months there in order for them to know what's going on there, make contacts, do networking, and probably stay there and develop an idea there. So we're doing a lot of innovation, and I think we can do something together there.
Oh, thanks, Ignacio. And I know that both pro-Chile and pro-Colombia, as well as the other Latin American embassies here, have stands out in the area to your right when you go through the doors. So during the upcoming break, you've been able to chat to people there. We're going to be wrapping up the panel in a minute, so I'm just going to do two last questions quickly. To Siobhan first, you're 5-6 years now in Latin America. Where do you think Kingspan will be in 10 years' time in Latin America?
Oh, well, the plan right now is to double the business at a minimum in the next 5 years. So we don't set those kind of long-term plans. We tend to set shorter-term plans that we're all going to be around for. But yeah, very, very ambitious growth plans there. Could I make one comment on innovation?
Yes,
if I could.
Please.
One comment I wanted to make is, at a product level in Kingspan, we probably run a bit of the innovation from the centre. So I won't comment on the product level. I think digitalisation is where it's at. So for us, what we have noticed is actually our business in Brazil is ahead of a lot of our other businesses around the world in terms of digitalisation. And for me, I think digitalisation is absolutely the future, particularly if I look at construction. And I think really all of us have to be focusing on making everybody, really proficient in digitalisation. And there's a great connection again between Ireland and these parts of the world. That's just an observation I wanted to make. Sorry, I think I cut into your question.
Do you want to show us the shirt?
Oh yeah, this is.
Brought before.
I forgot to show you this. So this is something. We talked about the cultural connection and the kind of, I would say, the kind of heart of the business. In Brazil and Ireland, and the construction industry is very, very traditional. And I just wanted to show you this because I'll tell a full story. I was actually sitting in my garden having a glass of wine one Friday evening with my husband. This is
Chilean
in September.
Wine, I hope.
Hopefully, maybe. Yeah. And I got a message in from the marketing director of our Kingspan Isoeste business in Brazil, and he said, "I've been chatting to him a week before. This is classic Brazilian business style that we find. I literally talked to him a week before and said, 'Hey, Siegfried, why don't we look at doing something in Brazil on the sports side to build the brand?' And on Friday evening, I get a WhatsApp message saying, 'Hey, Siobhan, what do you think about sponsoring the women's soccer team, the Corinthians team, for the finals, which were happening on Sunday?' So of course, then I was right into my phone, reading all about it. It looked so exciting. So we sponsored them, and I can honestly say it's like one of the proudest moments I've ever had. And I just think it's such a tribute to the team there in Brazil, that in such a traditional industry, they would have sponsored the women's soccer team. It had a huge impact all across our business, actually. And we hope to continue that partnership. We're sponsoring a few more events with them at the moment, and we're talking about a long-term partnership. So I just wanted to mention that because it was just a really lovely connection and a great tribute to their business.
Well, that's great. We have a Brazilian table close to the front, and I could see them recognise it the minute you held it up. Just to close us out, Ken, Smurfit Kappa is the longest Irish investor in Latin America, at least the longest I'm aware of. I want to give you the last word with two questions that you might answer for us very quickly. The first is coming from the floor, wondering about whether Smurfit has operations in the Caribbean or where they might look. And the second question for me, I just said you are the longest standing in Latin America. What's the key piece of advice you would give to Irish companies who want to follow in your footsteps?
We have some small operations in Central and Caribbean, but it's about following down the packaging markets there, and some of those are kind of concentrated around banana producers and their own products. But we rule no country out, put it that way. It took us a long time to get into Peru to find the right acquisition. Clearly, there's still lots of countries we're not in. So it's a bit like Siobhan, nowhere's off kind of limits in terms of where we go if there's a packaging market and we can serve it. In terms of the second question, it sort of, I'll devolve back into the classic CFO answer, which is it really comes down to kind of understanding risk and reward and capital allocation. I mean, it would be silly to assume that this is not a region that doesn't present risk at times, but the reward is around portfolio. So, we operate the region as a portfolio business, and at times some regions will go through tricky times. We had that with Venezuela. We see it sometimes with Argentina. That happens. And then it's about how you build that balance sheet in that business and how you fund it and finance it. So we've always taken a view that these businesses are funded locally, resourced locally, and they're protected from what tends to happen around currency volatility. But they're very large domestic businesses that operate as the number one or number two in the markets they're in. So it's about, I think it's about investment, it's about understanding risk and reward, it's about capital allocation at the heart of it. But I think you need to kind of set your mind aside to what the world tells you about Latin America sometimes, and go and engage with it. I mean, when Kingspan were going into Brazil, Jeff actually came in to me to talk about Brazil. So it's for Irish companies who are thinking of making that leap, I'd say, I'm sure Siobhan won't mind me saying this, get in touch with companies that are there. I mean, the reality is we are the longest there. So theory is we probably have a bit of experience about how you do this. And equally, as do Kingspan, as does Felipe from his business. So there's nothing wrong with getting in touch and connecting. I think that's part of, break that kind of mystique, break the barrier about what this region is, and get into the kind of the benefits, the rewards that can be there, the talent pool as you talked about, and everything else that's fantastic about it.
No, thanks, Ken. And it's actually wonderful to hear you say that and mention the specific example of Kingspan and Smurfit. As an Irish ambassador abroad, one of the strongest things that we can draw on as a state is always our existing Irish businesses in any country who are, in my experience, always willing to put on a green jersey and help people who are coming in. And I might shout out, we have here with us the Irish Mexican Chamber, its President Blaine Doyle, who have a boot out there as well, and who have been fantastic about bringing and helping Irish companies come into that market. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Siobhan O'Dwyer from Kingspan, Juliana Villegas from ProColombia, Felipe Campos from Avalon, Ignacio Fernandez-Ruiz from ProChile, and Ken Bowles from Smurfit Kappa. You've been a fantastic panel. Thank you for taking the time to share all of your insights with us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've really found the insights and the contribution from the panel to be as valuable and as interesting as I have. To continue the conversation, I'm now delighted to introduce by video to us a message from the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Argentina, Santiago Cafiero. And I want to particularly thank the Ambassador of Argentina and all her colleagues in the embassy for the great cooperation they have with the Department of Foreign Affairs here, both in helping us get this message and on an ongoing basis.
Agradezco al señor Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Irlanda, Micheál Martin, y a su equipo por promover la realización de este primer foro económico y comercial entre Irlanda y América Latina y el Caribe. Este foro representa una oportunidad para potenciar las relaciones económicas y comerciales, aumentar el flujo de negocios, de inversiones y cooperar en el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías. La Argentina fue uno de los primeros países en reconocer al Estado irlandés, producto de los fuertes lazos entre nuestros pueblos que se remontan al siglo XIX, cuando ilustres irlandeses, como el almirante Guillermo Brown, uno de nuestros próceres, eligieron a nuestra nación como su hogar. Actualmente, la diáspora irlandesa en la Argentina es una de las más numerosas. Quiero compartir con todos ustedes que estamos trabajando junto con una muy activa comunidad de empresarios argentinos en Irlanda en la articulación de una red que nuclea a emprendedores que lideran proyectos. Estos empresarios esperan poder integrar una Cámara de Comercio Latinoamericana en Irlanda. Existen diversos sectores en los que podríamos profundizar el relacionamiento entre América Latina y el Caribe e Irlanda. Un sector que merece especial atención en el contexto del desafío común de la transición energética es el que se desarrollará en torno al hidrógeno. La Argentina publicó este año su estrategia nacional. Ya cuenta con empresas y consorcios produciendo hidrógeno y tiene uno de los mayores potenciales del mundo para su desarrollo, por la doble condición que implican las condiciones naturales y las capacidades científicas y tecnológicas. Otro sector a destacar en el vínculo es el de servicios. En particular, en el año 2021 nuestro país exportó a Irlanda servicios basados en el conocimiento por más de 390 millones de dólares. Además, en los últimos 15 años, la Argentina ha sido una importante plataforma para la creación y el crecimiento de nuevos unicornios. Actualmente existen 14 empresas unicornios creados en nuestro país. Creemos que los gobiernos deben trabajar de manera conjunta con el sector privado a fin de fomentar la producción de hidrógeno verde a gran escala, lo cual ayudará a mitigar las problemáticas del cambio climático. La Argentina también es un actor relevante en energías de transición y renovables, incluyendo la solar, la eólica y la biomasa. Confiamos en que este foro sea un punto de partida hacia otros encuentros orientados a promover el intercambio económico y comercial entre Irlanda y nuestra región. Me despido deseando a todos una fructífera jornada de trabajo.
So thank you very much to Minister Cafiero. Just to note that after the next speaker, we will have a short break and we'll be then resuming at 11:15. But before that, I am personally particularly excited to be introducing this speaker. For the last couple of years, Ireland has been forging a much closer relationship with the state of Baja California in northwestern Mexico, which has a population of some 4 million and sits on the border, of course, with California and part of the really dynamic region of San Diego together with Tijuana. It's a wonderful state, and we're really honoured that joining us here this morning is Rodolfo Andrade, the Undersecretary for the Economy and Innovation for the Government of Baja California. As Irish Ambassador, I've had the privilege of visiting Baja California on a number of occasions, and particularly the incredible city of Tijuana, and I can personally attest to the incredible dynamism in the city and in its business community. So I'm really looking forward to listening to the views and remarks from Undersecretary Andrade. If you can join me in welcoming Rodolfo Andrade, Undersecretary for Baja California, to the stage. Thank you.
Well, it's an honor to be here. Would like to thank Ambassador Carolina and your team. Ambassador Carolina is our ambassador in Ireland. I would like a big round of applause for Ambassador Carolina. Maeve, it's an honor to visit you every time we do our roadshow in Mexico City with the embassies, and to welcome you a few times now to your home in Baja California. Also, thank you very much, Ruairí and Blaine, for this great event. And I have a brief video that I would like to share. I don't know if you have that ready. Well, this is a brief video about what Baja California is, and we would like to invite everyone here to visit our state. But I have a very brief presentation. I know everybody is looking for the break, but it's going to be quite entertaining and fast. So I would like to talk to about not only Baja California, but also the opportunities that Mexico poses to the Irish economy. Next one, please. And I want to start with a brief story about one day I was talking to a very good friend of mine that's used to be a VP of an Irish company that we had in our region in Baja California. The company was called Upright, and they did metal mechanic lifts. And I was talking to Frank, and he said, you know what, Rudy? And we were having dinner and drinking beer. He was drinking Modelo, I was drinking Guinness. And he said, you know what? We have a lot of things to share. And we are more like close cousins with the Mexican culture, with the Mexicans. I said, why? Well, we're both very creative, and we like to have a good time. We're very high context. We like to shout, and we like to dance, and we have a great time. We're also very hardworking as a country, as individuals. Both Irish and Mexicans are really hardworking, courageous. We've even fought wars together, the Irish and the Mexicans. And most of the country is Catholic, so we share that as well. And we were hearing U2, the rock band. So we also like great rock music. And also we brew great beer, both countries. So, you know, the relationship between Ireland and Mexico is very strong. Next one, please. And you know, trade between both countries, we understand, should be a lot bigger. Right now, it's 2.6 billion, which grew 11% from 2021 to 2022. The main products sold by Mexico to Ireland are related to medical devices, electronic and processing equipment. And the states in Mexico that sold those devices are actually our state, Baja, Jalisco, and Nuevo León, which are very important states in Mexico. The main products sold by Ireland to Mexico are substance related to beverages, plasma, biotech, and medical products. And the states that bought these products are the Mexico City region and Baja California. So trade between our regions is very strong. Next one, please. And strategic sectors, we also have been sharing with Ireland. And I've been talking for some years now with different companies. And I know that Ireland right now is a big hub for corporate investment from big companies that look at Ireland as the door to Europe. But also you have a great advanced manufacturing and design, same as the Mexican economy. Life sciences is very big. It's very big all over Mexico, especially in Baja California, but all over Mexico, life sciences, be it medical devices, biotech, pharma, electronics and semiconductors. Now with the new CHIP Act, and be it the European CHIP Act or the American CHIP Act, and the new geopolitical aspect of this, regional production of the value chain for semiconductors is extremely important. And we know that this is strategic for a lot of reasons. Also, software development in both countries, be it software development for different industries, or be it digital animation and software, as well as big data and cloud computing. Next one, please. I'm going to talk now and try to dive into where we see possible opportunities for Irish companies. And one is being where you can find a big market. We understand that trade is a two-way street. It's not only seeing what you can invest as you look for a cost-efficient production center, but also where the market is. And I think that's very important. Market has to drive where you're investing. So give you an example, Baja California right now is the #1 state in the amount of foreign companies that export from Baja California, over 1,000 companies under the Maquila or IMEX programs. Next one, please. And I'm going to start in this graphic, which is a map of our state. And you can see mega regions all over Mexico, especially in the border region with the United States to the north, but also very specific mega regions regarding specific sectors. Center of the country toward the east and north is the automotive cluster of Mexico. So you'll find most of the automotive assembly plants located in that region. Our region is a very diversified area, especially because we have a huge neighbor in California and Arizona as well. So the southwest of the United States and the northwest of Mexico have a very symbiotic relationship. Every day, people cross the border, and over 130,000 people cross the Tijuana border each day. So it's the most cross-border in the world, as well as Mexicali and other of our border cities. But this generates a very interesting opportunity for investment. Having a mega region with a population of over 50 million people, and also with a GDP of over 3.5 trillion. This is a very, very interesting concept where you can locate an investment and look at this specific market, generating cost efficiency, obviously, but also engineering and talent opportunities for your companies. You would be part of what is now almost the same size as Germany, an economy almost the same size as the German economy. Baja California has 5 regions, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the different sectors that we think could be very interesting for companies, Irish companies, to look at this specific market. We also encourage not only foreign direct investment, but also joint ventures of companies that would like to be in this specific market. It's very important to see if you would find an interesting partner through the embassy or through the Mexican-Irish Chamber. Okay? Next one, please. Aerospace is very important in our region. We export every year over $2 billion. Next one, please. Some of the main companies that some of you may know have a home in Baja California. Next one, please. And I want to focus in life sciences, which I know is extremely important for the Irish economy. Altogether, Southern California and Baja California have, all in all, together corporate investment in medical devices of over $250 billion, both sides of the border. And you will find not only assembly plants in the Mexican side of the border, but you also find big data and engineering centers, as well as design centers in the border region of Baja California, serving and partnering with the U.S. companies as well. Next one, please. You can see emblematic life science companies that we have in the region. Next one, please. And this is a graph of a human body. This is what is being done right now in our mega region. And you may find this very interesting in a sense that a lot of those parts and a lot of those different services are not only in assembly of medical devices, but there's also biotech, biogenetics that's being done. And there's also what we call the famous medical tourism. I was recently, yesterday, I was in Saxony in Bio City. And there's interest from companies in Germany to see what opportunities they may have for treatment for the medical tourism sector that we have in the region. We attend over 4 million Americans and Canadians across the border to get attention, not only dental, but also orthopedic, oncology, as well as cardiovascular attention. So it's a very unique region to see other market opportunities. Next one, please. Also, electronics is very big in our region. Next one. Some of our main companies. Next one. And also semiconductor packaging and testing. Out of the 5 big semiconductor companies that are located in Mexico, we have 3. Next one. Which are Skyworks Infineon, which you may know. It's out of Munich in Germany. And Qualcomm out of San Diego. And Qualcomm is not only developing semiconductor design there, but it's also a research center. They just opened a research campus in Tijuana, where they will be employing 500 professionals, engineering masters and PhDs. That is pretty unique. And that basically says what type of talent we are developing in Mexico. Next one, please. Also, automotive is important in our region. We have, next one, we have 2 big plants, as you saw, the big Toyota plant that's producing the Tacoma truck, as well as Kenworth, which is part of the Packer Group, which owned DAF here in Germany, or in Germany. Next one, please. And especially, I would like to focus on Irish investment in Mexico. There's over 160 companies that operate in Mexico, which Irish capital. And next one, please. 4 of the main ones are in Baja California. Ken, thank you very much for your investment, and I know Hugh from Aptiv is here too. Thank you very much. And we really appreciate your investment in our state, but also you're there because you found a market. You found a big market opportunity. We know we've talked about nearshoring, friendshoring, and everything shoring. Things are happening. It's a new geo relocation. So it's a great opportunity, not only to find where to invest, but also to joint venture. Now, regions in Mexico have grown organically and have had the opportunity to develop their own expertise. So you don't have to invest a lot in capital equipment necessarily. You may find a regional partner to joint venture and to supply the regional industry. So there is different ways of landing an investment and looking for a market in Mexico. The biggest opportunity lies in having the information that you need to look at the right opportunity to suit your expertise. Next one, please. So these companies are in the automotive, electronics, packaging, metal mechanic, and metal finishing area. Next one, please. And they're developing 6,000 jobs as we speak with 9 manufacturing sites in our region. And the last one, please. I think one of the biggest opportunities, and I know that a lot of regions have a lot of talent, and I think all over Mexico right now, you may find that talent is the key driver. You can compete now, you cannot compete worldwide only as a cost efficiency center. Cost efficiency centers can change everywhere. But when you go and you find a value center, and value centers only are based with talent. If you have talent, you have value. So Mexico has talent, Mexico has value. We invite you to see our country as a partner. We invite you to see our country as the door to America. And we know that Ireland is the door to Europe. Thank you very much. And as we say in Mexico, mi casa es tu casa. Thank you.
So, Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back. We're looking forward to continuing our reflections now. I have the honour not only of being ambassador to Mexico, but also of being ambassador to most of the countries of Central America. And Central America is a region where over the last 2 years, Ireland has been doing an awful lot to try and grow its footprint and develop our relations. We have a new office for Central America based in Mexico, which is responsible for the whole gamut of relations. It's been doing an awful lot of work on the political side, as well as in starting a new development cooperation programme. But it's equally important to us to try and develop the full potential of our economic relations with the region. Central America taken together is the 5th largest economy in Latin America. And we're really delighted to have with us this morning Mr. Francisco Lima, who is the Secretary General of the Central American Economic Integration Secretariat. The Secretariat is one of the primary bodies of the Central American integration system and has a mandate to ensure the integration of Central American states into international markets. I know that there's a lot that we can learn from the Secretary General about the potential of our economic relationship, and I look forward to hearing his views. So please join me in welcoming Francisco Lima to the stage.
Good morning to everybody. Very nice to be here in Ireland. My first time here in Ireland, so I'm really enjoying it. Thank you so much for the Irish government for inviting us to this meeting, and had the pleasure of meeting some of the Latin American colleagues, Ambassador of Mexico, Ambassador of Argentina. So my pleasure. So I'm here to talk a little bit about Central America and what we currently are doing in the Central American Economic Integration Secretariat. So this is a secretariat that has been established 62 years ago. So basically, our integration process has been one that has been around even before the European model. But we've lagged behind, certainly. And the main goal of the institution is to create the customs union. And we are currently in that stage. Probably in some of important reflections or basic issues regarding Central America. As the ambassador said, we're the 5th largest economy as a whole in Latin America. We are a market of 52 million consumers in a 500,000 square kilometer territory, quite strategically located, very close to the biggest consumer market in America, which is in the world, which is the United States, as you may all recall. So our relations with the US are quite strong. Nonetheless, as you may know, 10 years ago, Central American region concluded, happily, the first region-to-region free trade agreement. That's the European Free Trade Agreement with Central America. So it has been in town for the last 10 years. And according to some theories, as I was talking to some of you on the coffee break, it's after 10 years that you really start seeing some of the major accomplishments of a free trade agreement. So after 10 years, I might say that our balance of trade between the two regions has increased. The European side for almost 50%, and as well as the Central American side. Nonetheless, I would say that our exchange of goods in terms of Central American goods coming into the European Union, or Ireland specifically, has kept quite simple. Pineapples, some plantains, sugarcane, and some coffee. Nonetheless, that exchange of goods has increased. So Here you would see, in terms of a graphic, Central America being the 5th largest economy in Central America. Of course, I'll be very happy to share this presentation with all of you. In terms of how the in Central American integration, the economic integration, we have 6 partners, which are Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. Panama recently joined in 2013, which I would say it's an important member because of the characteristics of what Panama offers, as you may all be aware. For some of the countries in Central America, as you can see in the graphic, the European Union has the 2nd most important social partner, and that's the case of Costa Rica. That's the case of Panama too. In the case of Costa Rica, more than 50% of what is currently being imported into Ireland comes from Costa Rica, and that's basically plantains and pineapple, coffee, and sugar, as I said. Out of every $100 that Ireland buys to Central America, $42 go to Costa Rica. So that's how close of a relation our region has with Ireland. In terms of market share, you could see here in the graphic more or less what we are currently exporting to different parts of the world. Strong relations, as you might see, with the European Union. Basically, the products that I was talking to you about, Central America positions itself as the biggest pineapple exporter. 3rd, well, I would say 2nd most important coffee producer in the world. Switzerland appears to be in the 2nd position, but as you know, Switzerland does not produce coffee. It only exports branded coffee. So basically, Central America is the 2nd largest exporter of coffee to the world. Rum, sugar, pineapples. Basically, how our regional market started back in 1960, as I was telling you, 62 years ago, and to show how the market, the customs union, the common market has grown. Basically, out of every $100 that were exported in 1960 to the region, to the world, sorry, $7 were exported to the region. Currently, in 2022, out of every $100 being exported, $32 goes to the Central American region. So we've managed to grow, and the intra-regional market it's getting stronger. When one started to negotiate with the European Union as a whole, the condition was the European Union said that it wanted to agree and conclude a free trade agreement, but not with separate countries. They wanted to negotiate with the region as a whole, for reasons that probably all of you might be aware. So in that sense, the reason that I say this is once the European product is placed in the Central American market, whichever way it goes in, the product must travel through the European product, the Irish product, must travel all through the Central American territory without any sort of extra requirements than those placed on the original entry point of the Central American territory. So that's the logic behind the association agreement. We have been informed by the European Commission that finally as you know, this free trade agreement has 3 pillars: the cooperation, the political, and the economic pillar. The economic pillar was quite rapidly ratified by the European bureaucracy, the Parliament, and all of that. Unfortunately, the political and the cooperation pillar had not been approved because of one of the constituencies back in Belgium. So that veto has been raised, and I think that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, the political and cooperation pillar will enter into place, meaning that the whole of the free trade agreement or the association agreement will come into force. Basically, the macroeconomic profile of the Central America and Ireland, you can see 52 million market consumer vis-a-vis a 5.1 population in Ireland, and so on and so forth. Interesting fact, when one says about the Central American market, one tends to think about Central America as a provider of goods. But one does not have to forget that almost 69% of our GDP lies in the service area. So we are a net service provider. And for a fact, we export twice the services we import. So basically, currently, we are exporting around 40,000 million US dollars vis-a-vis importing close to 20,000 million in terms of service providing in sectors like banking, insurance, airplane maintenance, back offices, etc. Here, as I was telling you in the beginning, the exports from Central America to Ireland basically rely on Costa Rica. 95% of what Central America export comes from Costa Rica, and basically 93% of what, basically 95% of what Costa Rica exports to Ireland, 95% of the total 100%, and what Ireland imports, it's basically the 95%, sorry, this confusion. So basic message here, it's our import-export is basically concentrated in Costa Rica and El Salvador somehow. So it's kind of a market that has some extra opportunities in terms of trade with Ireland. Top products, plantain, pineapples, iron, cane sugar. So basically, in terms of the goods, we've managed to stay in not very diversified list of products. But the thing gets interesting when one sees the service opportunities that are that you have in the case of Central America. I always say that basically, when one talks about nearshoring and all those shoring words, there's a huge handicap in terms of how we see Central America, and that's how we are intercommunicated. So currently 95% of what is traded between the Central American countries, either coming from an external source, European Union, one might say, travels through Central America by roads. And for us, that's kind of a huge, I would say, handicap. We're talking about 95% of goods traveling by roads which have been in place for almost 50 years. So recently, the Presidential Summit in Central America approved the Regional Master Plan 2035 on mobility and logistics. And the reasons that I'm kind of going in some sort of detail in terms of this Regional Master Plan 2035, it's basically because this will be a pocket of investment opportunities that the region will be offering in terms of the development of infrastructure in Central America for the intermodal way of transporting goods within the region. Meaning by that we want to extend the possibility and strengthen our airports and ports in the region so that we are able to exchange goods by ways other than transport only. So to give you an idea, in terms of in 500,000 square kilometer territory, we have 21 international airports. That's quite a high density when one thinks about 500,000 square kilometer territory. On the other hand, we have 40 port facilities, 19 on the Caribbean side or the Atlantic side, and 21 on the Pacific coast. And of course, our interoceanic canal, which is the Panama Canal, which all of you are aware. Nonetheless, having those 40 port facilities and 21 international airports, the irony behind this is that we're moving 95% of our products through our road infrastructure, which is 50 years old. So the master plan takes in place on how we'll connect these 21 international airports and these 40 port facilities. Currently, we are in the process with the European Union of negotiating or socializing this master plan, because the Global Gateway funds, which are available in terms of the European Union, are funds that will be available for European companies wanting to invest in this type of hard infrastructure. So for us, it's quite very important for the investment community, for companies, business people, to get familiar with this master plan, because this is a plan that comprises of around 374 projects going on the airports, ports, and roads and railroads in Central America. The master plan, the first goal of the master plan, it's a regional intermodal transport system, meaning by that moving goods, both from the land transport and air transport, for example, the transport and logistic network, the efficiency and quality of transport, and the sustainable solutions to urban logistics. This plan also takes in place the urban logistics of moving goods through the region. The proposal to strengthen are elaborated in 11 strategic corridors, which comprise of more than 300 projects in terms of hard infrastructure, and the total cost of this plan is close to $53 billion US. This plan will have expected impacts to more than 40 million people benefiting from it in a direct way. If one comes to think of the Central American population as being one of the 51 million, and one talks about 40 million people being benefited, it's quite a very high impact plan for a region that needs this type of strengthening. Through 11 corridors, 3 of which go from the northern part of Central America to the southern part, meaning from Guatemala to Panama, and you will have 9 interoceanic dry corridors. So basically, the message behind this mobility and infrastructure plan is there's a very important plan, very well designed with the cooperation of the Japanese cooperation agency. And basically, what we're doing here is presenting to investors this master plan. And once the investors are familiarized with it, probably then the way to move around in developing some areas of the master plan is through the Global Gateway funds, which will be provided by the European Union. Central America, I might say, it's a region of opportunities. Much of those are probably not on everyday agenda, but here the message is it's quite a very solid, very well thought customs union, still on the works, but lots of improvements have come out of it. We're also working on our second strategy for trade facilitation, which will be launched in sometime this month, which is basically the strategy which will be putting in place some of our WTO commitments in trade in terms of trade facilitation. Lots of more information in terms of Central America are there. Probably the small message behind what I just said is I think that the right way in terms of what Ireland is doing is through its embassy in Mexico, having a specific office for the Central American region. We're quite happy to work together with the ambassador to strengthen these relations between Central America and Ireland, meaning Central America and the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Lima. And let me first introduce myself. Fiona Flood is my name. I know many of you, especially those of you who've travelled from Brazil today. I'm Ireland's ambassador to Brazil, and shortly I very much hope also to the CARICOM, to Guyana, and also to Suriname. I didn't realise how much this feels like being on stage. There's a lot of very bright lights shining up here. But look, I suppose for our second panel, what we're shining a spotlight on this morning is research and innovation, and we have a really fantastic panel for you to take us through the next hour or so to discuss this highly topical subject. Let me first just acknowledge, as Minister Symmonds said at the outset this morning, I woke up very early this morning and very cold. And I can tell you, having come from Brasilia, it feels like going from the furnace to the freezer. So I suppose that's one of the regional differences we can certainly highlight here. Professor Theo Lynn, firstly, will be your moderator this morning. Theo is from a university very close to my heart, my alma mater, Dublin City University. He's Professor of Digital Business at DCU. And he tells me that for the business school alone in DCU, Brazil has become its top collaborator for research publications, even ahead of the US. So I know Theo will be happy to elaborate on that really interesting development. And I think I can safely say Theo is a Brasilophile. And I'm obviously very pleased to say that. Maybe next to Theo is Mary Quaney? Apologies, Mary. Mary is CEO of Mainstream Renewables, and she'll speak to the theme of her company's challenges and opportunities in the region. Next to Mary, I'm very pleased to welcome Ambassador Lodomar Gonçalves de Aguiar. Ambassador Lodomar joins us from the Brazilian Foreign Ministry, where he's Undersecretary for Trade Promotion, Science, Technology, Innovation and Culture, and you're very welcome. And next to Ambassador Lodomar is Paul Healy. Paul Healy is Chief Executive of SkillNet Ireland. And Paul, not only has he done some really great collaborative work with us in the past couple of years out of our consulate in Sao Paulo, but also tells me that there's really exciting developments which he will be happy to elaborate on in terms of SkillNet's collaboration with Uruguay. Next to Paul is Ken Whitelaw. Ken is Head of Pioneering Markets at IDA Ireland, and I know Ken will be very keen to tell the audience this morning just how many world-class companies in the technology and research space Ireland is happy to host. And finally, last but not least, I want to introduce Des Malarkey. Des is Head of Revenue and Growth at Stripe, one of Ireland's most exciting and innovative companies. And I'm told that every time I get an Uber, I support Stripe's operations in Brazil. So thank you very much. I'd like to give a warm welcome to our panel this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Theo, and today actually it's a very interesting panel because I suppose from a European Union perspective, the panel kind of reflects kind of three big trends in the European Union policy, obviously that impact Ireland, which is number one, digital, and we have the digital decade, and I think Stripe, a lot of things going on there. And second one, I'd say, is sustainability. So we have the European Green Deal, and that's a massive thing, and I think Mainstream are a really interesting story around that. And the third thing is really about internationalisation and then how knowledge is going to drive all these things. And I think the two big things I'd take there is, you know, we have traditionally looked to the US, or we've looked to India and China, and we said, oh, these are the big areas, say from in the university sector, oh, we should get students. Brazil's my big story. You know, I'm not just into Brazil, I'm into Latin America, so, you know, we have very good contacts in Mexico. I wouldn't like Maeve to think that we're forgetting Mexico. We have a massive opportunity in Mexico, do a lot of stuff in Colombia and Peru, but, you know, just to avoid the diplomatic incident, Brazil's number 2 after the UK in terms of collaborations. So I think it's our biggest non-EU and international partner. But that's in 5 years. And I think like what I'd like to start off by talking about is like the success of our relationship with Brazil. And that's a really big success. That's 80 Q1 publications, you know, which really impacts. If you hear about university rankings, that hits our rankings, you know. But those research publications were in artificial intelligence and applying them to health and energy and also in e-commerce. You know, so they're all in these top areas where we're very interested in the Irish context. I'd like to ask each of the different panel members just to talk about, introduce their organisation and just a bit about their, you know, their views on Irish and Latin American and South American collaborations, and maybe talk about their stories a bit. So I'll kick off with Mainstream.
Thank you, Theo. So my name is Mary Kwani. I'm the Chief Executive of Mainstream Renewable Power. We're an Irish-founded and Irish-headquartered global developer of like large utility-scale wind and solar plants, so offshore wind, onshore wind, and large-scale solar. We have quite a strong presence in the market in Chile and in more recent years in Colombia. We entered the market in Chile back in 2009 when really there was little or no renewable energy installed in Chile. But you know, one of the main reasons that we entered the market, you know, first of all, highly investable OECD, very strong support from the international banking community, a long tradition of investing in infrastructure in Chile, but from an energy perspective, an energy island really, and by that I mean, you know, really no local sources of fossil fuels. You know, you have the Andes Mountains, the coastline, an extremely long coastline, of course, and the perfect resources for solar projects, which we have in the north, up in the Atacama Desert, and then very, very strong wind profiles coming off a wind current coming off the Andes in the centre and southern part of Chile. A growing economy, and a market that, you know, when we entered, one of the fundamentals was that energy prices were extremely high for local consumers on international comparators. Chile had suffered very significantly on the back of the Argentinian gas crisis, so there was very, very strong reasons, including geopolitical and energy security reasons, to install renewable energy. Colombia, we entered in more recent years, and there we're in the development phase with large-scale, mainly wind projects, but also solar. And that market is, from a renewable energy perspective, a little bit less developed than Chile, given that its base and its energy system had been and continues to be large-scale hydro and thermal plant. And again, you know, all the fundamentals to enable a strong and growing and thriving renewable energy sector. Hydro prices or hydro generation suffered with, you know, due to mainly weather effects and drying climates. So a lower generation of hydro means, you know, ultimately, again, higher electricity prices, and then led to governments focusing more on renewable energy targets and putting in place regulatory and policy to enable that build out of renewable energy. So that's a brief overview of our areas of focus in Latin America.
Loudmar, this is your chance to promote Brazil.
Well, I think we are here to promote not only Brazil, but Latin America and our bilateral relations with Ireland. I'm very glad to be here. I'd like to thank the organizers, the Irish government, and especially two very active ambassadors, the ambassador of Brazil and Ireland, Marcel Beato, and the ambassador of Ireland, newly arrived Fiona Flood, the Irish ambassador in Brazil. Without them, I wouldn't be here. So they convinced me to change my schedule to come here, and I'm glad I did. It's been, I mean, very productive the last 2 days. I have been also to Enterprise Ireland. I have been to UCD, and now this forum. I'd like to share some brief ideas. First, to say that we have a new government, and this new government, the Lula's government, has put as a priority sustainability and innovation. And when you talk about sustainability and innovation, you're talking about conservation, environmental conservation, you're talking about economic development and social and development and inclusion. And this goes for the whole world, of course. We are talking also about scale here. We have the countries from the Caribbean that created CARICOM, the countries from Central America that created SICA, and in South America we created Mercosur, and also sorry, oh my God, the Indian Alliance, the Alliance of the Pacific, with the other countries from the Indian side, the Pacific side of South America. So why did we make it? Because of scale, to be able to better compete and to share experiences, knowledge, and be able to have a better saying and to develop better in this world. What we are doing now in Brazil, we have focused on innovation. We have more than doubled the fund for development of science and technology in Brazil for more than $2 billion. We have increased the funds from the Development Bank in Brazil more than $12 billion with special interest rates for those companies who want to innovate, to have innovation projects. And we have all the ministries that have at least one secretariat, one department that deals with sustainability and innovation. I mean, across the board. Innovation is across the board, and sustainability as well. When we talk about relations between Ireland and Brazil, I was very surprised when I arrived on Sunday morning to have a business fair created by our embassy with the Chamber, the Brazil-Ireland Chamber of Commerce. More than 50 micro and small entrepreneurs that were there. The Chamber has just been created in March and has almost 100 companies that make part of them. I was surprised to know that we have more than 1,300 businesses, Brazilian businesses here in Ireland, in a population of about 80,000 people. And what struck me as well is that we have most Brazilians who come here to study English, and we got more people coming, especially after Brexit. And those students, most of them, stay here, but they just don't study or go to, I mean, work in, common different places like distribution, food distribution, or slaughterhouses. They create their own businesses. And I've met people who create not only one, but several different businesses. And they are doing that with innovation. We found people with fintechs. We found people in the food industry, and they are starting to use AI. By the way, I just came before coming to Ireland, to Dublin. I was in the Web Summit in Lisbon, and Brazilian startups participated. One Brazilian startup won the best AI startup in the summit. We had around 300 startups that participated. By the way, we have now in Brazil more than 13,000 startups. We have 29 unicorns in fintechs, in agri-tech, in health techs, and the idea is to diversify. I talked about innovation and sustainability, but another word is diversification. And when I say diversification, I say ethnic diversification, gender diversification, and regional diversification. We have here a delegation led by the Vice Governor of the state of Sergipe, which is the smallest state in Brazil, but is here in Ireland to make business. And by the way, I don't know if you can see it at the back, this is an Irish lace that was taken to Sergipe in Brazil in the 19th century. And they're bringing it back here. You can see it outside. So Irish lace is a cultural and historic relation between Brazil and Ireland. And Ambassador Fiona Flood is also wearing that. So there is the possibility of having smaller states and smaller businesses taking part in this cooperation. I'm sorry if I'm speaking too much. Just a final say, about 1% of Brazilian companies export, only 1%. And they're responsible for 15% of formal employment in Brazil. From those 1%, only 300 companies are responsible for almost 70% of our foreign trade. That last year represented around $600 billion. So we have to diversify, we have to bring in micro, small, and medium businesses into the picture, and this is a possibility, this cooperation, to have SME participate in this cooperation with Ireland, which is a hub to Europe, and Brazil is a hub to Latin America. I mean, Latin America is a hub. We have 670 million people. In the European Union, we have 450 million people, so we are more than 1 billion people that can do business together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, from Chile and Brazil, we're moving to Uruguay next. So, Paul, do you want to tell us about SkillNet's activities in South America?
Thank you, Theo, and good afternoon, everyone. Just maybe a quick introduction about SkillNet Ireland. Many of you will be familiar with us. So we're an organisation that's supported by both the industry sectors and government. And I suppose our focus, our role, is to raise the skill levels of people who are in employment in Ireland. And we do that by working in partnership with industry. I think all of us in the room will recognise the importance of talent, of a skilled workforce, and how that intersects with competitiveness and innovation and so on. But skills and talent, important to every Latin American country, of course, but takes on an added significance for our own country. Why? Because to a large extent, we're out there competing on the basis of our talent, the basis of our people, and on our agile and competitive workforce. But it's our gold, and it's a very, very precious natural resource that we have to work on, we have to nurture to ensure that we can prosper and thrive through talent, and that industry and companies have the talent that they need to remain on that competitive edge. So how SkillNet Ireland go about this is we operate in what we would call an enterprise-led manner. That's really allowing industry and companies, the folks who are closest to the challenges and the issues, the people who are best informed to make decisions on what talent is needed, what skills gaps and so on that they have. And then we collaborate with industry and with companies to design and to develop programs that address those. So very much it's demand driven. It's about companies and industry sectors really articulating what challenges that they have, what the competitive issues, the market issues and so on. And then we facilitate solutions with them on a collaborative basis. So we've 62 industry partner organisations. Many of those will be household names to us here in Ireland, Chambers, IBEC, but we also work with a lot of small sectoral organisations, with SME clusters, with regional clusters and so on, yet again in this industry-led, enterprise-led manner. Important part of what we do, it's a public-private collaboration in terms of the finance model, and it's important that we do that. So we expect industry to contribute around €26 million this year to the cost of training with SkillNet. And I suppose that garners a lot of buy-in from companies, but it also ensures that the programs that we're designing with industry are speaking to what companies need, that are addressing a real demand area, and they're having an impact in terms of moving the needle on some of these really important competitive issues for firms. Just talk to you quickly just about where our focus areas are. So we can't focus on everything, so we have to target our resources. So we look very much at the digital agenda, digital skills. We are developing a lot of programs with industry for emerging tech, and it's the obvious ones. It's AI, it's data science, it's cyber, and working with industry and with the university sector actually to co-create programs to address these sort of future skill needs in new and emerging tech. But we also support the domestic SME sector, and really important that we do that in terms of their digital journey. And staying with SMEs, that's the second part of our focus. So we will support somewhere of the order of 17,500, maybe 18,000 small firms this year. And we're trying to target the owner-managers as much as possible, because we understand that there will be a real trickle-down once you engage with an owner of a small business, and you encourage the development and the management development of that owner, and they tend to take a greater focus on their own staff. So that's about making sure that our homegrown SMEs, are as competitive and as innovative as they can be, and in the region as well, and in the locally traded sector. And our clusters that we work with in the regions give us that access to companies, allow us to reach right down into the smaller firms and engage them on management development and supporting their teams. The other area that we're focused on, of course, is green skills. It's the talent that we're going to need to support the green transition, and really interested in hearing Mary's observations around it. There's two areas really that we're leaning into. One is around green tech and supporting particularly the whole wind energy project that's underway. But we're also looking at areas like sustainable finance, where we feel that Ireland has a potential of a really good leadership opportunity given the IFS cluster that we have. So it's really around developing the talent that can bring that to the next level. And the last area of focus that we target is around collaboration. And what I mean by that, it's a term that's used a lot, of course, but where our organisation and our networks are often the facilitator of collaborations between universities and within industry, and are often the focal point for developing programmes in emerging skill areas and future skill areas. So that's just a little bit about SkillNet Ireland. Just talk briefly here just about how we got here and our engagement and wonderful engagement that we're having with Latin America and Caribbean. And really just to give it a very short summary of it, our engagement began from very positive, very proactive outreach from DFA, from the Consul General in Sao Paulo in particular, and I really want to note Owen Bennis's contribution to that. And that led to introductions to the IDP, which is the Inter-America Development Bank. And they're showing a huge amount of curiosity, a huge amount of interest in the SkillNet model and where it could be applied in Latin America, recognising that when you put industry in the driving seat, you can get this real agility and responsiveness. You can build up a talent pool quite quickly, and so it's garnering our model is garnering a lot of attention, particularly from the IDP. That led to further conversations with support of DFA and with colleagues that were based in these countries, and an introduction into Uruguay through the sponsorship yet again of the IDP. And look, there's a lovely arc to the story, because SkillNet Ireland was established 25 years ago, and a photo was shared with me this week showing industry clusters coming together for the launch of Uruguay's version of SkillNet on a pilot basis this year. And I really want to commend anyone who's in the room who's been involved in that programme. And it's wonderful to see it from a conceptual conversation 18 months ago to a country in Latin America, now where we were 25 years ago. And I mean that in the most positive way, with industry clusters in the room, to develop what they're calling, and forgive my Spanish, I'll give this my best, redes empresariates de talento, and that's business talent networks. And that has launched on a pilot basis just last week in Uruguay.
Great. I have to say, we've done work with SkillNet and DCU, and I think sometimes what they don't get across is that they're not only innovating and bringing new subjects to people, but like I know we've collaborated now on micro-credentials and trying to work on more bite-sized credentials for people. So they do a lot, and I think it's a model that can be exported to lots of countries around the world. And I think if you have the opportunity, get the chance to talk to the man. Ken, you're on the forefront here. You're on the coalface of driving these collaborations between Ireland and Latin America and the Caribbean. And tell us about what you're up to.
Yeah, thank you, Theo, and thanks too for the opportunity to be here today. So IDA Ireland is a semi-state agency. We've been in existence since 1949, so 73, 74 years. And our remit is to effectively attract foreign direct investment into Ireland, and once they're here, to support their mandates in whatever way we can. We now have 1,800 multinational companies located around Ireland. They employ directly over 300,000 people, which is the most that multinational companies have ever employed across Ireland. That roughly represents about 11% of the national workforce. So it's a huge contributor to the Irish economy, particularly when you see that 70% of our corporation tax is provided by multinational companies as well. So it's a massive part of the Irish economy. In terms of innovation and collaboration, it's a key focus for us. So what we do is not just about attracting multinational companies to Ireland. We don't just bring them here and then forget about them. A huge part of what we do is making sure that the mandates that companies have when they land here is protected and supported and expanded. And our remit is to support the expansion of those mandates in whatever way we can. So innovation and collaboration with the likes of SkillNet and other third-level providers and research centres around Ireland is hugely important in how multinational companies become embedded into the innovation and the R&D ecosystem in Ireland. In terms of R&D, multinational companies spent $2.6 billion last year on in-house R&D, $1.6 billion on outsourced R&D. Of the 301,000 people directly employed by multinational companies, 23,000 have a specific R&D function. That has increased by 55% over the last 5 years alone. So it just talks to the mind shift, the importance of R&D in general across multinational companies, but how attractive Ireland is as a base for those multinational companies to carry out R&D for various reasons, talent being one of them, attractive corporate tax base being the other, R&D tax incentive and rebates being another. In terms of our focus on Latin America, historically, roughly 2/3, a little over, of multinational projects that we would have won into Ireland over the last decades would have come from North America. So there was a strategic decision made internally within IDA a number of years ago to diversify our source markets. And with that, we have now looked over the last couple of years to Latin America and amongst other regions. So it's still effectively early days yet. Like it has taken us 70 years to get to where we are. So we're relatively young in the market in terms of positioning Ireland as a potential location for foreign direct investment. But we are making good headway. There are challenges and headwinds to overcome, and maybe I'll talk to them later. But yeah, that's a brief summary to you.
I guess last but not least, I think Ireland's going to claim Stripe as a unicorn, even it's more like a zebra, but we'll go with this. Do you want to just tell us about what Stripe's up to and all the different good things we're doing?
Buenos dias, buen dia a todos. It's a privilege to be on this committee with all these speakers. First of all, having been in Latin America now for all of my professional career since 1989, I think Ken, if he's still here from Smurfit, was the first global expander from Ireland to come into Latin America very successfully. And in fact, the Irish Chamber was launched with great support from Smurfit back then in 1991, which has evolved into the Irish Mexican Chamber as we know it today. It reminds me with this gathering, and congratulations to the ambassadors and all the diplomatic corps from all the countries for putting this together. This is really exciting. It's the first time anything like this has happened between Latin America, the Caribbean and Ireland. And it is really amazing to see the room so full and such great energy, and listening to all of the initiatives and opportunities that are emerging from those is really motivating. And when I reflect on the 30-something years, I'd rather leave age out of this for the moment. We're certainly coming a long way. Granted, it may have been a bit slower than what we wanted, but it certainly is accelerating. And just on the humorous side, this morning I recall that somebody mentioned U2 earlier, and that U2 is popular, very popular in Latin America. Brazil in
You're
particular.
lucky Des is Bono's brother, apparently.
Not to plug Bono, I don't think he needs a plug from me, but the very first U2 concert in Latin America was held in Mexico City in 1994, I believe. I was at it. It was the Zuropa concert. And after the concert was Bono's and the band's first experience in Latin America, and he was asked, what are the differences you've seen between Mexicans or Latin Americans, Caribeños, and Irish? And he said, basically there is none, but there is one thing that does stand out. He said the Latinos do know how to dance, and Ireland has a lot to go when it comes to dancing. But then the river dance came on, and I think we resolved that issue, maybe with a different beat. Going back to your question on Stripe. Stripe is a global company, started here in Ireland 12 years ago, has grown incredibly quickly on the wave of digitalization, Theo, now operating in over 50 countries around the world, with a very clear strategy on where we're going in Latin America. There's three things driving this on a global scale, and Latin America is no exception from these. So it's number one, we're in this era of accelerated digitalization, and we saw the impact of COVID on every industry, on every shape, walk of life, and on all of us as consumers. Our lives have changed and will be shaped forever because of that. So that's the first thing that's going on. The second thing that is going on is the disappearance of cash in our daily lives. It's remarkable here in Ireland and pretty much across Europe, the absence of cash. So the world of digital is driving that. Also our habits, our way of living. So cash is disappearing at a very fast rate. That is also happening in Latin America. Brazil has led that very successfully with PIX, and I don't really see any other alternative in Latin America that eventually the cashlessness that we are seeing here in Europe will also happen in Latin America. And I think the experiment in Brazil with PIX has driven that. And then finally, the third thing that we're seeing going on is this innovation, right? And we heard earlier about 13,000 startups in Brazil, I think 7,000 in Mexico, something like. It's hard to keep up with the numbers here because they change on a daily basis. There's just so much innovation and startups going on across Latin America. I think it's something like over 30,000 in total right now. 13 billion was invested in startups in Latin America over the last 2 to 3 years, more than the previous 10 years altogether. Yeah. So what is happening with these companies, and many of these are digital natives, great companies like Vtex out of Brazil and eBanks out of Brazil, who are becoming world-class players, and Nubank and many others. This is the first time I've seen such a globalization of Latin American companies. And I think Latin America has a lot to offer the world, and certainly in the world of payments. So Stripe, in our efforts to increase the GDP of the internet, which is a massive opportunity, but that opens up a lot of complexity when you're talking about moving money from A to B. And we support thousands and thousands of customers across Latin America currently, so that they can actually avail of the internet and do commerce digitally very effectively and make sure they actually are paid for that. And we're very proud of where we are currently, and we have operated in Brazil, since 2019. 90% of transactions in the Americas actually go through Stripe, and you probably don't know it every day. As the ambassador said earlier, we work with companies like Uber and Amazon and thousands of startups to make sure that the complexity that the world of digital, particularly in the context of payments, is simplified. And through one integration, you have access to basically every wallet, every payment system in the world, every currency in the world, and you can move your money from A to B very effectively and run and take all of the pain about moving money and payments out of your business. We're seeing in Mexico a very successful Stripe operation, not just on the commercial side, but also actually we're putting together quite a significant nearshoring center currently in Mexico City. Education has a big role in that, and that's, I think, a very I'm really delighted to hear and see today education being on the topic of conversation, because if there's one thing that has held back Latin America in the past, has been, I think, to a large degree, education. And it's wonderful to see that is a main topic, and I also think it's a huge opportunity for Ireland and Latin America to work together, because Ireland has done that very successfully. And I think there's a lot of opportunities there for us to learn from one another. So very briefly, that's what we're doing in Latin America. Stripe building out the global payments and treasury network across the region to support all that innovation, all that digitalization, and all of those thousands and thousands of startups who want to do business around the world in a cashless way.
Great stuff. So what we've worked out now is that Irish people can talk just as long and as fast as Latin American speakers. Okay.
And dance.
Yeah. So just to remind everybody, there's a QR code in the middle of your table for activating Slido. So if you want to ask us questions, you can. I'm conscious that they've told me I'm responsible for bringing the whole event back on time. So I'm going to ask you all maybe. You know, we've mentioned innovation, and I think one of the things that we were talking about here is, a couple of things is, what do you think is the critical success factor for collaboration in Latin? But what are the challenges that people need to be aware of and try to overcome? From my perspective, when I look at it, was interesting listening to Loudmore, when I went to Brazil first, and I treated Pernambuco like it's just like Leinster or Dublin, and then I realized it's the size of 5 Austrias, and I'm kind of going, okay, this is a massive, I think a small college in Brazil is bigger than our biggest college, and so scale is a challenge for me. But then when I look at the innovation opportunity, I go, oh my God, these guys are really, really good scientists, and they want to work with us, and they're very nice, so there's a lot of similarities. So maybe if each of you, and I'm conscious of this, so I'm going to keep you to 2 or 3 minutes each, okay? Is, what do you think the critical success factor for having collaborations in the region or innovation in the region? And then the second one is, what's a challenge you think that people have to be aware of, and that as a group we need to think about how do we overcome these things? I'm going to start with Mary.
That's a big
fast question.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, 2 to 3 minutes. So I'll start with the challenges, I suppose from my perspective and the perspective of the renewable energy industry. And these are not factors that are unique to Chile, but an energy transition is a massively complex undertaking, for governments, for societies, for consumers, for digitalization, for how we use and consume energy. We've had very specific challenges with our portfolio in Chile. That's well documented, and why the pace of installation of renewable energy has exceeded forecasts, and energy systems, not just in Chile but generally across the world, are designed for fossil fuels, and a level of changes are made at an outset in terms of like regulatory policy to enable the installation of renewable energy. But then what we see, you know, really on a global scale is then the pace of you know, those innovative regulatory responses have been too slow in terms of responding to a rapidly changing energy system. And I think that's a challenge that's really quite a global phenomenon, and one that not just governments and policymakers, regulators, renewable energy developers, energy systems, consumers, all are grappling with. But, you know, what's the response? Innovation, of course, in terms of how, you know, we as consumers will consume energy, more smart responses, you know, better use of grid systems, evolving towards, you know, greater installation of even small-scale battery storage, even at a domestic level, combined with renewable energy, can start to take pressure off the grid. So we're certainly in a period which I think is going to evolve very rapidly in terms of innovation, and we see that also in terms of the responses towards, you know, what are real challenges across energy systems. And collaboration, though, I think is a huge strength and an area that we've been hugely focused on over the last 12 to 18 months. We always have been very focused on collaboration with policymakers, but particularly in times of crisis, of course, it comes to the fore. The level of relationship that we have, you know, at ministerial level, at the level of regulators and policymakers is very intense, and it's that collaboration that will lead to solutions. And the Department of Foreign Affairs has been critical in supporting us with that, and I'd like to thank very much the ambassadors whom have supported us deeply, and also at the European Commission level. And then when you start to see that international level of collaboration in terms of focused on problem solving, it's very, very powerful. So in Chile right now, regulatory reform has been proposed. That's moving through Congress, and we're, you know, and we see power cycles going through, you know, very serious challenges, but then, you know, periods of recovery, and that certainly is what I believe we will see more and more across renewable energy landscapes globally as the energy transition, you know, inevitably deals very, very challenging hands to players.
Okay. Mary's taken up half your time. Louder.
Me? Okay. Well, in terms of let's start with the collaboration. I think first, collaboration and cooperation has to start within the country. That means governments can't do everything alone. So when we talk about policies, we have to talk about state policies, which means to bring together governments in all levels. In our case of Brazil, federal, regional, and local level. We have to take on board the business community, the academy, and people, civil society. And of course, we cannot forget congresses who pass the laws. You know? And this is a big issue today internationally on digitalization, on AI, on future technologies, because we don't know, are we going to regulate it like the EU? Are we going to just have a code of conduct like the United States? Are we going to have both together? So it's a huge issue. And when you talk about digitalization and AI, what worries me the most is the digital divide. We already have within our countries and between developed and developing countries this huge digital divide. So how do you include people? How do you turn rhetoric about cooperation, international cooperation and collaboration into implementation? And I participated recently in the AI Safety Summit in London, and I was glad to see that people are talking about safety, all the safety issues that we may face if AI and other technologies come to the wrong hands, but also that we have to bring it to all people. You have to use it for the good of people. How do you do that? If today we have more than hundreds and millions of people and children living in poverty, without eating, without knowing what they'll eat the next day, if you spend trillions, not billions, trillions of dollars in warfare around the world, but you can have the commitment of developed countries to abide by the commitment in 2015 in the Paris COP to contribute with $100 billion to climate change. How are you going to deal with digitalization, with AI? Who will be part of it? And the scale of this, and we are talking about AI, but if you start to talk about quantum computing, we can't even think about it. What will happen with those who have it, who have the supercomputers, and who have the money to invest the billions and trillions of dollars invested in these new technologies, and those who can't have it? So cooperation, like between Ireland and Latin America. This is the key between the academies, between the businesses, between the governments. And just to finish, I forgot to say made in Wa. Yeah? Good morning. Is it right?
No, but don't worry about it. We like the intention.
So they taught me wrong.
But, it's an interesting thing because actually we've moved our research with Brazil onto quantum computing, and we talk about AI all the time, but there's equally 5, 6, 7 other types of deep technologies that we need to actually address, and the idea of agile regulation in the context of sustainability or AI or payment systems and international payment systems is very important. We're running out of time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a big question, so I'll try to get it done in
big question, small answers.
Small answers. So look, if we asked everyone in the room here for their definition of innovation, everyone's going to have a different one. But the history of it, and if you look back in history, you will find the evidence to explain it. And you recognise this, I'm sure the early economists talk about labour, capital and the means of production. You bring them together and that's how you create wealth and that's how you create innovation. Now that's old-fashioned language, but if we're to bring it into the 21st century terms, the means of production is technology. It's emerging tech. Capital is fundraising, seed funding and so on, and availability of banking resources and all of those things. And labour, of course, is talent. But it's not just talent, it's creativity, it's ideation. So, you're not going to get innovation on one of those strands alone. So innovation, I think, is about bringing together the 3 strands of talent, of technology, and investment. So maybe if we just put that into practical terms as an example of what it might look like. So working with colleagues in IDA, and this goes back to 2018, and that we're at the earlier stage of this wave of AI that has since landed. It was being kind of expressed to us by IDA and by the multinational sector that, the country that's really going to compete for new investment in AI is the one that can produce postgraduates, master's students in AI and do it at a reasonable scale. Now, the challenge we had is that we didn't have one. So there wasn't a postgrad offering available in Ireland back in 2019 in AI. And I suppose the challenge that set us was how could we use our model, our industry-led model, and our partnership model with universities, to co-create a program in an emerging tech that was so rich and so changing that required massive input from industry, but also huge input from the academic teams. So bringing together your own university, DCU, University of Limerick and University of Galway, together with experts from 40 tech companies, we designed and co-created Ireland's first Masters in Artificial Intelligence. Since then, 300 people have graduated from that programme. Now, you might think that's small, but for a small country, that's a huge boost, a huge talent shot in the arm. And the net result of this, and Ken might comment on it, the net result of this is our tech sector is now more competitive in terms of AI investment in AI projects because we brought the talent in. So yet again, talent, investment, and technology. And when you bring those together in that blend, that's where you can see this real innovation and growth being unlocked.
Very good. Great. That's a good answer. Mm-hmm. Not short answer. You've got to beat his short answer now.
I'll try to, yeah. But just to follow on from Paul's point there, in terms of one of the critical success factors, absolutely talent and the availability of talent, the recognition globally of the Irish talent ecosystem, but also the level and qualification of graduates coming out of the tertiary ecosystem in Ireland is almost second to none. I mean, it ranks right up there globally and obviously on a European scale as well. So it is one of the key differentiating factors that Ireland can position itself on. Just in terms of the other critical success factors, I guess, from an IDA point of view and the companies, obviously, I think it's imperative that all companies, that their Irish sites have and embrace innovation and R&D as one of their strategic imperatives. Once they do that, they have to get approval for that mandate from their parent co, wherever that's located. Like I said, RDA has 22 offices globally, so part of our function is to meet directly face-to-face with the HQs wherever they are around the world to kind of help position Ireland as being a suitable place for R&D and innovation. And once they get that approval, then to engage with right partners, the like of SkillNet and the other service providers and training providers in the ecosystem. I think in terms of challenges, I think the model here has been proven over so many years, over decades. And I think that the challenges from an Irish perspective, or more from a Latin American perspective, is actually putting Ireland on the map as being a potential location for future R&D. And I think that's a challenge we're going to have to try and overcome.
Now, Des, I have a question from the audience for you. Is Stripe planning to expand to other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean besides Mexico and Brazil?
Well, we certainly have a plan to expand beyond the countries where we're currently operating in. As I said earlier, the world of digital knows no borders or boundaries, and we will certainly be looking at those countries as we continue to grow out in Latin America. To your other question, I would reiterate what my colleagues have said. But to put it in context in the whole conversation about AI, not to diversify too much into it, rather than be afraid of it, I think we need to embrace it. We don't fully understand it yet, and we don't fully understand what the potential of it is. But I always use the analogy, Excel didn't do away with accountants. Computers didn't do away with the need for humans to be involved in everything. It created a whole new industry, a bigger industry, and I think AI will ultimately do the same thing. And in the world of digital, there's so much coming. It's beyond really our current imagination. Only 12% of commerce today is done digitally. 88% is done in a manual fashion across all sorts of industries. So to grow that and the potential that's there, we're going to need a lot. We're going to need a lot of technology. We're going to need a lot of computing power. We're going to need artificial intelligence. We're going to need people in the right places, where it's nearshoring or farshoring, whatever. But probably the most important thing is that proximity to the end consumer. With all of that technology, all of that artificial intelligence, and also those countries or people, as Paul said earlier, that have taken that leap and leadership position, as Ireland is doing in AI, that is another wonderful opportunity for our colleagues in Latin America to learn about. So I think that it's all there, Theo, and it's a very exciting wave that's coming our way.
So maybe I'll just sum up. I think that what we're saying is, reduce the boundaries of doing business. All right, that's number one. Any barriers to doing business, let's reduce them, and let's do it in a flexible and agile way, so we'll respond to changing the environment. And I think just going back to something Des said, and it's kind of we'll bring it to the next speakers, which is, we need to activate the micro SMEs and the SMEs, which make up 90% plus of most of the countries in Latin America and Caribbean and in Ireland. Once you get outside Dublin, 98% micro SMEs. We need to activate them into the digital age. We need to think about new sustainability challenges for those types of businesses and those types of homes. Our next two, I'd like to thank our panel. Our next two speakers, I think, are perfectly poised to answer some of the questions people have posed on Slido, but also some of the topics that have been raised here. I have Minister Calleary and Leo Clancy, the Head of Enterprise Ireland, talking about, I suppose, the export potential and the market potential in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank the people who offered up their questions. I hope we answered some of the questions with short answers, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of today. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? No? How's that? Yes, very good. All right, I'll just work out how to make that work. Okay, well, after that very excellent session, we're on to another one, which I think is going to be a really interesting one. I have here, obviously, the Minister for Trade Promotion, Dara Calleary, who oversees many of the ongoing efforts to boost Ireland's trade and investment relations in the Latin American and Caribbean region. And we also have the CEO of Enterprise Ireland, Leo Clancy, who is responsible for developing and growing Irish enterprises across the world. And obviously Latin America and the Caribbean is a big focus. I just want to share with you a little nugget that I just learned that I thought was, totally, if you pardon the pun, bananas. Every banana grown in Belize is exported first to Ireland. That was an astonishing little fact, which I wish I had known in my previous job. But it just proves that how Ireland's geographical place in the world can help in trade terms and how markets and opportunities are there to be exploited. So, Minister, if I could start with you. The government's strategic approach to driving trade and investment all comes under the Global Ireland programme. So can you flesh that out a little bit for us and tell us a little bit more in practice about what this means?
So Jude, Global Ireland is a DFA initiative. I want to thank our colleagues in the Department of Foreign Affairs for organising this event today. This is the first of its kind. We're going to double Ireland's presence and our impact worldwide through the Global Ireland strategy. It also aligns with our trade and investment strategy for my own department, which is entitled Values for Ireland, Values for the World. That lays out our trade ambition, but also our trade values that we're pursuing as a country. It has a couple of key aims, supporting sustainable growth, continued prosperity for ourselves, obviously, as an island, but our trading partners, higher living standards all across our trading relationships. In terms of the LSE region, since Global Ireland was launched, we've had 7 ministerial-led visits to the region, including one by the Taoiseach last year when he was minister in our own department. He was in Chile as part of the St. Patrick's Day, and there will be a continued ministerial-led presence across the region. And we also have opened up offices in Sao Paulo and in Austin from Leo's colleagues in Enterprise Ireland, so that Irish companies who want to break into the market, who want assistance, can use Enterprise Ireland's expertise, but also work with the very close collaboration between Enterprise Ireland and the Department of Foreign Affairs on the ground through the LSE region. So there's huge potential there. We're putting the boots on the ground. What we want now is Irish companies to align with that ambition and join with us. And you never know, the next time you join us, you might have more quirky facts like what you just gave us.
Like the bananas. So boots on the ground, as you say, and the opportunities are there, but there's a tremendous energy. How do you harness that in practice?
So I had a wonderful event. Earlier this year, we launched the Brazil-Irish Chamber of Commerce in City Hall, just at the front of the complex here. I think we had 400 or 500 people that night. It was an amazing energy in the room, but there was also an ambition. And I want to thank all of the ambassadors in the room who are driving this. We're about to launch a regional chamber so that all of the Latin American and Caribbean countries will come together in one chamber of commerce for the area. And that will bring a focus to the opportunities, but also give a forum for the challenges so that we can address those in a structured way. I think that's going to help. But also, as I said, Leo will speak to the Enterprise Ireland presence, the IDA presence in terms of inward investment, and I know we're going to have Hortifood later in the day who are Chilean, who are setting up a base here in Ireland as well. So IDA, in terms of attracting inward investment, are doing their bit. Enterprise Ireland, in terms of facilitating Irish companies investing, and I think we're going to grow this partnership.
The part you've missed there came up in an earlier panel, which was about the dancing. You've got to get the Irish, the Latin enthusiasm for dancing going, I think.
But we're pretty enthusiastic when it comes to dancing. Just give us a dance floor, we'll dance.
Yeah. Leo, a similar question, if I can bring you in now. What about your own activity in the region? Whereabouts do you see the potential, and how do you want to go about harnessing it yourselves?
Yeah, so really exciting region, first of all, and I'd like to echo the Minister's comments and thanks to our diplomatic corps, first of all, the Department of Foreign Affairs and all the embassies and consulates, and really welcome that we've taken the Global Irish approach now of expanding our presence, because no matter what you do in life with other counterparts, it's about relationships. And I think our diplomatic corps is doing a superb job of building relationships across Latin America and Caribbean, equally to our colleagues who are ambassadors here in Dublin and their visiting colleagues from our counterpart agencies seeking to bring investment into and build trade links across the region. We have had numerous bilateral meetings in the last couple of days. We'll have more tomorrow, more this afternoon. So there's a great energy and willingness to do business, to do more, and I think huge interest. So that's the people piece, which I think is the most important piece of any trading relationship, is really strong. And there's good trust and I think good cultural openness and alignment. So that's really positive. In terms of our practical presence, we have an office in São Paulo where we employ 3 people whose job it is to help Irish companies succeed across Latin America. We have my colleague Danielle from that office in the audience today. We've also got Sarah Hill in our office who's based in Austin covering Mexico and other markets from there. So a lot of focus going in. We've got 200 companies exporting to Latin American Caribbean region at the moment. That represents, their exports represent 324 million of exports from Ireland, and that's products and services from Ireland into the region, not counting the operations of companies that you heard from earlier, like Smurfit and Kingspan, who have operations in the region where there will be additional sales that are manufactured locally, sold and traded locally. So growing impact, that export number was up 25% last year. And that's in a year when we grew exports by 19% across our base. So Latin America, Caribbean is growing faster than average, and we're delighted to see that. 200 companies is fantastic. We think, though, we have 2,000 exporting companies, so we think there's loads of scope to grow. But overall, really positive relationships, and we're seeing it across many different sectors. Manufacturing, to a large extent, actually is localized. We're also seeing Irish companies like Mergon investing in places like Mexico for sub-supply into other regions of their business. So lots of really positive trade links in that context. What surprised me as I looked at our numbers was the size of the services industry. And we heard a colleague from Stripe earlier speaking, and Paul from SkillNet Ireland talking about the interest in training, and we have a huge education in Ireland footprint as well from Latin American students who come here to learn English or to study further education or technical disciplines. So just so many links across different areas. It's a great market relationship to have, and we're really optimistic about the future.
And the growth that you're seeing, is that coming from the large companies like, the ones that we've had on panels this morning, Smurfit, Kingspan, Stripe, or is it from smaller startups that you're seeing breaking into the Latin American and Caribbean markets?
It's both. If you look at Smurfit and others established for a long time for packaging a lot of the export goods and other areas from the region. So there's very long established presences that have been there for a long time. We're seeing companies like Daon, a relatively recent cybersecurity company, breaking into key markets where there's large contracts and relatively new markets. So it's a real mix, actually. And like I said, the services economy in Latin America, Caribbean is a really interesting market because it just takes 1 or 2 big wins for some clients in that space to make this region their most important destination market.
No, absolutely. Minister, if I can come back to you, what's the main differentiator for the Latin American and Caribbean region in terms of attracting trade and investment from Irish companies? What does it offer, or what areas do you think need to be exploited more?
So, Jude, when you break it down, there's actually 33 countries involved, so it's not just a kind of a region. Each of the 33 countries have different strengths. Some of them share our strengths in pharma, others are strength in tech, as Leo's referenced, in services. So we have a really good subsystem of companies here who have the capacity to move into Latin American Caribbean on the basis of the work they have done here. We've seen that work incredibly successfully in Northern Europe in particular. Irish companies serving high-tech construction here are operating incredibly successfully based on their experience here. There's huge opportunities there as well. I think, many of those 33 countries share our trade focus, they share our willingness to a rules-based trade system. And now that with the growing support network we're putting in place, the bridge to get there will be a lot easier. And the willingness to work with Irish companies getting there will be a lot easier. You know, we've had some of the big examples here today, some of the big companies, but again, we can also highlight some smaller companies as well. And I think, you know, it's the commonality that we have there. The experience Irish companies have here of serving globally out of this space will work in LSE as well.
So it's sort of success begets success and growth.
To a certain extent, and we can show examples of that, you know, as I said, in high-tech construction, but that high-tech construction sector came out of Irish companies that can service the pharma sector here, the tech sector. And they're using the skills they've picked up here across the world, and there's no reason they can't be used as, you know, Latin American and Caribbean countries are expanding in pharma. They need that kind of experience. As they're expanding in digital, they need that kind of experience. So we've got those companies.
And just, I mean, it's a question for both of you, really. This expansion, is it complementary or is it a competition for Ireland?
Happy to start on that one. I think it's absolutely, there are areas we compete, but actually they're diminishing over time. So classically beef, if you look at it, would be one of those areas where with South America in particular, people would have worried, particularly the industry here might have worried about competition at various times. But I think for both of us now, the demand for nutrition and the pressures on the food system are such that actually there's huge opportunity to complement one another. I mentioned to you earlier, just this morning, had discussions about 2 beef industry agri-tech products. So one that's an ingestible bolus that tells you what the gut health of the animal is, that can reduce methane emissions, and another that is a weighing device, effectively, for cattle that tells you when they're ready for optimal factory transfer. So those are 2 things that I'd like to think those Irish companies could find customers for in the Brazilian beef market, for instance, and other markets around the place. To the Minister's comment about digitalisation, I think that's a global game where we will benefit from Latin American, Caribbean companies, technologies that can be deployed here. We've also got a long history in this space. Digicel, most people will know, is a very significant player in the Caribbean region in particular. I was fortunate to be the engineer who made the first mobile-to-mobile call on their network in Jamaica in 2001. So I hadn't slept for about 50 hours, I think, but that was a significant contribution to the digitalization of the Caribbean and competition in the mobile market. So I think in that context, to the Minister's point about high-tech construction and other contributions that we can make, and we expect there will be contributions in the other direction, I think we can bring complementarity. To your starting point, I'm not sure we, even with the influence of rum following that first call, we brought a lot to the dancing calibre that's deployed in Jamaica, but that's another day's work.
Are there, looking ahead the horizon for the next 5 years then, what kind of sectors stand out at you particularly? Again, we could start with you, Leo.
I think innovative tech, to some of those last examples, are really interesting for us in terms of the Irish trade story, outbound. I think actually the opportunity for Irish companies to onshore in Latin America and Caribbean is really interesting as well. There's huge new opportunities, and we necessarily look at this with an outbound lens because that's our lens. So you heard my colleague Ken from IDA talk earlier. We think there's huge opportunity for Ireland to be a launch pad for Latin America, Caribbean companies into the European market, because no more than we might look at Latin America, Caribbean, as the Minister said, as a location of many different jurisdictions, Europe looks exactly the same if you're a company looking to export. And I think if we can get those links at the trade and economic development levels right, we can do some really special things together. But I'd say innovative tech from Ireland, Irish companies continuing to invest in manufacturing and engineering presences in the region, in Latin America and Caribbean. Those would be 2 that I'd be very optimistic about. Financial services is another one. We have a particular strength in Ireland, as you heard with Stripe, but a lot of early stage startup companies, and I think huge potential there as well.
Yeah.
I think Enterprise Ireland have a particular investment in agri-tech, and there are companies here being set up to assist Irish agriculture in the transition, in the climate transition towards lower methane. I think they have massive potential in LSE. We saw some of them at the Enterprise Ireland exhibition at the National Ploughing Championships, and they're really well primed in a couple of years to set up bases. because Latin America and Caribbean face the same emission reduction challenges as we do, potentially on a greater scale. And I think we are a long way ahead of the digital or of the world conversation in the technology in this space.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that as both of you were speaking there, that sprang to mind from my time in Latin America is how many very innovative, particularly in fintech companies and financial services and things like that. Is access to capital something that Ireland can help with?
I think it is. We have a huge financial sector here in Ireland. We're growing. We're on a growth trajectory in terms of capital going into industry. It's a challenge everywhere at the moment, particularly in the current constrained economic environment. But actually, Irish companies are building more and more links globally in terms of access to capital. We have that huge investment base here as well. So I think there's certainly opportunities. And I heard the previous speakers mention sustainable finance as well as an area that's growing very strongly. There are lots of assets under management here in Ireland. So I think that's an area for a discussion to continue.
Yes. Minister, do you want to come in there as well?
I think sustainable finance, green finance, as it's known colloquially, is going to be a massive growth space. Irish companies are leading out in some really interesting products there. Ireland is a small market. We like to think ourselves as big. So again, this is a space where there's opportunity. But what we need is Irish companies to actually use the resources that are being made available through Enterprise Ireland, through IDA, but through the Department of Foreign Affairs. We use the phrase Team Ireland, and we mean it. We mean all of our agencies coming together, our department coming together, and I think Irish companies just need to take that ball and run with it.
One sector that came up in one of the earlier panels today was energy. This is obviously, Ireland's got a lot of wind and a lot of expertise on both sides of the Atlantic here. Is this an area that you're also seeing, Leo, that's taking off?
It's huge, and I think you've heard the Irish story about our potential 70 gigawatts of wind around the coasts of Ireland. So really interesting. We have a lot of companies already working on wind projects around the world, but particularly companies like Mainstream Renewables who have built out a great business in South America. So I think there's lots of potentials for more companies to do more in the market, and I think vice versa, to learn more. And we will need more capacity in Ireland to build out the renewable base that it's our ambition to have. A lot of that demand in terms of actual construction is going to show up from probably 2028 through to 2045. So I think this represents, for wind-focused and infrastructure-focused companies more generally, a huge opportunity, because the one certainty in Europe, in Ireland and in renewables generally is that we have a constrained resource base. So access to human capital from Latin America, Caribbean that can contribute to that, and companies with expertise is going to be hugely important.
Minister, we've heard today, over the course of the day, how the trading and investment figures are really very healthy, growing strongly. But the number of Latin American and Caribbean companies actually in Ireland is lower. We touched on that earlier. So why is that? And how do you fix it? How do you change things?
So we're changing it by putting the investment in, by putting the boots on the ground, by increasing our investment into IDA resources. And we're also, by using today, we're going to have a really good example with Hortefruit and inquiring from them how they made it, why they decided to come here. And I think, as Leo has said, we are an anchor country for EU investment to break into the EU region, and that will give companies the opportunity to do that. I think also the greater links we have here, the greater economic links through the various chambers of commerce that are going to be the regional one that will be established, the ones that are being established, to bring more case studies to show to incoming countries that this is a good country to invest, that incoming companies will be able to build a confidence. And we're, in the last 10 years, we've opened 3 new diplomatic missions in the Latin American Caribbean region. That's serious investment on our part. And as Leo has said, we have presence in Sao Paulo through Enterprise Ireland and in Austin. So we are servicing those markets by putting people on the ground and putting resources on the ground. And we're willing to expand that in the context of the global Ireland footprint.
Are you seeing generally that there's surprise in the Latin American and Caribbean region at what Ireland can offer and how Ireland can be a gateway into Europe? Or do companies know about it but just aren't quite sure of how to access it?
So look, we're obviously a major EU centre for investment. Is there surprise? Possibly not. For people in the space, they know that Ireland is hungry for investment. I think we have 40,000 students at the moment from the region in Ireland doing various studies here. So we need to use that as an asset, that when those students return home, that they come home with good memories of Ireland, that they become, in a few years' time, investment and decision makers. So their experience as students here will count in terms of investment decisions in a few years. But we also need to keep our investment proposition competitive. You know, tax, skills, infrastructure, political stability, they are all key things that attract any company into the country from wherever they're coming. And coming from the Latin American Caribbean region, companies make the same kind of business decisions. And we've got to probably communicate better that Ireland is the best place to do business in and to base your EU base in.
And the other way around, do you feel, Leo, that Irish companies are, you know, Latin America and the Caribbean is a massive region and they don't quite know where to start? Or do you think it's mainly a focus on the big established major economies of Latin America and they're not so aware of the other markets?
We have a slight Irish disorder, I won't call it a disease, in terms of gravitating towards English-speaking markets, and it's probably the curse and the benefit of growing up in an English-speaking environment. It's much easier to think first about English-speaking markets because we have a huge one on our doorstep, we have a huge one across the Atlantic, and often you will see companies go to Australia next after they've done UK, Canada, US. So that I think that can be an obstacle just in terms of as something of a bias. I think that's changing though, and as you said, examples are hugely important. So we have 200 companies trading across all sectors into Latin America and Caribbean, and I think the fear factor and the closeness bias and the language bias is diminishing. We saw the Eurozone grow by around the same as Latin American Caribbean last year, so we're certainly seeing a discernible change away from just not just but a bias towards English-speaking markets. I think that's probably the big one. Using our offices to raise the awareness, reduce the fear factor about the differences in regulation as well as language and culture and other things is really important. So we do have that fabulous network through all the people in the room today who can help reduce that fear factor. And the stories, you know, we heard Smurfit Kappa earlier today offering to share their experience with others. We have companies like Water Wipes and CombiLift and Day On, you know, across so many different sectors, there are people who give freely of their views and opinion and advice on how to get started. So I think it's about continuing to do the job. We're at 200 really great companies exporting today, plus, as the Minister mentioned, those inbound students that are finding their way to Ireland to build their early careers and hopefully go back with a good impression. The more we do that, business is about connections between people.
I think as well, I don't think a lot of companies who aren't involved in the Enterprise Ireland experience, they probably don't understand the level of support they get. The level of, I won't say hand-holding, but the level of guidance is very deep and it's immense, and you're dealing with experts in the various market. And I always say to any company, if you've been courageous enough to set up your own business, if you're courageous enough to actually take that step, then just go for it. You know, the fear factor is real. Business people are so busy trying in their own business, they don't have time to step out of it and see the opportunity. So if you have the guts to be a business person and to depend on someone else for your income, not know where it comes from, then trading internationally, trading in the LSE is no problem.
Yeah. You just mentioned just now the educated workforce and attracting students. Is there more collaboration between universities that can be done as well?
I think there's a huge amount already. There's obviously competition between Irish universities to get this. That's healthy. But, you know, MOUs have been signed with colleges in Mexico and I think DCU and other Department of Further and Higher Education are doing that as well. But I think we need to probably resource our third levels and our fourth level institutes as well, to have presence out there, to have a deeper presence, and use that skill, use that amazing resource we have of 40,000 at any one time, people from the region who are using Ireland as their education experience. They're immersing themselves in parts of the Irish education system, and you can't put a value in that. They are our ambassadors to in a different sphere.
Well, I think it's really interesting. I've been in Ireland for 2 years now, and I think one of the things that you find really striking is how large the Brazilian community is here. It's massive. There's loads of people. Some come to work, some come to study, or both, I think. And obviously some stay on, and then tech companies attract a very, very multilingual and crowd of people from a number of different backgrounds. So is Ireland doing enough to keep these people rather than just training them and exporting them back home?
I think we are. I think we're the kind of, we're a country of emigration traditionally. In the context of this forum, the founder of the Argentinian Navy is a mailman. When you go back 300 years, we have that tradition. Now we're a country of immigration. And we're bringing this amazing asset, for want of a better phrase, this amazing resource to our country. And the one thing about the Brazilian community, they're spread around the country and they're bringing that richness and diversity. It's not just the capital city, but right around the regions. We are currently at full employment. It's something we were working very hard to maintain, and we're working with companies who need to bring in expert skills or need to add to their skills in terms of work permits and work skills issues. So we're always willing to work with companies who want to give the opportunity to people to stay here or to come here with their skills.
Absolutely. Leo, if we can come back to you. I mean, we've spent a lot of time on this panel talking about the opportunities, but what are the headwinds? What are the obstacles that you're seeing to realising these, very full opportunities and ambitions that we're seeing in front of us?
I think there's micro challenges that vary by jurisdiction, but that's true in every trade relationship all over the world. Probably the biggest one is the one we talked about earlier, just that lack of familiarity, fear factor about understanding the market. So that probably is the single biggest barrier. I think addressable size of opportunity in markets as well. Is there enough of a market for me to go in? And if I don't have, for instance, if I haven't operated in a Spanish-speaking jurisdiction or a Portuguese-speaking jurisdiction previously, is the barrier just too big? I think that's unlikely, given that most strong Irish companies are trading across Europe anyway. So I think after that, it comes down to understanding local legislation, what you need to get done. The things that companies are always worried about are things like tax regimes and bureaucracy around setting up businesses. So I think those things can all be smoothed, no matter where we're talking about in Latin America, Caribbean region. So from then, I think it's about engaging with ourselves through our Austin or São Paulo offices, engaging with our consulates who are fantastically supportive of trade, and, as I said, with our counterpart agencies. And I think that's something we're certainly building relationships on today with the inbound delegations, and yesterday and tomorrow, just making sure we have those relationships, that when something is a potential opportunity, that we find ways to find the right person and give some advice about how to go forward.
There's practical obstacles, but that can be overcome.
Can be.
Absolutely. Yep. So this is the inaugural meeting of this excellent event. In 5 years' time, when everyone is gathering here, what will it look like, Minister? What will the trade between Ireland and Latin America look like then?
So I think just firstly, reiterate my thanks to everybody in Foreign Affairs for organising today and for the work that they're doing on an ongoing basis. I always say, and I think we have to keep saying it, we ask our team in Foreign Affairs and in the agencies in Enterprise Ireland IDA to do a huge amount, particularly those that serve abroad. We ask them to leave their families behind, leave their networks, to go and fly the flag for Ireland, and that's not unappreciated and doesn't go unnoticed. This is a practical example of what we can do. So we have 200 companies out of 1,800 exporting to Latin America and Caribbean at the moment. That needs to change. So if we maybe set a overly ambitious, double that to 400 by this time 5 years. We need more case studies of inward investment, and I know our IDA colleagues will try and match that. We get more examples of what we're going to have later from Chile. I think as we're growing our space in renewables, we have a unit within our own department looking at Ireland's offshore potential. We will need skills from abroad to do that. Whether the Irish Atlantic and the North Atlantic will test the skills of experts from Latin America and Caribbean, we want them to take that test. And as we, from 28 on, we're going to need that kind of skill. So that's a pretty good, that's 2028 is 5 years. I think we'll have grown our space hugely. But
you said double. You said double. You heard it here.
Today can't just be a one-off, and it can't just be a flash in the pan. We've got to keep driving this on, and through our own trade strategy and investment strategy within my own department, I know we have a really hungry that are keen to do that.
Leo, for you, what do you see in the next 5 years? What would be the standout achievement?
Thanks for asking the Minister first, Jude. I was going to say 50% increase.
That's going to be doubled.
But I think the target is now set. And I'm very comfortable actually with the Minister's ambition around doubling our presence, because I think just such a great opportunity. So if we said somewhere between a 50% and 100% increase in the number of companies to be negotiated, over 500 million of trade up from 324, I think that would be a great ambition to aim for. But the most important thing is that we would have better, deeper and longer relationships, and that more people would know about Ireland. I remember I shared an office with 2 Chilean people for 3 months at one point in my career, and on a project in Latin America. And all of us were traveling, so we were both in a strange country. The Chileans and myself were both landed somewhere else, and every morning we'd have the same interaction, that they'd ask me how I was, and I'd say not too bad, and they'd fall into paroxysms of laughter. But do you know what? Over the 3 months we got to know one another really well, and they understood that my interpretation of not too bad and their interpretation of not too bad were completely different, but we came to understand one another. And I think understanding one another as respective markets and knowing what our respective capabilities are, taking away that fear factor, that's the piece I have the biggest ambition for. After that, the trade is very easy, actually.
Well, I think that's a big takeaway from this panel, really, that feel the fear and do it anyway, right? It does seem that there are very many more positives than negatives. The relationships are already there; they're ripe to be exploited even more. You're expanding the people on the ground in terms of trade missions and in terms of Enterprise Islands representation. So it feels like there's everything to play for. So we'll end up now, because I think everyone here probably in this room is looking forward to their lunch before another busy afternoon. I'd like to thank the Minister and Leo Clancy. I think we've had a very interesting discussion, and we heard the targets, doubling the exports. No lack of ambition here. So thank you very much to both of you.
Thanks, Jude.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ciara O'Flynn. I'm the Director for Latin America and the Caribbean at the Department of Foreign Affairs. I'm delighted to welcome you to the afternoon session of our Ireland, Latin America and the Caribbean Business and Economic Forum. I hope you've had a good lunch and a good chance to network and build up contacts. We have 2 more engaging panels to come this afternoon. One on sustainable growth in the agri-food sector and one on strengthening connectivity, with a strong focus on connections across trade, tourism and people-to-people links between Ireland and the region, and the Caribbean in particular, in our later session. But to begin our programme this afternoon, I'm delighted to introduce our keynote speaker, Tánaiste and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Defence, Micheál Martin. The Tánaiste has been one of the key figures in the implementation of the Global Ireland programme that we've heard a lot about already today. He has visited the Latin America region many times when he was previously Minister for Foreign Affairs, and he's had the opportunity to meet many of his counterparts recently, including during Ireland's term on the UN Security Council and, of course, in the margins of today's meeting. I know that he is keenly attuned to the importance of our relations with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean as partners with whom we share values and outlook. Tánaiste, many thanks for taking the time out of your very busy schedule to be here today to share your thoughts on our relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean, and on how we can use today's forum to enhance that relationship even further. Please join me in welcoming Tánaiste and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Defence, Micheál Martin, to the stage. Thank you.
Gur mágat Ciara agus cáirde na hÉirden díobh agus fáilte roimh go léir don our géad fórum gnó agus Geilreach. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this, the inaugural Ireland, Latin America and the Caribbean Business and Economic Forum. I'd like to extend a special welcome, as we say here, Céad Míle Fáilte, to Minister Chet Green, Foreign Minister of Antigua, Minister Kerrie Symmonds, Foreign Minister of Barbados, and Minister Douglas, Foreign Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, for taking your time to support this forum. I want to acknowledge the efforts that you and all of those who have travelled here to join us in such encouraging numbers have made to help ensure that today is the beginning of an exciting new chapter in our relations with all of your countries. Thank you all very much indeed. Ireland is an island nation, and I grew up in a port city, Cork, very aware of the possibility and opportunity that lay across the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic is the basis upon which our histories are intertwined, our peoples are intertwined. Today's conversations about our economic links, our trade links, our investment links will help ensure that our futures are intertwined, refreshing and building the connections that will turn today's opportunities into tomorrow's reality. When I look around this room, I see close friends and partners, but I do not take your friendship, your partnership for granted. Friendships, partnerships require work if they are to be sustained. And that is why Ireland is working hard to enhance our links with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. We've invested in an enhanced diplomatic presence with new embassies in Bogota and Santiago, an office for Central America, and most recently, an office for the Caribbean. We are increasing the number of people working in our Latin American missions. And in our Global Ireland Strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean, published last year, we set ourselves ambitious targets and objectives to enhance the connections that unite us. It is also why today is important. Today is about setting out the next steps forward in our connections. It is why I will travel to Mexico and Colombia in the new year, and why the number of ministerial level contacts we have is increasing each year. We have seen in recent years, in the response to the pandemic and also during Ireland's tenure on the Security Council, that solutions to global problems can only be found through global solutions. But also we have been reminded that a sense of global community can only be maintained by sustained investment in relationships at the political level, but also across our societies. For me, this people-to-people connection is the bedrock of successful and sustainable business relationships. While it is, of course, true that trade and investment make each one of our countries better off, the knowledge of each other that comes from working together is the basis of true friendship. And in that friendship, too, we find opportunity. And the theme of today's forum is expanding opportunity. How can we build upon our historic links to give them new contemporary twists? How can we add a modern resonance to names such as Daniel Florence O'Leary, Eliza Lynch, Bernardo O'Higgins, Admiral William Brown, and the St. Patrick's Battalion? How can we make the most of a shared history and connection that sees a Belfast and an Athenry in the middle of Jamaica? The fact that Argentina is home to the largest Irish community outside of the English-speaking world is something we need to celebrate more. Communities from Brazil, Mexico, and many other countries have made Ireland their home in recent years, setting up their own businesses, networks, and even chambers of commerce. In these connections and more, there are opportunities to be explored. And that's why my department commissioned a fascinating study on Ireland-Caribbean relations in partnership with Epic Museum, which you can see today in the lobby. That study captures the realities of that history, reminding us that our relations are complex and multi-layered, relations which we are obliged to examine and remember in full. Of course, the opportunities we're here today to talk about and grow are, in the first instance, business opportunities. We start from a good place. Our economic ties have never been closer. Our trade, as Minister Calleary outlined earlier, is reaching record figures. Our first two panels today highlighted some of what is driving this growth and why it is essential to continue working to tap further into the potential that is undoubtedly there. I mentioned our strengthened diplomatic presence. It includes dedicated agricultural capacity in the region, essential to building deeper links between our agri-businesses. Enterprise Ireland too, and Leo Clancy, was eloquent in his ambition for growth, has strengthened, and Enterprise Ireland has strengthened its capacity for engagement with Latin America and the Caribbean. But listening earlier, I was struck, and indeed am regularly struck in my travels around the world, by how much that diplomatic contact is amplified by business connections. Great companies who work in food, in energy, in transport, in manufacturing, areas where often our skill sets and our offers work in complement rather than in competition. Ireland's membership of the European Union means that companies from Latin America and the Caribbean do not just have access to the Irish marketplace, but to a marketplace of nearly 450 million potential customers. And I am sure that in Ireland you will find willing partners with whom to work in accessing those amazing opportunities. I'm conscious too of our shared interest in innovation. It is why I'm particularly interested in and excited by Ireland's new Master's Level Fellowship Programme for Latin America, launched in 2022 and which continues to expand across the continent. The award bears the names of two important Irish individuals: Roger Casement, the Irish activist who was instrumental in shedding light on human rights abuses in the Amazon region, and Cecilia Gerson, the first woman in Argentina to qualify as a doctor and daughter of an Irish woman. So far, 28 students have participated in these fellowship schemes. I look forward to welcoming many more in the coming years, and I think there is real potential here. These connections will, I trust, seed future generations of meaningful personal contacts and everything that flows from this. I am ambitious too that the academic contacts that are being forged will also allow us to develop our research links, research that will address the problems and create the opportunities of tomorrow. Through Ireland's strategy for partnership with small island developing states, we are working hard to deepen our relationships with our partners in the Caribbean. Through this strategy, we have transformed our long-standing cooperation with Caribbean partners at the United Nations, as well as in the World Bank and the wider Caribbean community. There have already been interesting exchanges of learning on tourism, development, and amongst other areas. It's time now to renew that engagement. On the 8th of December, at the COP28 summit in Dubai, and together with ministers from our island partners, I will launch Ireland's second national strategy for partnership with small island developing states. I look forward to meeting my international ministerial colleagues there. We are joint stakeholders in this partnership, and I am confident that together we can build on and accelerate the progress of recent years. In recent years, Ireland has also expanded its development cooperation footprint in the Latin American region, including a focus on Central America in particular. And this picks up on our historic investment in sustainable coffee production in the region and, importantly, in building value chains that enable local businesses to thrive. Conscious that climate risk is an impediment to business success, I am pleased to announce today that Ireland will, in 2024, significantly expand our existing funding to climate-related projects in the Central America region. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning of my remarks, today's forum is the start of an exciting new chapter. I am ambitious that we make good the promise in our relationship. As I said, Ireland is very pleased to be investing to do that. I'm heartened by the energy here today, in the conversations in the room and in the margins. Conversations which are generating the momentum needed to realise those opportunities. Conversations which will not end this evening, but which we will take forward into the future and which we will pick up again when this Ireland, Latin America and the Caribbean Business and Economic Forum next reconvenes. Buinigi sult as an cuileadh den ócáid agus go raibh míle míle maith agaibh go léir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks, Tánaiste, for your commitment and those words of insight. My name is Colm Hatchell. I'm Ireland's ambassador to Chile, also very happily accredited to Peru and to Ecuador, and delighted to be here on stage to introduce the next speakers of our forum. Firstly, we will have a video message from Chile's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alberto van Klaveren. I want to sincerely thank in advance the Minister, the Chilean Embassy here, Ambassador Ricardo, and your colleagues in the Foreign Ministry back home for arranging for this message to be delivered.
Hello, everybody. I'm delighted to address you today on what I am sure will be a very fruitful and important initiative for the advancement of trade and investment cooperation between Ireland, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I would like to express my satisfaction at the remuneration of Ireland's interest in our region. I am certain that in the near future we will be working together closer than ever before for the benefit of our peoples. We are certain that this meeting, held under the motto Ireland, Latin America and the Caribbean Expanding Opportunities, will give us a chance to reiterate our commitment to deepen bilateral and regional integration with Ireland. Chile appreciates the Irish strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean launched last year. It certainly shows positive signs of progress, of which this Business and Economic Forum is a concrete example. With a view to improve our own bilateral relations, and in particular to boost our clear potential in the field of commercial and economic relations, we are very hopeful that Chile's participation in this event will be an effective contribution to said integration process. Chile and Ireland share values such as democracy, respect for human rights, multilateralism, and international law. Thanks to the strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean, Ireland's presence in our region has been reinforced, something that has further strengthened our bilateral relation. In this context, we have developed a diverse bilateral agenda that includes topics such as science and technology, culture, renewable energies, among others. These are also complemented by the agenda that we have pushed forward in cooperation with the European Union. I wish all the participants in this forum success in their endeavors. May this be an opportunity to exchange views and plant the seeds to bring Ireland, Latin America, and the Caribbean closer together so our peoples can reap the benefits of a better, more prosperous and sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Minister van Klaveren. I'm honoured now to introduce our Minister of State for Land Use and Biodiversity, Senator Pippa Hackett. The Minister is responsible for the promotion of agri-food and agri-tech with a focus on sustainability. This sector is a key component of Ireland's trade relations with Latin America and the Caribbean, and across government, we have been working hard to build on the possibilities for innovation and collaboration in this area. Minister Hackett's remarks will lead into our third panel discussion today, which will continue the conversation on agri-food and agri-tech, and which will be chaired by Ireland's Special Envoy for Food Systems in 2021 and 22, Mr. Tom Arnold. I now hand over to the Minister of State for Land Use and Biodiversity, Senator Pippa Hackett. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colm, for the introduction. And yes, I'm really delighted to be here with you today for what is a fantastic chance to deepen the connection between our countries and our peoples. I'm Minister Pippa Hackett, as you heard, and for the past 3 years I've served as the Minister of State for Land Use and Biodiversity in the Department of Agriculture. I myself am an organic farmer also, and so I understand many of the challenges and opportunities in our sector, certainly on an individual level, but also at a national and a global level. There are many challenges and opportunities facing the global community right now. Not only are these really dominate the headlines, but also in areas that may not dominate international discourse, things like agriculture and food production. The only way we can take advantage of the opportunities and deal with the challenges is by working together to forge new working relationships across the globe. And this is something the Irish Government is very much behind. From the seeds of such relationships, cooperation can thrive, and we can begin to share knowledge, experience and solutions to the biggest challenges on the horizon. As Minister of State for Land Use and Biodiversity, I very much look forward to the next panel, which will be moderated by Tom Arnold. The panel will explore how various agricultural production systems must adapt and they must pivot to reposition themselves in light of the challenges of climate change, one of the greatest challenges we face globally. Indeed, it is a challenge that is reaching into the lives of people in every corner of the world, and something we have to take responsibility for, not just in the narrow view of where we ourselves live, but also in relation to the catastrophic effects it is having on some of the most vulnerable populations on this planet. I've just returned from attending the Global Food Security Summit in London yesterday, and the focus of that was very much about working towards the goals of zero hunger and ending malnutrition. And both agriculture and climate change were to the fore in many of the discussions throughout the day. Agriculture has always been and remains a hugely important way of Irish life. It is our oldest and largest indigenous industry and plays an important role in our economy, accounting for 7% of our gross national income. Like Latin America, we have also substantial exports. And last year, our agri-exports were in the region of €19 billion, with our ever-growing agri-tech sector contributing a further €1 billion. In Latin America and the Caribbean, agri-food accounts for 25% of overall exports and 14% of the world's total, which is a hugely significant figure. So although the physical distance between us is great, we still face similar challenges. We are all looking for ways to make our exports sustainable, and that gives us a strong foundation for the exchanges of knowledge, innovation and technologies, which is really why we are all here today. Food Vision 2030 is Ireland's agri-food strategy for the continuing development of that sector, and it has the potential to transform our agriculture, food, forestry and marine sectors in the coming years to 2030. Sustainability is at the core of this strategy. But if we are to be successful and maintain what we have, it is essential that we are honest and upfront about the challenges ahead. Our aim to become a world leader in sustainable food systems requires a holistic view of the agri-food sector. It requires us not only to think about the interconnectedness between food, health and nutrition, but also between food production and the environment. It is essential that we factor this into the plans of our future. This will develop significant benefits for our sector, for Irish society, and importantly, our environment and the health of our communities we all live in. We must meet the highest standards of sustainability, economic, environmental, and social sustainability, because we believe that this will form the basis of our future competitive advantage. Agriculture and food systems are core to the relationship between Ireland and our partner countries. I know the same is true for your countries, where agriculture is playing a huge role in the lives of a large proportion of your people, especially in rural areas. Ireland continues to invest heavily in innovation and applied research to help tackle key problems in the sector. We also see education and continuing skills development and support for entrepreneurship as key tools in improving participation of women and young people in the sector who are underrepresented. As a female farmer myself, I've experienced and seen firsthand what it is like to be underrepresented in a sector. So we have to be mindful that as we continue not only to work on maintaining our food production, but we also make agriculture and the sector an attractive option for the next generation, both men and women. As part of our commitment to strong bilateral technical cooperation, our government established Sustainable Food System Ireland. Its role is to share our experience from Ireland's own agri-food transformation journey with our partners across the world. Sustainable Food Systems Ireland is more than willing to engage with you in your own countries to establish if there is a basis for collaborative knowledge exchange projects in your agri-food sector, and I hope that much of this work can be progressed both at and during this event, after this event. As we are all aware, agriculture relies heavily on having a rich biodiversity and a healthy ecosystem. Farmers, as we know, are the custodians of the vast majority of the land, certainly here in Ireland and across the globe, and therefore are custodians of that precious biodiversity. And we must do all we can to assist them in fostering and rehabilitating the rich on-farm biodiversity seen right across the world. If we are to restore and enhance our biodiversity, then we have to transform agricultural processes. And that's what Food Vision 2030 is helping us to do here in Ireland. Because Food Vision 2030 commits Ireland to improving its water quality, developing multifunctional forests, reducing food waste, promoting regenerative and organic farming, and many other positive and sustainable practices. Of course, the Latin America and Caribbean region is heaving with an extraordinary variety of species and ecosystems. Indeed, the Amazon alone, as you know, houses 10% of the world's biodiversity, with an estimated 50% of global biodiversity located across your region. Protecting this biodiversity is key to meeting our global climate and agri-food goals. And it is obvious that Ireland must work and learn from regions like Latin America and the Caribbean. Since 2019, an agricultural attaché from my department has been appointed to the Embassy of Ireland in Mexico City with a regional remit. This has vastly enhanced our engagement on agricultural issues and collaboration in this region. Our approach is also multilateral, and Ireland will continue to support collaboration with UN agencies, primarily FAO, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Food Programme, and IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. We also know that we can partner with many of you in the Caribbean and in Latin American countries on securing global solutions. This reflects our global outlook, which is that sustainable food systems must be an integral part of our policies on climate, development, nutrition, and human development. To this end, we are hosting a major event at the upcoming COP28 in Dubai to explore how we can better integrate sustainable food systems planning into our wider climate and development policies. So in conclusion, I want to thank you again for your engagement and enthusiasm here today. We face many challenges in the agri-food sector in the coming years and decades, and closer engagement as we bolster our existing links and forge new ones can only be positive for our countries and your region. Obrigado, gracias, gorau mila mahagiv galer. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed, and welcome to this panel. Our ambition is to make this panel just as fascinating as all the other panels you've had this morning, which were a really high standard to attain. My name is Tom Arnold. I actually had the honour of chairing the process which led to Food Vision 2030, and that's one of the contexts that I'm here. We have, I thank you very much, Minister Hackett, for that very good scene setting, talking about the Irish commitment to sustainable food systems. We had Minister Calleary earlier on talking about the potential that there is for Irish agri-tech and innovation. And to illustrate this, the panel consists of, I think, 3 remarkable entrepreneurs in different aspects of the agri-food and agri-tech system. And I suppose ultimately our task in this panel is to debate and talk about how Latin America and the Caribbean represents a chance and an opportunity for people like these entrepreneurs and indeed others to work in the region and to develop the very considerable resources that are in the region. So we have with us Caroline Keeling, who's the CEO of Keelings, a major a major food company. John T. O'Sullivan, who's CEO of BioAtlantis, and Joan Valverde, General Manager of Hortifruit Genetics. And I'm going to ease my task by just asking each of them to tell their own story, because I've heard each of their stories and they're fascinating. And Caroline, would you like to start?
Yeah, that would be a pleasure, and delighted to be here to talk today. I might share initially the company's story with Latin America and my own. But just to explain a little bit about Keelings, we're a fresh produce, fruit, salad and veg company. We started in 1926 with my grandparents as farmers. And I think these days our turnover would be just over $500 million. We'd supply nearly all the countries in Europe and the US and little bits into Hong Kong. So we're quite diverse at this stage, but in our early stages, Latin America had a huge role to play in that. We expanded our farm and our business, started trading in Ireland. But it was only when my father started buying bananas out of Costa Rica and Colombia that we started to grow our business significantly, and we expanded into the UK. So that was a huge part of building the company. Most people in Ireland know us for berries, but bananas was probably our biggest product for a significant number of years, particularly coming from Costa Rica and Colombia. So my own personal experience with Latin America started in '94 when I went over to Costa Rica to look to buy bananas. And I think I became known as the giant white woman with blue eyes. So as I walked around Guapalas in Costa Rica. But it was such a joy to work with people who want to make the product better. And we just constantly worked on making product better. And I spent my first sort of 5-6 years in the business just traveling around South Central America, looking at buying different crops, be it berries, be it apples, be it citrus, etc. And I had such great experience. And while I would definitely agree that, you know, every country is different, no more than every country in Europe is different, there's a real two themes I really enjoyed in my working with Central and South America was, number one, you like to party. And I think if the Irish are the best partiers in Europe, I have to say the whole of Central and South America, you all like to party. So I really enjoyed that part. And the other is you build great relationships. So I've found in my years of various experiences of building relationships, but I remember one particular company, I wanted them to transfer selling to one of my competitors to selling to me and our company, and I had to go over and spend the weekend with the entire family. It took me about a day before I worked out it was actually the grandmother making the decision whether they would do this or not, and thankfully I passed and they transferred the business. But, you know, it built such strong relationships. I had another company where we had a strong relationship and something went wrong. We lost our customer and they worked with us to resolve the problem that everybody was happy with. And then I ended up trading with them for the next 10, 15 years until they sold the business. So I think I really found my business dealings in the whole region has been very positive for our company. We currently buy about 80 million euros worth of produce from South and Central America and hope to build it. There's a number of projects on the way that I think will help. There's one particular project I heard about last night, which is ships are being built with sails so that they can come over to Europe carbon neutral. I think all those kind of projects are going to be very interesting in the future. And I think it's how we get the supply chain network to Ireland is going to be very important as well, that we make it as carbon and as fast as possible, as carbon neutral and as fast as possible.
You missed this morning, but there was a reference made to U2's first concert in Mexico when Bono said at the end of it, everyone liked to dance. So it's dance and party.
It is, and I have to say, I was one of the best clubs I've ever been to in my entire life was one in Bogota. Best dancing club ever.
Well, we'll have certain themes running through this conversation, so maybe dancing and party is one of them, but another of them is sustainability.
Yeah.
And you've touched on that, and we'll come back to it. But we'll go to John next. John, you're in a very different line of business, but fascinating in its own way. So will you tell us your story?
Yes, I started BioAtlantis. It's a biotechnology company, and started in 2004 with the concept that you can extract natural compounds from marine or terrestrial sources that have a role in health, i.e. plant health, animal health, and human health. And there are about, maybe it's not strictly accurate, but there are about 10 compounds around the world, and interestingly enough, 2 of those compounds, the critical compounds, are in seaweed. And one of those compounds has a big role in the whole area of oxidative stress, which is becoming very opportune, or not opportune, being very critical at the moment because of the whole issues with climate change. Because crops, like everyone else, like us, come through or go through stress. And when I say oxidative stress, it constitutes abiotic stress, which is your drought, your heat, your cold, your waterlogging. And we have a compound that can prime the crop to mitigate against that stress by modulating the genetics of the plant. So it has a serious role in there. So, and in terms of Latin America, we have good trading relationships now in Argentina, in Chile, in Brazil, in Mexico, and probably onwards to Colombia and Ecuador. And there, as Caroline says, I think there is a very, I don't know what is it, because it's hard to put it to analyze it in things, but I think the Irish concept has a family. And I think Latin America is very similar. They have similar attitudes as the Irish, as the family is critical, as Caroline said, the grandmother makes a decision. But what I'm saying is that family attitude, I think, is very interesting. I think it allows you to build bonds, or it allows you to trust people that you may not have years of dealing with, but that you, either from the body language or whatever, that you actually get a good feeling that these people, yes, in business you will always have issues, But the problem, the most important thing is that you're honest and say, if you have a problem, own up to it. And once people are honest with things, with people, then it's very easy to sort problems. The day you start trying to hide issues, then you have an issue. But so I think there's a huge opportunity in Latin America combining with Ireland, and it'll work both ways.
I mean, Leo Clancy talked just before lunch about the importance of relationships.
Yeah.
And this is what you're saying. In fact, both of you are saying
yes.
Relationships, actually. Juan, you tell your story.
Yeah, well, I'm the other way around of the other two panelists. I'm Irish by adoption, so I've been here since 2008. But obviously I come from Spain. I've worked in Chagas, Monaghan Mushrooms, and Trinity College, so kind of reference companies in Ireland. I had the opportunity to move into hortifruit, and I didn't study twice. It was a company, I'll tell you a little bit more about the company now, originated in Chile, that has been expanding on the area of blueberries, and decided to make a strategic move into Ireland. And it was very appealing because I thought it was a good decision to make. And I believe that Latin America is a region that is going to become more and more strategic. So I think it's good for Ireland, actually, too, that hortifruit makes that decision. So you probably don't know that much about hortifruit. We obviously don't have such a brand as Keelings here. Fantastic brand, I must say. Hortifruit, I'm just going to give you a key facts. So you have an idea of the scale of the company. It's the #1 sales in blueberries company in the world. It's the second one in berries in general. We produce over or just under 10,000 hectares worldwide, half of them managed by us, half of them managed with third-party growers. We employ over 55,000 temporarily and permanent workers over more than 30 countries. We operate in all of the regions. We are established player in Americas. We are introducing ourselves more in the European, Middle East and Africa region, and we've only made the jump recently into China and India. So a global player in that sense on the berry markets. Primarily we produce blueberries, raspberries, blackberries and a bit of cherries. The company was formed 40 years ago, founded by Victor Moller, may he rest in peace, a very visionary man from Chile that now it sounds very normal to us, but he was one of those pioneers, entrepreneurs that realized that somebody could play with the northern and southern hemisphere relationship, right? So, and complement the demand for berries in northern hemisphere in the southern hemisphere, because obviously when it's winter here is summer down there. Obviously that created a whole business and that led to what it is now. So hortifruit has been over the last 25 years investing in improving the plants and the berries that they're producing, primarily for internal purposes, for their own growers. It's a subject that is very strongly related with sustainability, because obviously you need to produce more, better, with better quality, but a lot of those things have a bottom line impact on sustainability, right? On your efficiency of your resources, making sure that you require less water, less pesticides, better management and also a better post-harvest, right? In that sense. So we have over 50 varieties on those 4 crops, and I'm delighted to be here and invited to you today in this panel to discuss about sustainability in this area with such a fantastic panel. And I think there's plenty of room for good collaborations and good stories between Ireland and Latin America.
Maybe we'll continue with you and come back in reverse order. But If I were to ask you, looking forward, say, to the next 5 years, and if things go well for you, and indeed for all of you, what, and with a particular focus on sustainability, how would your business ideally develop?
Well, I mean, how the business will go well has to be 100% aligned with sustainable agenda. I mean, there's been a clear agenda. We're kind of following and being aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in order to write those things. We have shared challenges among everybody. I don't think anybody can tackle some of those challenges by their own within their company. There's things that you can do, but there's things that they go beyond your level of intervention, and therefore is your level of capacity to influence or to network or to partner in that sense. So if we don't get new technologies, new processes, new genetics that are able to be more resilient to the uncertainties that come tagged to the sustainability and to climate change, we won't be successful. So we need to work together. We need to get more partnerships among the sector and among different sectors in order to tackle some of these issues. Water usage, energy efficiency, post-harvest, and the climate mitigation it's a big one. I mean, Latin American companies or countries in general would be pretty well aware of El Niño, and we are having consequences here in Europe. We tend to not realize that those consequences come from the Pacific, right? But it's making sure that whatever we do going to the future is resilient enough to tackle the uncertainties that they come, and the uncertainties will only be managed through collaboration, being on the integrated pest management, biostimulants, being on pollinators or biodiversity point of view, or the digital transformation, which is a dual transformation. It makes things more efficient, but it makes things greener at the same time. So I see in those 5 years a big leap in the sustainability and digitization that I think they come hand on hand together.
And John, the same question for you, and also maybe is there anything to be said about how governments and, say, research capability in Latin American countries how facilitating are they for the sort of agenda that you would want to, the road you would want to go down?
Like where we're at the moment, agriculture and the world is, in full is facing serious challenges with climate change. The days of having a discussion of whether climate change is here or not, that's off the agenda. It's here. And we now have to try to sort out the problem that we're facing. And poorer countries are going to suffer much more than richer countries. But I think if we go back to agriculture and look at it on a totality, the last 100 years have been huge. The whole focus has been on agrochemicals, which huge benefits, but with collateral damage. And the day of allowing collateral damage to crops or to health, or be it human, animal, or pollinators or whatever, is gone. That day is gone. So we have to start and looking at alternative ways. So you say 5 years. There is huge opportunity to sort the problems, because what has happened was you had a problem, you basically eliminate the problem, but you ignored the collateral damage of the action. And where we have to go now is look back at nature, understand nature the way we looked at before, and then understand how you work with nature. If you try to beat nature, you won't. Something is going to go. So what we're looking at, say, we have the part of the biostimulant business, but you're looking at what biostimulant may not be necessarily a great description, but what you're looking at really is strengthening the plant. Now, if you strengthen the plant, that is the core issue. That means you are more resistant to disease. That means you're potentially more resistant to insect attack, right? You have to have fungicides and insecticides, etc. But the objective of the extra is, one, is can you reduce that to the minimum? And secondly, can you ensure that there are no MRLs in those or in those applications. And is that possible? Yes, it is. The whole movement into the microbials, that's going to be beneficial, right? But fundamentally, you start with soil health has basically been forgotten. It's treated as irrelevant. It's like building a house. If you don't have a proper foundation, it will eventually collapse. And we have to go back. And in fairness to the EU has looked at its soil health strategy 2030, but at that 75% of the soils in Europe are healthy. But we have to look at that and understand that excess fertilizer is harmful to soil. Excess agrochemicals are harmful to soil. Now, we have to balance it between fertilizing the ground and applying and controlling diseases with the sustainability factor. And that, I think, is it possible? Yes, it is. The barriers to it are, in Europe especially, the methodology or the approval process for registering bioproducts or biopesticides is more or less 90% the same as if we were registering a harsh agrochemical. That is madness. It goes totally against the philosophy of the European Commission, and it's, how would you say, the operational side not following the strategic side. So that has to happen. Now, like, again, we would have a product for soil health, and we would have a product for a bionematicide, which we would hope to introduce in Latin America, because Brazil, Peru, and Mexico suffer from that and from nematode problems. But it's to go back to basics and understand nature. It's a much slower, more difficult process, because you have to much more greater understanding of what actually the problem is, what your solution is, and how do you avoid any collateral damage or any unforeseen damage. And if we get that concept right, then I think there's huge opportunities worldwide. It's not a negative, it's take it on. But we have to start eliminating barriers to growth, as in what I'm saying, barriers to moving good alternatives, bringing good alternatives into the system. We have to fast track this. Again, in our own situation, we require a policy by government for seaweed harvesting. Or seaweed is a key component of our portfolio of products. And again, unfortunately, we have a lack of government. There's no government policy there, which means it's very difficult for people in the legislature or the civil service, or whatever you want to call it, to act on their own bat. So it's uniform thinking. It's looking at a totality, and you can't. You try to do. Ireland has to do its bit in Europe, but I think we have to actually try to get our own house in order, and then start saying, putting pressure right across the globe on getting these things done. And I think there are issues, there are huge issues that need to be faced, but I do also think there are huge opportunities to make it a much more sustainable world.
Yeah. So both of you are saying you have to work more with nature.
Yes.
And regenerative agriculture, and that's that's the direction things are going in. But you know, they have to go faster.
Just an example, like in the US, in the last basically 50 years, the whole concept is sterilize the soil. That's what you did, sterilize the soil.
Yeah.
Now that's great, that has worked exceptionally good for a while, until you actually had your stresses for your drought or your heat stresses, and suddenly you have no defence, absolutely no defence. So yes, it'll work. Will it work? Yes. Not long term, no, it won't. So you have to work with nature. And you have to be able to increase the microbial activity in the soil. Yeah. Otherwise, you're killing the thing that's trying to help you. Yeah. There's no logic to this.
Caroline, I know from talking to you last night about how clear you are in your own head about what you want your business to do going down the road to sustainability. Maybe you'd just talk about that.
Yeah, I think when I look at sustainability for a business, I won't go into detail on one of those two areas that I have key high priorities. One is commercial sustainability, which is a massive, massive challenge. The other is the highest one, I would say, in the environmental sustainability that we focus on is around the carbon side of sustainability. And I sort of divide it into three main areas in carbon. One is how do we reduce the carbon we use and all the various aspects that we're doing to reduce. So on our scope 1 and 2, since 2019, we've reduced by 24%. On our scope 3, we're engaging with all of our suppliers and we're starting that journey, but it's a long, hard journey to do, and particularly that balance off with commercial viability. So that's one pillar of what we're doing on carbon. The second pillar of what we're doing on carbon is trying to set up things where we can absorb. So be it direct air capture or through the practices that we use, how do we capture carbon? So we have a farm in Costa Rica of about 1,000 hectares where we grow pineapples. And what we've managed to do with that farm, it emits about 6,000 tonnes of carbon, but we have put enough measures in place to absorb 6,000 tonnes of carbon. So we're hopefully getting audited next week or the week after to get carbon neutrality certification. And it's not by offsetting, it's within our farm itself. We also have plans that we can use that farm to absorb a further 4,000 tonnes. So that's kind of the projects that we're doing. It's specific plants that, roots go down 5 meters, so lock carbon up in the soil, and hopefully for long term as well. And unfortunately, our farm in Ireland, we haven't been able to move as quickly on projects to absorb carbon, but we are working on that and trying to drive that. The third area I've really come to terms with is however bad we feel climate is right now, it is going to continue to get worse until we get to carbon neutrality. So, this year was horrific and it had massive consequences. So I'm going, right, so best case scenario, are we going to get to neutrality in 30 years? So do I have another 30 years of this getting continuously worse? So what do we need to do in that space? And I think John was talking about, there's a lot of different things we're going to need to do, but we're going to have to act fast if we're going to have enough product for everyone. Because what we're finding is, there is a reduction in some areas of, up to 70% reduction in the availability of a product. And it's not just one product, it's 10, 15 different products. So if you go into shelves we supply, let's say in the UK, particularly hard hit at the moment, there's a lot of empty shelves causing a lot of people a problem in getting fresh produce into their diet. And therefore I think there'll be a lot of knock-on issues if fresh produce is reduced and reduced and reduced in the diet in Ireland, in Europe, and I think there's a significant risk of that around the world. So the mitigations that we have to try and find is how can we find options, commercially viable options, to have enough fresh produce to supply our customers. And I think that's a massive, massive challenge for our business on the horizon that we're putting a lot of resources into. But at the same time, that other two of watching what we do on carbon and how we direct air capture. I've actually personally invested in a direct air capture business. I do think it's going to be part of the solution around getting the carbon down. But in that 30, 40 years we have to go of climate continually getting worse, we're going to have to find faster and better techniques of how we grow. And I totally agree, the soil is a massive issue. I kind of feel it's the same as gut bacteria. With the soil health, your gut health and your soil health are very similar. And that's how we try to, the microbiome. And how do you, if you remove the immune system from the plant, how do you expect it to, deal with all the stresses we're throwing at it? So for me, the commercial sustainability is interlinked with this, of course, but it's a huge, huge challenge for us that we're facing into.
I wrote in the Irish Times recently about the fact that 60 years ago, the world was faced with a major problem of, in many countries, imminent starvation. And that was solved by the Green Revolution, the development of new crops, but very much crops that could take a lot of fertilizer and pesticides, etc. We're now at the point where we need what's called a second green revolution, which takes account of, okay, the need to produce more food, but to do it in a very much more environmentally sustainable way. And I mean, just the point in that overall point is that the origin of the first green revolution was in Mexico. Norman Borlaug's work in breeding new strains of new varieties. So it may be that Latin America has a role to play in the second green revolution as well. John?
Like, again, as I said earlier about the 100 years of agrochemicals, only 20% of, say, the main cereal crops reach their genetic potential. 80%, so that 80% losses. 70% of that is lost through abiotic stress. 10% is lost, or the losses were through biotic stress, which we have focused in the last 100 years and have been able to control. Now, that's on the main cereal crops, and you can understand that's more, there's a gambling variety and it's whatever. But if you look at soya and potatoes, they only reach 30% of their genetic potential. And if you look at where climate change is going, and potato crop is a key crop worldwide, a key staple food. But if you look at, say, even in Europe, in Ireland, the UK, or even just Northern Europe, your potato crop in 21, 22, both were affected by drought and heat. This year, we've gone the opposite way. You've excess water, and now you've actually crop in the still not harvested. So this is real. It's not. It's not that there's something out there that will happen and will suddenly be. It'll solve itself. It won't. We have to remove. We have to remove and make quick decisions, and decisions that have to be made for the world at large. We're still, as a country, importing coal. We're importing coal from Russia and Colombia, as far as I'm aware. That's lunacy when we talk about a sustainable world. A country like Ireland should not be importing coal. Gas, yes, it's the cleanest form of fossil fuels, yet we seem to have an issue with it. All I'm saying is there are practical solutions that can be brought to bear. But we can't just keep talking about it and no action happening. There is the whole, as you said, the green revolution. We have to look at what systems. How do we move quickly to a sustainable world? And it's there. We have to decide on what actions, but then we have to take action, and that is lacking. And there is plenty of innovation out there. If we can actually remove some of the barriers to that innovation. And we need to start thinking, especially Europe, because in fairness to Europe, other places look to Europe at what the standard is. And I think Latin America are already, how would you say it, they have a much quicker system of registering the same products.
I have a question from Slido, and it's directed to you, Juan, if I may. It says, you mentioned operations in Latin America. Do you see opportunities for investment within Latin America and the Caribbean?
I'm glad I get that question, because actually I wanted to make a point on what you were talking before on the first green revolution. I think I would disagree with you. I think there's been many agricultural revolutions, and actually Latin America has been part of it in many cases. I mean, the biggest crop, or one of the biggest crops produced in the world is potato. Potato came from America 1500s into Europe, made a huge impact in Ireland. We'll all know. Corn coming from Mexico. The word tomato comes from the old Nahuatl language. So it came from America too. Beans, chocolate, so there is a lot of crops that have introduced into our diet in Europe and that have actually saved the house furniture a few times in the 1940s also, when Europe was, or 1950s, I would say, was reconstructing itself. Latin America had a huge impact on that. So that partnership is very important. There's two things I think we missed on what we said before. One is biodiversity. And I think the biodiversity that Latin America contains, it's fantastic. I mean, we are used to eat corn, yellow corn, but the amount of varieties that exist in even small regions of Mexico would be mind-blowing to anyone. Tomatoes, blueberries, a lot of the berries originally came from America. The fact that blueberries normally they needed cold. They were a cold climate crop, and then they were developed in the University of Florida to become a warm climate. There's regions like Peru in the world where you can do 2 crops of an annual crop because of the conditions of the climate. So there's a lot of things happening there that we can't neglect. It's super important that we've mentioned it a couple of times, the resources that they have. I mean, we need to work together in how we bring those things together, being exploiting together the richness of the resources in order to make more sustainable businesses. So I think there's huge opportunities.
I would have to agree. Just to come in on the, we've invested in 2 businesses, one in Costa Rica and one in Brazil. The one in Costa Rica, it was a turnaround business, so we did manage to turn it around, but our farm in Ireland has learned a lot from the farm in Costa Rica and vice versa, so the exchange of knowledge has been very useful for our business, and it's a profitable investment. We've another investment in Brazil that has gone okay, not as well as we'd like, but there is an opportunity now to convert that to a carbon sink. So there might be an opportunity for us to convert that to a carbon sink that can absorb about 300,000 tonnes. So it's a big opportunity in that carbon space of our journey as well. So my experience of investments in Costa Rica and Brazil have been very straightforward in the business, you know, the legal side, everything we've found very business friendly.
And I think, sorry, just there, you look at Chile. Chile, I think, has really led the way in Latin America, and they have learned from the US, and they have very, very close relationship with Spain and Portugal, and they've learned the way. And if you look at the dairy industry developing in Ireland, and Holland kind of were the new kids on the block, and how developed from learning from others. I think Chile is a classic example of the similar situation in fruit growing. And they're leading the way again in Latin America and the other countries. But it's a classic example of what can be done with good vision and following up on delivering.
But I mean, if you have one of the strategies to cope with climate change, I think is going to have to be a greater diversification of production and indeed of diet. I mean, it's perhaps outside of our terms of reference here, but there are countries in Latin America, and Mexico is an example of this, where the obesity issues and all associated health problems that come with that are getting to a very serious level.
The diversification comes from that biodiversity element that I was saying before. I mean, the amount of new foods that have got registration in the European Food Safety Authority, that they're new in Europe, but they've been consumed by the Incas or the pre-Incas, like Kia, like a lot of seeds, a lot of potato-like type of crops. You know, that diversity is a must that we need to do, and I think Latin America represents a great opportunity for that. That's the amount of foods that we haven't even heard of here, right? In terms of the richness that they have in their crops it's a great opportunity.
Here's an interesting question. It says, agriculture is a historical economic pillar in the Caribbean, well, I presume in Latin America and the Caribbean. How do we make it more attractive for current and future generations? I mean, there's another question here as well, which was talking about how to improve the gender and generational balance in the agri-food sector. You have opinions on that?
I would love to pick on that, because that's a shared challenge.
Yeah.
If you look at the profile of the farmer in Ireland, obviously it's getting older. It's very gender biased. Obviously, there's a lot of male dominating farming. I think very strongly on this. I think digitization represents a great opportunity here in order to transform the way we do food systems, in order to make people, or make the farming more accessible to people that traditionally didn't saw it as an opportunity for them. Like women, like young people, where I think a lot of the farming is going to be much more focused on engineering issues than purely agricultural issues as we understanding. Of course, we're going to have to know about plant physiology. Of course, we're going to have to know about how the soil works and what sort of NPK we need to put in order to nourish the plants. But more and more, if we want to diversify, if we want to be producing in a very efficient manner, we're going to have to use AI, we're going to have to use robotics, we're going to have to use biotechnology. So I think the third, fourth, fifth green revolution, it's tied in very strongly with innovation, right? With innovation, but not innovation only from a technical point of view, but from a social point of view, and how those two come together, right? That's going to be key. The people, it's the environment, the climate, but also how do we take care of the people?
John, you want to build on that, do you?
I think to be honest with you, it's the whole thing. In one sense, we moved away from farming. There had been kind of industrial farming, you could say nearly the telephone farmer, where you say, I plant my crops this week, I apply this, I apply my fungicide every week for 14 weeks, and whatever, and you don't worry about anything else. That I think is the past. I think that's basically the last century. I think we need to move to a new understanding, and I think you will need to know new people that understand what's actually happening in a crop. I think we forgot that a crop is not that dissimilar to ourselves. Even we just say over there, we have some animals that are like us, but these crops are over there. They go through the same issues in, say, if you reproduction stress. They actually also have reproduction, fruit and tuber-bearing crops also suffer from reproduction stresses, and they actually have to be protected in that, especially at that period. So we have to have a much greater understanding and a much greater of integrating the science into the actual agriculture. Because there's a huge body of science out there and a huge body of papers, but a lot of the time it doesn't get across into practical implementation into agriculture, and that's unfortunate. And I think this is an opportunity to integrate the whole agriculture into the scientific side of it, because if you don't bring a robust scientific approach, I don't think it's going to be sustainable. So I think that the opportunity, as Juan said, is huge, because the transfer of knowledge now is colossal. You say something here today, it's in Chile in 2 seconds. So, but the inability, we need to bring people with us, as you said, on a social thing, because they need to be educated on how to actually make a sustainable livelihood themselves. Yeah. Because if you just move all the people out of agriculture, you have another problem, right? You have an overcrowding in cities. So we need to make agricultural sustainable. Yeah. And that may finish up that the crop may have to be at a higher price, but so be it. Yeah. It has to be sustainable. This is the whole world side of it, and we're all in it together. It's not one country versus the other. This is a much bigger problem, and if we don't reach across that thing and look at what can be done across regions and across continents, then we won't solve it. So but I think there's an opportunity.
This was the centrepiece of Food Vision 2030, sustainability. Yeah. Has the 3 dimensions of economic, commercial, environmental, and social. Caroline, there's a question here which touches again on something we spoke about last night. It says, could the panelists speak to the importance of corporate social responsibility and engagement with local communities in their industry? And you've, I would say, been a bit, somewhat of a pioneer in this field.
Yeah, I have an unusual theory.
Okay.
That's quite related to Ireland. So I came up with it one night with a friend of mine who owns a castle in Ireland.
Okay, yeah, this is the
as you do. So it was basically looking at the families who still live in their original large houses, landowning houses in Ireland, are the families who were very good to the local community during the famine. So if you can connect a lot of them that are still the original family living in the house and the house has not been burnt down, it has generally been families who looked after the communities in 1847. So people have a long memory. So if you want to have a long history in your company, and we're 97 years old as a company, I do believe looking after your local community, looking after people, is the right commercial thing to do. I also personally believe it's the right thing to do anyway. And what I'm finding in our business, the more we do in this space, the more connected, the more our people believe in what we're doing, and the more inspired they are to do more around what we're doing. I had one particular example where we have a couple of strands of how we try and help the local community. One is to employ people with additional needs. And in a particular company, we had the MD of the company was having a challenge because he was having to make quite a lot of changes within the business. At the same time, he had his child had special needs and couldn't get a job in the local area. So I suggested the child, who was 20 at this stage, comes works for us crushing boxes 3 days a week. But he has extreme epilepsy, he's got a number of special needs. And once the people in the business understood the level of issues that their MD was dealing with, it really improved the morale in the company. People worked better with them. And what I'm finding is in different parts of the business, when we do a project, so we've done a number of projects about bringing in third gen unemployed, so they've never had a job, their parents never had a job, and their grandparents never had a job. I'm working with people in that space, or refugees. We arrange transport for refugees to come work in our facilities and give them additional supports. So that's one area, but we've really found that it really improves employee morale in that space. The other area is because we believe so strongly in our product and it's how good it is for people. We donate over 1 million portions of fresh produce a year, particularly to disadvantaged schools, to food banks and to homeless charities, because we passionately believe in our products, so we want to put our money where our mouth is. But those kind of projects, we believe, is both morally right and commercially right.
We're coming towards the end, but I mean, the message I'm taking from this conversation is the consensus that there needs to be major change in thinking, change in policy, change in technology, change in, I would say, a more diversified farming and agri-food system. But if we're to leave the audience with, and the other thing is opportunity going forward. So if each of you have a word to, or more than one word, a few words to sum up what you hope for over the next decade, what might that be? And we start with you, John.
So the challenge over here. I suppose, I think we have to stop prevaricating.
Stop what?
Prevaricating.
Yeah.
Putting things off for today, something that can be done.
Yeah.
Sorry, putting some things off for tomorrow that can be done today. And we seem to have a habit of doing that. It seems, unfortunately, we're limited in what we can do. But I do think that people have to start influencing people to take, look, the low-hanging fruit. There are low-hanging fruits out there, right? Stop talking about them. Pick the low-hanging fruit first. Go one step at a time. Every country should do it. Why haven't we? I'm saying, and I'm just picking in Ireland because you have to be careful to lecture to someone else when you have your own things. Ireland is still using coal. I think that's shocking. I think shocking. Why is it shocking? It's shocking on an actual carbon footprint point of view, but it's shocking that you're asking a guy to go down a mine and go taking coal out of a mine, and his life expectancy is going to be 45 years of age. So that's shocking. I think, why have we not basically said we're going to eliminate coal by 2030 in the story? Full stop. Why haven't we decided and said we're going to eliminate oil by 2040 or 2035? Fine. Why haven't we said we'll use natural gas as the actual backup to wind energy and solar energy? But we're saying we're going to do this massive jump from fossil fuels to be totally reliant on wind or solar. I don't think that's practical. But we have to think, and I'm not saying, I'm just putting it up as a discussion. What we need to do is agree targets and then take action. We can't be allowing slippage. And every country has to take responsibility. And there's no point in saying, well, it's not going to make any difference in the overall context. Because unfortunately, that's what every country does then. So I think everyone has to say, and Ireland has to take a lead here. Take a lead, because I think we're wealthy enough now as a country. There was a time when we didn't. There was a time when other people, we got leadership from other places, like Americans, whatever. But now I think it's a time that we should stand up and say, this is what we are going to do as a country, and let us be an example to the rest of the world. We can't lecture on someone else if we don't do it yourself.
No.
And I think, look, I think there is an opportunity. There's an opportunity to export our products out of the country, but there's also an opportunity to export the way we actually think, which I think is very, how would you say, something that we can build relationships, what we started at the start. And what did I say, build relationships? Relations are built on trust and honesty. And you provide products at a fair price and whatever. But I do think we can actually move this thing if we stop bickering about little small things, and as a country come together and just say, we're doing this, this and this. Are we all agree with that? Yes, we're going to have to protect the people that are going to suffer by those changes, but this is what we should do. So I do think, take responsibility and take action to solve the problem that we're facing. Otherwise, we will have a serious problem facing us.
Okay.
Growing a crop now or going forward is going to be a risky issue.
Okay, thank you. Juan, what would your final words be?
I was thinking there when you make the question, so I actually have 3 words that I think will summarize in the area of sustainability and agri-food, and obviously Ireland and Latin America and the opportunities that represents. The words are excellence, partnership, and impact, and I'm going to explain them backwards, actually. Obviously, the challenges that we have are too big to be tackled by one individual, being an individual company, an individual country. All of these problems understand no borders. So in order to do impact, we need to create solid partnerships, which is the second word. And the partnerships are underpinned by culture and willing to be excellent on what we do and having a passion of what you do. Obviously, who do you partner with? You partner with the people that you think they're going to provide value to what you're doing, right? And that other person reciprocates in that. So I think they're the key thing, 3 key things that I think we need to look at. There's excellence, being in talents, being in innovation, being on opportunities, resources, biodiversity. You know, we have loads of complementarities that could lead to partnerships, being on the business side, being in the educational side, being on the trading side. You know, And if we do get that right, we'll deliver impact. I think that's the three key things that I would take away from this.
Okay. Give the last word.
Yeah, I have a couple, but it'll only be a couple. So I think innovation is a big need in the next 10 years. So we need to be incredibly innovative. I think then it's collaboration and nearly in general, though it has to be innovative, government and business, but I think business has to really open up the opportunity for innovation and what can be done and provide paths for what can be done. I think there has to be amazing collaboration. I personally think this century is all about collaboration and how we all work together. But if we can get great collaboration between business and government to try and drive to hitting those targets, because John, I think you said something really good. There's a lot of policy, but there isn't the backup with the rules to achieve the policy. And it's that collaboration, I think, is incredibly required between business and the government and across nations as well. Yeah. So I think collaboration, we're only going to resolve this. I think we have the intelligence and the capability to resolve it. We have to set the rules up to enable us to do that.
Well, we have in the short term, there's going to be an issue internationally to see how we can move along those lines in the COP28. It's taking place against an international background, which is, to put it mildly, very difficult with conflict, etc. So there's no question about the extraordinary challenges, and the question is whether nationally and internationally we can begin to face up to them. I want to thank all three of you for such useful and interesting contributions. I hope the rest of you have enjoyed it, and you have the chance now to have a few more minutes for coffee than might have been envisaged in the timetable. So thank you very much. Well done, Caroline. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. I'm hoping that brings a few more people in as well from outside. But we're going to get going. I know everyone who's here has been here for a long day, and thank you for staying with us and taking part in all of our discussions. I'm going to introduce our fourth and final panel discussion of the day. And the theme of this panel is strengthening connectivity, connection between Ireland and Latin America and the Caribbean, trade, tourism and people-to-people links. And as you'll have seen from the programme, we have a very strong Caribbean-Ireland focus for this panel, which we're really happy about. And following on from all of the remarks that have been made today, this shouldn't be very surprising at all, given our connections as island nations, our historical links, our shared values, and our focus on working together to tackle global challenges, and of course the many people-to-people links that exist today and have been mentioned in the course of our discussions. So I'd like you to join me in welcoming our panel. Our panel is going to be chaired by Ambassador Karen May-Hill, Ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda to Ireland. She's also High Commissioner to the United Kingdom in London, but we consider that a small part-time role for her, given how busy she is bringing forward the relations with Ireland. With Ambassador Hill, we have Ambassador Therese Rath, Ambassador Designate of Belize to Ireland and also High Commissioner in London, Aisling McDermott, Global Opportunities Lead for Tourism Ireland, Lawrence Jones, Regional Manager for JAMPRO, the Jamaican Trade Agency, and David Campion, Director of Argo Development Studio, who has a lot of experience operating in Ireland, the Caribbean, and the wider region. So I'm going to leave you in their capable hands now, and we look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiara, and good afternoon, everybody. We have the perhaps enviable or not so enviable task of bringing this panel series to an end this afternoon. And we hope you haven't had too big a lunch, and we certainly hope you haven't had too much alcohol, because I understand that there's some rum outside from some naughty countries, but certainly I hope that everyone has had a good day today. I'm delighted to be moderating this final panel with a heavy focus on connectivity, looking at people-to-people links, looking at tourism, looking at trade, and looking at how the Caribbean and Ireland have forged and can forge strong relationships in these important areas. It's instructive that the Irish have helped us in this process by developing a strategic plan. There's one for Latin America and the Caribbean, and there's also a special strategic partnership plan for Ireland, Latin America, and SIDS, Small Island Development States relationships. So there's something like a compass that could guide us in how we develop this connectivity, or we strengthen this connectivity. And I'm delighted that we have on this panel today quite, I think, an expert group of persons to ventilate this important topic. Chiara would have mentioned who they were before, but I'm going to do so again. I want to start my immediate right with my colleague, Therese Rath, who is the ambassador designate to Ireland and is the High Commissioner for Belize as well, based in London. And then I continue with Aislinn, who is, let me get it right, the Vice President for Global Opportunities for Tourism Ireland, Aislinn McDermott. And then we have, not a stranger at all to trade promotion and relationships, Mr. Lawrence Jones, the European Regional Manager for JAMPRO. And finally, David Campion, the Managing Director of Argo Development Studio. So that is our panel for the next few minutes. I want to begin by asking Therese to come in and put her on the spot, right away. Belize has an important sort of dual identity. Belize is both a Central American country, but it's also a Caribbean country, member of CARICOM. And I know that Belize has done so tremendously well in growing its tourism sector over the past few decades, and in particular over the last 10 to 20 years. Can you tell us what have been the key ingredients to Belize's success in growing its tourism sector? And if you wish to do so, you may also share with us what are some of the ingredients that Belize is focusing on to grow its economy in general.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you very much for to the organizers of this conference and to the Irish government for having us here as our guests today. It's a delight to be here, and I'm going to make sure that I spend a little time seeing more than the inside of this conference room while we're here, so that should make you happy. I'm going to take just a very brief moment to tell you a little bit about Belize, because in the short time that I have been living on this side of the Atlantic, I realized that the people know very little about Belize. We are 1/3 the size of Ireland, and Ireland has 3 times our population. We are a former British colony. We have a population of a grand 450,000 people. It's 10 diverse cultures. We have an incredible array of natural resources in that we have the largest cave system in Central America. We have on our 174-mile coastal Eastern Caribbean, Western Caribbean, eastern border, Western Caribbean, 174 miles of the longest barrier reef in this hemisphere, in that hemisphere, sorry. Belize, it's the only English-speaking country in Central America, but 60% of the population, because of our location, speak Spanish also. We see ourselves, we belong to both political organizations, CARICOM, and we belong to SICA. So we see ourselves as a potential bridge between the two regions. I'm a little bit in love with my country, so I beg your indulgence, in the fact that we have 10 diverse cultures in that very small environment, and we live together very well. I mentioned size and numbers because we've sat here in a very interesting panels in the last 3 quarters of today, and there's one thing that sticks in mind that I think is very important when we're talking about the countries that are here now, is scale. I think it's Chile. Chile's cherries they export $2 billion. I think that's what he said. $2 billion worth of cherries on an annual basis. So just for comparative reasons, Belize's GDP is $2.5 billion US per year. So what I think is helpful about today and what I'm excited about is to say that size isn't everything. That and I think that the quality of what we have to offer and the difference is quite significant. To get to Karen May's question about tourism, maybe I should give you a very brief economic history of Belize, in that the first inhabitants of Belize, the Maya, who are still represented there today, were stewards of the land and of nature. We were colonized by the British, and with that, we got the British common law, but their presence in Belize was primarily extractive. So that was mahogany and logwood. Unlike Jamaica, we didn't get a whole lot of and Barbados, pretty buildings and infrastructure. So they were, we were supplying the mahogany and the logwood everywhere, everywhere else. We did get, in the 1930s, a land use plan for Belize, though, that still today is quite valid. We got our independence in 1981 from Britain, so we're a relatively young country. And since just around the same time as our independence, we had two pieces of legislation that were instituted. And I'm not going to tell you that it was on purpose and we had this major plan, but I think that they're relevant to where we are today, and that's the National Park Systems Act and the Wildlife Protection Act. Within the next decade of our first decade of our independence, we created the majority of national parks in our national park system now. We currently have 60% of our land forested, and 40% of it is in protected areas status. That system created the protected areas between the terrestrial and the marine. And interesting enough, especially what happens when you have a small population, the management of those areas were then and still today co-managed with NGOs. So why am I telling you that related to the economy? In the early 2000s, we decided, there was a consultant created a plan called a Blackstone Report. It is the first report I have ever seen that somebody took off the shelf and implemented. But basically, it says, what do you have? And what we had is nature. He said, you have got to use what you have to create your tourism product. And when we looked at it, we have quite a significant array of assets. And that was the birth of the tourism industry, which is nature-based, adventure, and cultural. So that was a decision made in the early 2000s. At that time, we had no foreign direct investment for the hotel plant or for anything else. So all the hotels, all the services were very much locally grown. And even today, 40 years later, the majority of our hotels are under the 10 rooms. So we have this boutique hotel before boutique hotel was a thing. And so there were some very interesting actions that were taken, and I think that another one that sticks into mind is that the very first, you need to train to establish a product like this. And the very first training program that we instituted was the Belizean tour guide certification. We made sure that it was for Belizeans. So the only people who could be certified as tour guides were Belizeans. And that today is still the most significant area of our this training certification in the country. The reason I say this is that now, 40 years later, the the industry has grown. It has evolved. The product has become a little bit more sophisticated. The services have become a little bit, raised to a higher level. But it is still very much a nature-based and cultural tourism because the foundation is set. That is what we market, and that's what is the image that we have created. In 2020, COVID, like Barbados mentioned earlier, 40% of tourism has grown to 40% of our GDP. COVID made us very clear that even though for many people it seemed like it's an easier route than the fisheries industry because fishermen, that's hard work. Tour guiding is a little bit more pleasant. We realized that diversification was critical. Now remember agriculture is still a mainstay of our economy, but from the time of before independence, the industries that were the traditional agricultural industries were bananas, and I hope that the banana you had this morning for breakfast was one that came from Belize, and sugar, citrus, and fisheries. Again, each of those are dependent on land or the marine. We recognize very, very clearly, if you look at the global prices for the products, especially the first three, is that diversification is absolutely necessary. But how do you expand in that market, but still not ruin your image?
Let me ask you that then, because you spoke about expanding in that market. I think you have, is it cinnamon?
Turmeric.
Turmeric. Tell us a little bit about that really quickly.
So that's what's happening now. Now we're looking for agricultural products that are self-sustained, that are sustainable, that are natural, and are green. In all aspects of our economy, we have decided and been very clear that in order to maintain our image, that our focus has to be on the green, the blue, and the orange economy. Okay? One more slight point not a slight, it's quite a huge point. In 2021, we had an unsustainable debt, and we refinanced our national debt, 40% of our national debt at 50 cents on the dollar with the issuing of a blue bond. And that blue bond was bought by the Nature Conservancy. And that is a very serious financial instrument, which we have to repay at rates that are clearly defined. But it also has several conditions that require us legally to manage the marine resources of Belize. So we have to, a big part of that fund, for one example of that is that a big part of that repayment goes back to a trust that manages the resources in a sustainable manner. So
you've told us about your biodiversity. Mm-hmm. You were one of the first to launch a blue bond.
Yes.
You have a booming turmeric industry.
Yes.
A booming tourism industry. There's something you said I want David to pick up on over at Campion. You made the point, Therese, that size isn't everything. Mm-hmm. And I think David is a prime example of how size perhaps really and truly isn't everything. In that, folks, come on, I'm being innocent here. In that his company, Argo, has been working in the Caribbean for quite a while, and has set up a presence in several Caribbean countries, including some of the smaller ones, even smaller than Belize with their 445,000 people, which is big when mine is 90,000, but we'll come to that. David, tell us about your experience in treating with smaller microeconomies, because there might be a person in the room thinking, the Caribbean is just too small. It's not worth it. The economies of scale cannot be achieved. Has that been your experience? What do you say to persons in the room?
Sure. Thank you, Ambassador. So I think obviously it depends on the business, and just a brief introduction to Argo. Argo's an international award-winning architectural firm. We specialise in digital construction and climate intelligence. And I suppose that's helped our growth over the last 10 years into the Caribbean. Just briefly, digital construction is about designing, constructing and costing buildings in a virtual environment before they ever get to a construction site, which makes them more sophisticated, more efficient to deliver, more intelligent, more responsive, and of course, more resilient, which is very important in the Caribbean. When we gained a bit of traction in the Caribbean over a couple of years, I visited Dominica, which is one of the islands that Hurricane Maria in 2017 devastated, and that sent out a very powerful message to me and the team about the desire for resilient architecture, and so that became an anchor for Argo, hence the climate intelligence aspect to our business. So, moving from Ireland and its considerations for design and construction into the Caribbean, it's a very different challenge. There's very different opportunities. We heard a lot from panelists today about, the tourism product, and of course, we heard from Minister Symmonds about, Ireland has great hospitality offerings, but add sun, sand, sea, and rum punch to the equation, and it's very difficult to look beyond the Caribbean. So for us as an architectural company, now having to look at the challenges of the Caribbean, designing for earthquakes, designing for hurricane category 5, 280 kilometre an hour winds, and that then meant there was opportunity, no matter how small the island. The challenges were very relevant and very unique to each island.
Well, thank you very much for that. And let me bring in Lawrence from JAMPRO on this, because I think, Lawrence, you was it out of many, the Jamaican emblem, and I know that the Irish representation in Jamaica is strong, as is the case for many people. I think there's probably no corner of the earth not touched by Irish presence. Can you tell us a little bit about Jamaica-Irish relations, but also a little bit about how your economy in Jamaica has pivoted towards a greater collaboration with Ireland, and what the rest of us can learn from that collaboration in tourism in particular?
Thank you, Excellency. Well, Jamaica has a long relationship, long history with Ireland. Even once the British arrived and took the island from the Spanish, there was a need for labour, and much of that indentured labour, surprisingly, were not English. They were Welsh, Jones. They were Scottish. They were Irish. And over the years, because of the difficult environment and so on, that came to an end. But those Scots, Welsh, and Irish, in particular the Irish, which represented a huge portion of the population, they began to have a major impact on our economy. Even to this day, several of the successful Irish families have established businesses that contribute significantly to the Jamaican economy. And when you go to the island, as it was mentioned earlier by one of the speakers, you'll come across names like Sligo, Ville, and places like that. So there is a long history, and Irish, just as they've done in North America and elsewhere, have made a big impact. And I think throughout the time we have seen spurts of connectivity between Jamaica and Ireland, to the point even now a company like Digicel, which did not exist until it landed on the island of Jamaica and became a multi-billion-dollar company. You know, it's out of Jamaica. I say out of selling phone cards to Jamaicans that they were able to make enough money to venture into the rest of the Caribbean. And that's a success story. And Digicel has contributed significantly to our GDP, employment, taxes, and so on. You have other companies that have Irish footprints, like Sutherland, that are now one of the largest players in our global digital services sector, where we're providing business process outsourcing, contact center services, cybersecurity services, online marketing, customer relations. All of that is now happening in Jamaica. You know, we went into COVID with 17,000 employees in the industry. We have over 70,000 employees in the industry now, as the world has gone more online, in part because of the pandemic. And so we see Jamaica and the Caribbean being the gateway to the North American and South American markets for Irish companies that wish to sell their goods and services in the Western Hemisphere. We have that cultural affinity with Ireland. We speak the same language. We have the same nature.
Can I test that? Could you say that word like that? Go ahead.
We have the same nature. We love to live life.
Yes.
Life is for living. You know, sitting in there and just pushing buttons. I don't think that's the Irish culture. I don't think that's the Caribbean culture. And so this is why when Digicel came to Jamaica and all those young Irish men and women did their tour in Jamaica, when they came back with Jamaican partners, right? You don't marry somebody unless you have some strong cultural affinity, among other things, right? And so you have that we work off of. And this is why I feel that it goes both ways, and it's going to be a mutually beneficial relationship when it comes to international trade. That the Irish can use Jamaica, use the Caribbean to enter these markets, and the Caribbean can use Ireland as its gateway into the European Union. In particular, now that there's Brexit, you know, coming into bringing our goods and services to Ireland is now an easier way into the European market, especially with our trade agreements.
I can't believe Lauren said the B word, but go on.
Yeah, well, we're not over in the UK, you know. Maybe if you take a train, and then they said that the border is now in the Irish Sea, so anyway, we'll figure that one out. But the real truth of the matter is that, you know, we can have a mutually beneficial relationship. You're utilizing the EU CARIFORUM Economic Partnership Agreement, which is basically a free trade agreement. We can bring our goods and services into Ireland, service this market, and then it can also go on into the European Union. And I think it goes the other way as well. And just to wrap up, you know, I've said the Caribbean, but I would be remiss if I didn't do my job as the government of Jamaica's Export Promotion and Investment Promotion Agency and recognize that the Port of Kingston, the 7th largest natural harbor in the world, has had major investments over the years to become an international transshipment hub. We sit just outside the Panama Canal and a quick shot into Europe. We've seen investments from companies like CMA CGM, the 2nd largest container shipping line in the world. They have spent $500 million to develop their Kingston Freeport terminal. We've also had Jamaican companies to develop their own Kingston wharves. And here you can now bring your goods into Jamaica, store them, warehouse them, do your value added, and just-in-time delivers into North America and South America. So I think there's a lot to say about connectivity between Ireland and the Caribbean.
Well, thank you for that. And I was just thinking when you spoke about the port, about our just recently completed redeveloped port as well for the Eastern Caribbean.
Yeah.
And I know St. Vincent is supposed to be starting a port development project as well. But I'm going to bring Ashlyn in because there's always this tension between sustainable development and sustainable tourism and the need for us to have investment in this sector. And there's some who would think that the two are incompatible. Because you do have to knock down some trees, you do have to dig up some sand, you do have to, I don't know, fly in material and burn carbon to develop. You spoke about the designs, David, that you're doing in your architectural work to reduce this sort of footprint. But actually, what has been Ireland's experience with the whole theme of sustainability within your tourism brand? I know you have a fantastic product. What has been your story, and what would you say to the Caribbean as we tread that road between maintaining our industries, but in a way that's sustainable?
Sure. Thank you, Ambassador. So first of all, I'll just talk about the importance of tourism and international tourism into the island of Ireland and how important that is for us as a nation and that industry within Ireland. And then I'll talk about how we're doing that sustainably. So tourism, we get over 11 million tourists, international tourists, into the island of Ireland. And our population is 6 million for the whole island. So we're getting double the number of tourists, which is a huge success for us. And that is worth over almost €6 billion to the Irish economy. And it sustains over 300,000 jobs across the island of Ireland, across the regions of Ireland, across our cities, but also our smaller rural towns and nations across the island of Ireland. And we, as Tourism Ireland, have encourage and support that international tourists. We have 15 offices internationally across 21 markets, and we are doing a lot of work to ensure that our sustainable and that tourism economy is supported and supported sustainably. So how Tourism Ireland really, our strategy around sustainability is across 3 pillars. Economic sustainability, and that's about keeping the tourism industry and the tourism product across the island of Ireland growing and alive and in business, because that is so important to the rural economies, to the people of Ireland, to keep them in business. We also look at social sustainabilities, and that's about our regions of Ireland, so not just the gateway cities. So we have great access into Dublin and Belfast through ports and airlines. We also want to support regional access through the airports across the regions of Ireland, and also getting people out of those gateway cities of Dublin and Belfast and across the whole island of Ireland and exploring the island of Ireland. So that's our social sustainability. And then we have environmental sustainability. So that's about making sure that tourists consider the environment while they're here in the island of Ireland, making sure they are thinking sustainably when they're here, and supporting our government ambitions to be a sustainable nation and a sustainable country. So part of all of that then is Tourism Ireland have a very, very strong marketing budget from our government. So we have 78 million to support all of the tourism product into the island of Ireland, to support the sustainability of the market. And how we focus our budget and how we support that sustainably is by looking, we have these what we call value-added tourism traits. So we want tourists with these traits. So we don't promote peak travel. Peak fills itself, and that peak for the island of Ireland is May through to September. That's full, that does really well. So what Tourism Ireland do is spend our money to ensure that we are marketing that off-peak travel. We're supporting people to stay longer, spend more while they're here in the island of Ireland, travel to the regions of Ireland, also come on those seasons and then consider the environment while they're here, and to make sure that they are having a sustainable holiday. And as a country and as a government, we're also really trying to support sustainable accreditations for our tourism products. So right now we don't have that in place, but we're working towards that accreditation of all sustainable, of products across the tourism sector, and also supporting that they have government funding to become sustainable, because it's actually very expensive for a product and a tourism product to become sustainable if they're not already there, or if they haven't made inroads into that. So the government are very focused on that and giving government support. Tourism Ireland behind all of that as well.
I'm intrigued by the whole promoting in the off-season and to release the pressure on the things. I want to come back to Belize and to Ambassador-designate Rath. On the question of the Caribbean's strengths and Belize's strength, if you wish to segue into that a little bit. But, you know, we have this creature called CARICOM, and which is our sort of integration movement, our union of countries within CARICOM, spanning from Jamaica right down to Guyana in South American tip. How do you see CARICOM as one of the strengths of the Caribbean to the Irish person listening in the audience, thinking about getting more involved in investing in the region, trading with the Caribbean, or understanding the region? How does CARICOM play a role in that image of the Caribbean?
Well, I think one of the first things is that I talked about the 450,000 people in Belize, but we have a single market economy. So really, if you produce something in one of the Caribbean countries, you're looking at the entire CARICOM, all the body, the 15 countries that are your market. And so that's, you know, that's a significant consideration when you're looking at the size of the country. So you can look at us as one region, you know, for your growth. So I think that's probably one of the most significant ones. Not in the English speaking, the personalities of our population. I think the level of education and training, I think that is consistent throughout the region. Because we're smaller, I think that we have been able to maintain a higher standard of education. So that makes the training and the workforce a very a delightful option that you have. And we offer free dance lessons to the Irish. You dance very well, but there's a little issue you have with the hip movement, and we can fix that.
We shall have a demonstration outside, Ambassador, at the end of the presentation.
They're warming up with a rum.
Now, there are two questions here on our board. I actually wanted to say that I was privileged to be in Dublin a few months ago for the opening of the Entangled Islands exhibition that you see out there. And if you haven't seen it as yet, please make sure you take a look at that exhibition outside. It speaks about Ireland's relationship with the Caribbean. And I loved the exhibition because it was a refreshing look at the good, the bad, and the ugly of that relationship. It was forensic in how it demonstrated the fact that there were Irish who were there who were treated less than by the English, that there were Irish there who were business people and merchants who were part of the planter class. It spoke about the Irish who were abolitionists. And I found it was a refreshing and an important addition to the discourse around Irish-Caribbean relations. And this isn't linked, but I just wanted to say that because I was thinking about what Lawrence said about the history of Ireland and Jamaica. And we've heard that throughout all the presentations today. But there are a couple of questions here that I think do deserve some deeper thought from our panel. And David, you kind of started it off with your architectural discussions. The Caribbean is, you said, in an earthquake zone, hurricane zone. Thanks for telling them that. You know, make them think it's bad.
Don't forget volcanic.
Oh my goodness, yes. And thank you. Add to that. And that creates challenges around infrastructure. But the cost of resilience building is expensive. What have you found from your research about how we can keep those costs down while delivering the quality of the infrastructure? Or is infrastructure going to be a constant challenge for the Caribbean? Is it a challenge or an opportunity? David, that's yours, by the way.
Yeah, so there is an uplift in cost for more resilient structures. And I think early on a panel it was mentioned that, you know, regulations is the only way to really transform how buildings are constructed, and with resilience in mind, with the circular economy in mind, you know, the Caribbean, I think it's fair to say, a lot of territories are still behind with regulatory processes. I mean, as an international practice, we engage with international building code for every project we embark upon in every jurisdiction, no matter the local regulations and requirements. So, you know, for our clients, that's reassuring, but I think true change needs to come through regulatory processes and building regulations.
All right, thank you very much for that. I think it's very important for people to, I'm picking up from Belize's point around the macro about CARICOM and what it means for making it easier to access this wider space, not just an island, you're accessing a regional body. There's certain things about being small that I find particularly attractive. Coming back to your theme about sizes and everything, I like that theme. Because, you know, I think about the fact that I can see my Prime Minister shopping in the same aisle next to me, or my Foreign Minister over there. That you could, the red tape of even getting access to people in a Caribbean context is not as thick. And so you can be more agile, you can be more creative, and that should be an advantage. Lawrence, would you agree?
Well, I think especially in Jamaica now, we're trying to be more transparent. I mean, especially coming out of the public-private partnership policies that were implemented several years ago. You know, we've done, in the last few years, we've done about 6 big projects representing about 2.4 billion of investment. And what it became quite
What
clear.
currency was that, Lawrence?
US dollars.
US dollars. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what we had to ensure coming out of that is transparency. Because there is a perception that you come to the islands, man, don't watch nothing, just, you know, yeah, anything goes. And so we implemented legislation, the Contractor General's Act, which basically said any transaction involving the government, I think over about $20,000 had to go to an RFP, request for proposals. And those were monitored by the Contractor General himself with some strict rules and regulations. And since that, it's been a breath of fresh air. We've seen all of these RFPs being very transparent. In fact, we're going through one right now for 100 megawatts of new renewable energy generation. So if there are any Irish companies interested in building and operating solar farms in Jamaica, the tender deadline is February for the 100 megawatts with a wonderful power purchase agreement with the JPS, Jamaica Public Service, which is a highly ranked and very credible agency. You get your PPP with them, it's bankable, and you're going to make a lot of money. But the point is that it is true, it's a small society, it's easy to get to people. You want to talk to a minister, they are going to make themselves available. If you're coming with something sensible and it's feasible, they will facilitate any way they can. And they're happy to socialize with you or so on, but you're going to have to go through a competitive process, and that also ensures that we get the best bang for buck.
I appreciate that, Lawrence. And I want to wrap up this panel by giving each panelist a chance to respond to a question that was asked here about resilience, and especially within the context of the tourism sector. We're talking about connectivity. We're talking about people-to-people links. We're talking about tourism. We're talking about trade. And we're talking about the resilience of these sectors in the Caribbean that is prone to so many natural disasters, but still such an attractive part of the world to visit, and people have found ways to build and live there safely. And I think I want to stress that part of it, that we You know, Antigua, for example, has weathered significant storms, especially in the last few years. And you're not going to get up on the news and read that the population was wiped out, because we are so sophisticated in our advanced warning systems. Even the way that we build with respect to some architectural practices have helped us to navigate these things quite successfully. As well as you can navigate some of these monster storms that climate change is now unleashing on the world. I suspect, and respectfully, that if Europe were to receive any of the storms that we've received in the last 5 years, we'd be having a different conversation about whether you're ready for climate change, because these have been monster storms. But to close off this panel, I want to just invite each person to just reflect briefly, take a couple of minutes each, on your message to the Irish business community and the Irish government, both of whom have come together to bring us all together to strengthen. My message would be that this should not be a one-off event, that we need to look at ways that we can make this an annual event or biannual event, and maybe oscillate between the region, Latin America and the Caribbean and Ireland. But certainly they should be commended for this, and commended for the strategy that underpins this engagement, and that we do so. But I'd like to hear from you now. How do we keep this going, and what do we say to Irish business? Ashley, in your case, you know, what you're saying to us as a region with respect to how we can better plug in to the lessons from Ireland. Therese, I'll let you go last. So I'm going to have Lawrence go first, then I'll take David, Ashley, and I'll have Therese go last.
All right. Thank you, Ambassador. So it's very, very big, very simple. First of all, I want to thank the Department of Foreign Affairs. It's been a wonderful experience meeting so many of you. Ireland Enterprise Ireland, right? What I want to see coming out of this are trade missions. I would love to see your government put together delegations that come down into the Caribbean, visit our separate islands, bring Irish businesses with them, bring Irish businesses that are already in Jamaica as well. Let us get you in rooms with Irish Jamaicans and other Jamaican business people, where you can explore the opportunities to create wealth for yourselves here and wealth for the people in Jamaica. Because we've found that when you put business people together, you don't need any government interference. They will find ways to make profit to the benefit of each of our countries. But it has to be in a structured way. And so with the support of the Jamaican Ministry of Foreign Affairs, JAMPRO, the Jamaican Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, alongside the equivalents in Ireland, I do believe, and that's just for the Jamaica trip, because we're not coming just Jamaica. We want to hit as many islands as possible along the way, all right? But I really hope that this is not a one-off. I've sat in London at too many of these events before where it's a one-off, and I think we need to break the mold. It's a great start, but there is a lot more work to be done going forward.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Ambassador. So I think, you know, keyword connectivity that's brought this panel together. Connectivity through education is very important. And I think just, you know, Argo is a modest-sized company, but part of our strategy into the islands that we have offices in, Dominica, St. Vincent, Barbados and Jamaica, is connecting community through education. So forming partnerships with the community colleges who perhaps don't have opportunities for degrees in architecture, but they do certificates. And after 2 years, bringing these talented team members into our offices regionally, and then allowing them to avail of a scholarship opportunity with Argo, which would take them not only to Ireland, but to Germany, to other European countries. And in fact, the proof of concept there is we've just had one graduate from Barbados, Tanisha Poyle, just graduated this year from DUT here in Dublin. And she has managed to do what no other student in the history of DUT has done, and win all 3 architecture awards as a graduate for her thesis. So it goes, thank you, well done, Alicia. It goes to show that if we invest in the talent regionally throughout the Caribbean, and then of course welcome them back to lead our teams in the Caribbean, that of course that completes the sustainability journey as well, and that's important for us. And then talking about our hosts here today, the Department of Foreign Affairs take that on to the next level, because 3 of our team members from our offices in the Caribbean are now shortlisted to go on to the Fellow Programme that the Irish government has set up for small island nations. So that'll take that educational journey on to another level.
Thank you. Thank you. Aisling?
So I'll talk about connectivity, but a different type than David's. Mine is around access. So they're the 2 biggest barriers to entry. And I'll talk about the whole of Latin America and Caribbean. There's great potential in these markets for the island of Ireland to grow international tourism. And the biggest barriers to entry is access. So that's flight access, direct access to the island of Ireland from Latin America and the Caribbean, and then also visas. So these are the 2 barriers that we face when really trying to grow that international tourism. So my ask to the government to really support the relations between Ireland, Latin America and the Caribbean is to really look at that access, look at the visa processing. How can we make that easier for people who want to come and visit our island? And we're here to welcome them. Ireland is famous and known for our welcome, our warmth, our friendliness, and we want to show that off to the world. So we want to keep growing and developing, and Latin America and the Caribbean have a great opportunity for us.
Thanks for that. And I know Elinda's has started a flight to Bridgetown, Barbados, so we're well on our way in those discussions. Thank you for that. Therese?
3 points. I think the question about resilience, climate resilience, is a very good one, especially if you're interested in investing. And the one thing you will know is about the Caribbean is that we feel the threats every day, and so we are not sitting there waiting for it to happen to us. I think that it has caused us to be extremely innovative and aware, and trained our population and looking at ways to mitigate the threat. So when you come there, you will see that we are taking it very seriously. That is it's an existential issue for us, and we are not taking it lightly. So there should be some confidence in that we take all the measures that we can to minimize the risks. The second point is, from an investment point of view, I think that for coming to a country like Belize, I'll just speak to my country's priorities, which would be tourism, business process outsourcing, which is more than the call centers. It could be, professional legal services, transport for air, road, and sea, renewable energy. Belize has 60% of its energy is produced is green, hydro and bagasse. We buy 40% from our lovely neighbors in Mexico, but we'd like to make that green. So there's a huge investment opportunity. Climate resilient agriculture, sustainable forestry, light manufacturing, financial services, digital services, and ICT. So those are the areas that I think we can build upon with the Irish community. And the third point is that the best way to know what it is that we have to offer and where the match is you should come and visit us. And so that trade mission thing is one thing, but you could do it as a vacation too. We'll take that. So we'll welcome you. Thank you.
Please join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists. And thank you for listening.
We have a few more interventions before we wrap up for the evening. Firstly, it's my pleasure to introduce a video message from Ambassador Ignacio Higueras Jade, Deputy Foreign Minister of Peru. And I'd like to thank our very active Embassy of Peru here in Dublin for their support and for arranging this message. So we'll listen to the Minister's message now first. Thanks.
Distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ireland, distinguished ministers and representatives from Latin America and the Caribbean, ladies and gentlemen. I am grateful for the invitation by the Government of Ireland and honoured to address the Ireland, Latin America and the Caribbean Business and Economic Forum. My participation holds special significance as next year Peru and Ireland will celebrate the 25th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations. Over the past decades, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the evolving triple planetary crisis, threats to international peace and security, economic instability, supply chain disruptions, among other global challenges, Peru has successfully maintained a positive macroeconomic environment and legal stability. This achievement is underpinned by favorable legislation, fiscal responsibility, substantial international reserves, efficient economic and regulatory management, and active engagement in the global market. However, Peru faces a significant infrastructure deficit in key sectors of the economy, including transportation, sanitation, and healthcare. We see this as a valuable opportunity for the private sector to collaborate with the Peruvian government, creating tangible benefits for our population. In this regard, Peru welcomes responsible, sustainable, and inclusive foreign investments that can help revitalize its economy. We extend a particular invitation to Irish companies to consider investing in Peru, especially in sectors of mutual interest like agro-industry and information technology. As we enhance our economic and commercial exchange, we look forward to strengthening our relations with Ireland and the entire European Union, based on a deep commitment to core values as democracy, the rule of law, the preservation of a rules-based international order, and multilateralism. I wish you all an active and fruitful participation in this forum. I'm confident that this event will contribute to shape a stronger collaboration between Ireland and our region. Thank you.
Thank you to the Minister and, of course, to Peru again for arranging that message. I'm now honoured to introduce our next speaker in person here with us at the forum, the Honourable E.P. Chet Green MP, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Agriculture, Trade and Barbuda Affairs of Antigua and Barbuda. Minister Green has travelled from Antigua to be with us today, which we're particularly grateful for, and I think that really does speak of the interest and the connections between our islands. We're really pleased that you could join us today, Minister, so I invite you to take the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's obvious I'm alone in the room. Good afternoon. Has been a long day, I must admit, an interesting day. I'm sure you would agree. And I realize the organizers have left the best for last. I will not disappoint. The government of Antigua and Barbuda commends the government of Ireland for convening this first business meeting between Ireland, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And together with my delegation, I'm pleased to be part of this historic and momentous moment. An earlier speaker addressed the issue of the shared historical links between Ireland and the Caribbean. And those links can be vividly and candidly displayed or seen in the Entangled Lives exhibition. There's been an Irish presence in the Caribbean since the 1600s. A 1678 census recorded that approximately 26% of the white population in my Antigua and Barbuda were at that time Irish. Further, while most of the Irish in the 18th century Antigua were indentured servants and merchants, there were also some Irish planters and slave owners in the colony hailing from diverse political, social, and ruling class backgrounds. With that kind of rich history and a recorded input in the Antigua-Barbuda development process, I wanted today, from the get-go, invite a new wave of Irish investments in Antigua and Barbuda. Our population today is comprised of persons who are of Irish descent. We also recognize some areas in Antigua and Barbuda which still do carry Irish names. Irish names like Delaps, Gaynors, Nugent, and Buckleys, to name a few. I see smiles on some faces here. Those names must be resonating. And if those names resonate with you, I'll go further, bring it closer to you, to advise that the head of my CIU department, Citizen by Investment Unit, who is here today, carries not one, but two Irish names, Quinlan and Donovan. So today with this forum, we are building on this shared history. Our Irish friends have created a strong platform for us to strengthen and deepen our relationship, and even to grapple with the lessons of the past. Trade today between Ireland and the Caribbean is minimal, but here we have an important and present opportunity to increase trade and investment flows significantly. Like a stock record, I once again wish to invite Irish investments to the Antigua and Barbuda economy, and given my Caribbean personality, by extension, the wider Caribbean community. It is interesting to know that Ireland appointed its first ambassador to the Caribbean community in 2021. Ireland also developed a global island strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean. This strategy invites us to reconnect with the shared history. It also invites us to engage in advancing economic relations by supporting trade facilitation, increased market access, greater connectivity, and stronger political and cultural ties. We also want to commend the leadership of Ireland for developing the Island Fellows Program for SIDS, supporting the establishment in 2007 of the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, and for launching in 2020 the first ever SIDS-specific humanitarian response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Antigua and Barbuda, undoubtedly, is one of the fastest growing economies in the Caribbean, thanks to our booming tourism and construction industries and to a maturing financial services sector. In fact, Antigua and Barbuda is consistently ranked among the top 10 for annual economic growth rate in Latin America and the Caribbean. For better understanding of who we are and where we are, I advise that we are well located for easy access to North America, Europe and Latin America, and of course the Caribbean region. There are daily flights from our international airport to strategic hubs in key destinations. Among our immediate ambitions from this business encounter will be the introduction of Aer Lingus flights from Dublin to our capital city of St. John's. As noted or stated, we already welcome several direct flights weekly and on a year-round basis from Gatwick and Heathrow on both British Airways and Virgin Atlantic. With our warm tropical climate, low crime and favorable business incentives, Antigua and Barbuda offers attractive and competitive investment opportunities across a wide range of sectors. From upmarket real estate development to sports and wellness tourism through to port logistics, Antigua and Barbuda is brimming with opportunities for the discerning investor. My team here today, the composition of my team here today, is a clear indication of our seriousness and readiness to open trading links, trade routes, and business connections with you, the business community here in Ireland. We pride ourselves with having the most modern airport in the entire Caribbean, one of the best seaports, if not the best seaports, after recent and significant redevelopment. And these infrastructure developments, coupled with their geographic location, have served to position Antigua and Barbuda as a strategically located and highly developed logistics hub, serviced by daily commercial air freight and FBO flights from key markets. Our ocean space is one of the largest in the Eastern Caribbean, or English-speaking Caribbean for that matter, with an exclusive economic zone of 110,000 square kilometers, compared to a landmass of only 442 square kilometers. In other words, I stand here from a small island state, but a citizen of a large ocean state. Our understanding of the significant potential of our blue economy continues to develop, and we welcome investments in this widely untapped area of our national economy. It is of interest, I'm sure, that you learn for the first time, many of you, that Antigua and Barbuda is the home to 3 offshore medical schools. We're also home to the 4th landed campus of the world-renowned University of the West Indies, the Five Islands campus. This campus is the campus for the population of the Eastern Caribbean, and is engaged in developing schools of study in artificial intelligence, digital economy, and the blue economy. We are also home to 2 ICC-certified cricket grounds and headquarters of Cricket West Indies. Our investment in cricket is intended to reverse the recent fortunes of West Indies cricket while repositioning the Caribbean game. I know that Ireland prides itself as an emerging cricketing nation, and I'm very particular in making known our investment in the resurgence of West Indies cricket. And I'm sure my colleague from Barbados and St. Kitts Nevis will readily identify with our shared ambition of recapturing prominence of place where world cricket is concerned. In 2016, Antigua and Barbuda's Nelson Dockyard was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. We are proud to be one of the most secure and politically stable countries in the Caribbean to work, to live, and to conduct business. Our digital nomad program continues to attract positive attention. Even as we promote strong and attractive business credentials, we're in the crosshairs of challenging international winds. The Irish government is uniquely positioned to assist us with advocacy in critical areas with respect to these international issues. We therefore invite the Irish government, as a friend of Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean, to continue its efforts to assist us in engaging with the EU. The SIDS partnership strategy commits Ireland to using its place in Europe to ensure the EU's institutions, its policies, and support for delivering to SIDS. I would like to extend this advocacy role to not just your place in the EU, but also your place in the OECD, the Paris Club, and the G20, spaces where we do not hold a seat. You can use your place around the table to ensure that the perspectives and interests of the smallest, who are amongst the most vulnerable, are understood and robustly represented. The practice of blacklisting Caribbean countries without consultation must stop. I repeat for emphasis, the practice of blacklisting Caribbean countries without consultation must stop. Ours are shared values and a demonstrated consistent commitment to operate within the parameters of good governance and the rule of law. Ours are also shared values, best served by mutual respect and understanding. The issue of climate change poses an existential threat to small island states like ours. We lack the resilience to recover from the bigger, more frequent, powerful storms that are increasingly a new norm. As the least contributors, we have found ourselves among the most vulnerable victims. We continue to provide leadership in advocating for loss and damage, for polluter pay principles to be adopted, and for the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. Antigua and Barbuda very proudly identifies with and endorses the vision of the Irish government to maintain a strong relationship with Caribbean SIDS. Antigua and Barbuda, as a matter of public record, extends thanks to the government of Ireland for being one of our strongest voices in support of SIDS on the global stage. As we prepare to host the 4th SIDS conference in Antigua next May 27th to 30th, I place on record my country's abiding appreciation to the Government of Ireland for your commitment of support. We have and continue to work on several platforms internationally, including eye care and education. And accordingly, on behalf of Prime Minister Gaston Brown, I applaud and thank you profusely. I would like to again commend the Irish government for taking the initiative and bringing us all here together in Dublin today. We must ensure that this event becomes a regular fixture in the Irish, Caribbean, Latin American diary. I would like to thank my team, who is here with me today, for the support and for the engagements which are already happening on the margins of this very important meeting. Before I take my seat, and in support of all that I've said, I want to invite the technical team to have you view a short video presentation of Antigua Barbuda, the opportunities that I invite you to be a part of. And whilst I invite the team to prepare for the video, I would end by saying, long live the Irish, Caribbean, Latin America friendship, solidarity, and people-to-people partnership. God bless.
Thank you to Minister Green for the speech and the video. And after seeing that, I think I know what our goal is for the next forum. Instead of inviting you all to a reception after this, I should be inviting you to hop on a direct flight to Antigua to continue our gathering there and to the wider Caribbean, of course. But just to say, this afternoon's event will be followed by a reception, which will be across the courtyard. Our colleagues will be there to guide you to it after this. Before we get there, we are going to have closing remarks from the Secretary-General of our Department of Enterprise, Trade and Employment, Mr. Declan Hughes. It's very fitting that the Secretary-General closes us out, as our department has been working really closely with his in the organisation and the run-up to this forum. So we're very grateful for your involvement and your support today. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for that warm welcome. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening. It's my privilege to be here to draw the first Ireland, Latin America and Caribbean Business and Economic Forum to a close. It's been a fascinating day, and thank you for everybody who has contributed, to our colleagues from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and from right across the Irish Government, to Tánaiste, and ministers who have attended today, Minister Hackett and Minister Calleary. And indeed, it's a particular honour and privilege to have such an esteemed representation from ministers from right across the region with us. And indeed, Minister Green, you mentioned research on cricket. We have a similar national sport of hurling, and we'd be very interested in the research that you're undertaking on that particular sport, because I'm sure there's a huge amount of common interest for both our countries, indeed, in a stick and a small ball. I'm delighted and energised to see the level of engagement and the depth of discussion at today's event, and particularly that last session really epitomised what today is about. And these last few days, for everybody who's travelled here, it's about the theme of strengthening connections and having that people and person-to-person engagement. Throughout today, we have heard from a series of outstanding panellists and keynote speakers. Each has given me, and I'm sure you, food for thought as our economic relations continue to evolve. What is certainly being confirmed, as I said, is the critical importance of that person-to-person engagement. And, as we've just heard from two concluding ministers, our unwavering mutual support for an open and rules-based trading system that allows economic partners with shared values to provide a certain, and as much as possible, a de-risked environment for trade and investment. As we have been reminded throughout today, and as you've heard from our Deputy Prime Minister Tánaiste and ministers, Ireland has benefited greatly from the last 5 decades of globalisation and more in terms of trade, investment, technology and finance, and we're very keen to share and willing to share that experience. Our membership in particular of the EU over the last 50 years and of the single market over the last 3 decades has been particularly beneficial. That membership of the EU has enabled our entrepreneurs and Irish enterprises to grow domestically, but also to compete and to prosper in a market of over 450 million consumers, and in turn developing their products and services and their leadership and business models to trade beyond the EU and indeed into the Latin America and Caribbean markets. And today, as you have heard, we have hundreds of Irish firms that are trading successfully across the region. We've heard, and indeed many of you, and thank you for your warm recognition of the contribution that Irish entrepreneurs and enterprises are making, but bringing new technologies and business models to the benefit of island nations, for example, as we've heard about Digicel. Our aviation and leasing companies are trading across Latin America, and the founders of Ryanair and the companies such as Avalon and Genesis are bringing affordable travel options and competition to millions across the region. Our food and health and nutrition enterprises are investing in innovation and new products and new technologies, such as Kerrie Group and Alltech. And you've heard this afternoon from Caroline Keelings and Total Produce and Fifes, which are long established across the region, of course, are providing that really important route to market and into the EU market, indeed for many of your countries. Latin America and Caribbean is also proven very attractive and open for our high-tech companies. With Irish fintech unicorns such as Transformate investing in the region, and clinical trials leader ICON, which was very centrally involved in the development of vaccines during COVID, now employing, for example, 1,300 people in Mexico City. and other Irish unicorns and high-tech startups such as OpenNet, also very active across the region and headquartered in Brazil. And of course, one of the first and largest investors in Latin America is Smurfit, well known to many in this room in the paper and packaging and sustainable forestry businesses, and very much epitomising that leadership in good corporate governance which you associate with Irish enterprises which invest and trade internationally. And we now have a new generation of Irish enterprises in green and environmental areas, bringing their expertise, technologies and finance to the region, with operators such as Mainstream, Crowdy, Carbon, NTR, and indeed many others who are developing those person-to-person connections and bringing new technologies and working across their supply chains. From my department's perspective, we have developed a new enterprise white paper. And again, we're very happy to share some of the learnings from that at another occasion. But we are very focused on driving the digital and green transitions. And we see significant further potential in the areas that I've mentioned, but also in digital and green for deepening those partnerships. And again, I've had some of those discussions this afternoon with some ambassadors and with some countries. Perhaps one area I'd like to focus on, where we're particularly interested in connecting, is in developing our startup ecosystem and encouraging entrepreneurship, both in Ireland, but also right across the Latin America and Caribbean region, and fostering that connectivity with the next generation of enterprises. This is an area where we're particularly focused from at national level. We have a national SME and entrepreneurship task force, and we're working with our development agencies, Enterprise Ireland, the local enterprise offices, to develop the entrepreneurship ecosystem nationally, but also good connections internationally. And again, you heard from Leo Clancy from Enterprise Ireland and from other colleagues from Enterprise Ireland earlier. One of the key messages I would leave in relation to Enterprise Ireland and the local enterprise offices is that the work that they do at local level and helping businesses in every part of the country to start a business and to grow and to scale internationally. And I'd mention in particular the work that they do on female entrepreneurship, and that bringing a spotlight on female entrepreneurship, in particular in the tech sector, has helped us bring from about 5 years ago, 8 to 10% of founders in the high-tech sector being women-led, to now getting that to about a third, to 35%. And that's a significant success in terms of putting a spotlight on particular groups. And again, very willing to and happy to share that experience. So again, thank you to all our panellists who have engaged. And just to recall, in the first session today, our panellists explored recent trends and opportunities in our economic relations, focusing on potential to expand our future relationships. Our second panel dived into technology, skills development and innovation in Ireland and in countries of the region. I was also delighted to hear, and having spoken to some of you, by the overwhelming positivity in those discussions and by the expertise that can be shared from business to business and from institution to institution relationships across our countries. Our third panel on agri-tech and agri-food focused on a sector that is key for Ireland and for many countries in the region. I know that the insights and reflections shared in the session will lead to strengthened partnership in the area. And our last panel, as we've just heard, on connectivity and tourism side, a dynamic discussion focused on the Caribbean in particular. And indeed, if we had those direct flights, that would significantly boost those connections. That's an excellent way to close our four distinct but overwhelmingly positive panel discussions today. The forum today has come about as a direct result of the Irish Government's Global Ireland Strategy for Latin America and Caribbean out to 2025. The strategy, as you heard earlier, was launched in 2022 and sets out a clear direction for stepping up our relations with the 33 countries in the Caribbean and Latin America across a diverse range of areas. It has 5 strategic objectives which are intended to deepen our political, economic and cultural engagement with the region. And it's tremendous credit to our colleagues in the Department of Foreign Affairs for giving life to that strategy over these 2 days. And thank you for all your work on that. The Latin American Caribbean strategy also supports the ambitions laid down in Ireland's trade and investment strategy, Value for Ireland and Values for the World, which was launched by the government last year. Our trade and investment strategy covers the period out to 2026 and sets the direction for our approach to global trade and investment into the middle of this decade. The aim of the trade strategy is to see Ireland grow sustainably, diversify our export markets and support continued prosperity and higher living standards for all the people of Ireland. It articulates our plans for trade and investment, as well as climate and sustainability, setting out a principled and holistic approach to trade policy. I think today's discussions show that there is much to continue delivering on and much to explore in terms of trading relationships between Ireland and the Caribbean and Latin American region. This forum will hopefully be the first of many to come. One thing that has clearly come through, as I mentioned, is that people-to-people connections are critical to driving all of our partnerships, be they economic, political, academic or otherwise. On that note, I want to acknowledge, as our ministers have earlier, the incredible Latin American and Caribbean diaspora in Ireland, many of whom are present here today. You do so much to contribute to Irish society, our economy and our culture, and we are very ambitious for you to continue to make that contribution and to grow and prosper in all your endeavours in Ireland. Likewise, Irish people in Latin America and Caribbean countries have made a hugely important contribution to their new homes, and we can see the embodiment of that through many of the participants on today's panels. Before I finish, I would like to offer a few words of thanks to all our speakers and panellists for offering their valuable time and contributions. I would also like to acknowledge the work of our expert moderator earlier today, Jude Weber, to also Kerrie O'Flynn, Director for Latin America, and to the Tánaiste, Minister Hackett and Minister Calleary, and to all those who contribute to keeping the conversation flowing. Many thanks also to all of our attendees from the private sector, diplomatic sphere, academia, NGOs and the public sector. And thank you also for the invitations and for the warm welcome, the invitations to visit your countries, and also for the warm welcome that you continue to afford and to extend to our Department of Foreign Affairs colleagues and agencies right across the region. That is very much appreciated. And a final word of thanks to the fantastic team here in Dublin Castle and to our caterers for all their wonderful support during the day. I might just finish on a variation of an old Irish blessing, and just to wish everybody well. And it goes like this. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine upon your face and the rains fall soft upon your fields. Until we meet again, I thank you, and thank you for joining us, and I wish you a very enjoyable evening as you hopefully can join us to continue the conversation up in the Castle Yard, and until we meet again. Thank you.